could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire,
Good morning/afternoon to all of you, and welcome back to Project Horizon as we continue our coverage of VCT CN. Of course, as you can tell, it's going to be an exciting game, all in red for that one, as Group Omega is reaching a boiling point. My name is Volt, alongside me is Tank on the other side. So, of course, it's a pleasure. Unfortunately, Akamosk is not going to be here for today, but I'm stepping in, and I think that the two of us are pretty much excited about one, the return of all gamers, and I guess this Group Omega being as interesting as it is.
I mean, I've been talking about the rock, paper, scissors situation of Group Omega for a while now, and this is the duel deep down in the basement of that group. Both teams are looking forward to secure their second win, and for TEC this is the last chance, because while all gamers still have a game going on against BLG, for TEC this is the last game of groups, and they are right down in the last seat currently, so if they lose today they are stuck with place number 6.
Yeah, of course there's always play-ins that is going to be an available option, but that is not always really guaranteed to be an easy path. Some of the teams in the Nationals, at least from what I've seen, have been really dangerous. And I think that the lower seeded teams on that side need to be very wary of that proposition. But also, All Gamers isn't off to a bad start. At least I've seen a fair bit of tweets from Fangir post those 3 games, where he's not really happy with the performance that All Gamers have put up. And it's not going to be a very easy game, to be honest. I think that even with that disappointing result for TEC, they put up a very fair fight against a couple of teams, and a very respectable upset against XLG on their return from the international stage. And they're not really a team to be, I guess, underestimated in that sense. Of course, I do also believe that All Gamers have a lot more to display in terms of their arsenal, but the schedule is really grueling, and perhaps that's one of the things that I'm a fan of here in China, but I'm also a little bit on the fence of. I'm like, hey, it's a very tight schedule. All the action is basically jam-packed, and it means that, hey, for a team like TEC, they actually get to benefit having Rainy as their sixth man here today, and Spitfires haven't been doing the best. I still think that he's got more to offer, but I think that Rainy probably fits what they want to do more here today, especially as they are reaching those dire straits in the end of the group stage.
It's an interesting match to bring Rainy in, because you already mentioned Spitfires has been struggling quite a bit in the last couple of matches, while for me players that really stood out for TEC have been Lucas and Haodong. And now we're taking a quick look at the enemies roster, and every time I see those faces I'm a bit in disbelief that 4 out of these 5 players were also in All Gamers when they qualified for Masters Santiago, because I don't want to talk about a downfall of All Gamers, but they definitely lost pace in the last couple of months, and it's not really easy to look at, because they're not making the biggest mistakes. They're playing consistently, but all the other teams evolved around them and they can't really keep up anymore.
I'll definitely say the meta plays a big part in that as well, right? They were flourishing when GRQ had the opportunity to run the Waylay as well as being on the other duelists. I think that the slower tempo of something like the Phoenix perhaps has been a detriment to what they wanted to achieve as a game plan. And from that point onwards, I think, yeah, nothing really have panned out that well. Just like Spitfires, perhaps, Bai has been having a bit of a downwards trend. But hey, for once in All Gamers' life, they don't have 6 people on the bench. So they are sticking out with their guns. And at least for me, though, I think that, you know, as you said, like, there's definitely a lot to be said about the team. And perhaps, I don't want to say stagnation, but I'll definitely say, like, the meta doesn't favor the side of players that they have at the moment. And also, if you're going to add on top of that, really, even some of the better players on the team, their individual performance has dropped off a little bit. When I'm thinking of people like Kira, when I'm thinking of people like Fangir, they haven't really been the same ever since even stage 1. And they really did not show up so far. Yes, it's not out of the woods just yet. Even if they go all the way down into like a 5th place finish, they'll still have a chance in the play-ins. But I'm pretty sure they really want to finish top 4 to avoid that gauntlet against the teams from tier 2.
Yeah, 100%. You already mentioned Fangir 2 times now. He's been struggling to put out the performances that we've seen from him in the last couple of stages. And while I feel like his biggest impact was found on the chamber on Ascent against Wolves, where he had a bunch of first frags, still being on the bottom of the scoreboard, but his impact was not to be unseen, definitely. I think that's something that he can definitely builds on top on. That match was a bit weird in general. I think AG had like 13 first frags in 15 rounds played. So Wolves didn't really have a chance here, but we are taking a quick look at the skirmish to determine who has the choice in Team A or Team B for the veto, and they are bringing in Rainy immediately.
Hey, look, it's great to have confidence in one of your newer players in the lineup. It's also, even if they don't get the advantage in skirmish, at the end of the day, they get to put Rainy with some reps on the stage. It's not gonna really catch him up to, I guess, 3 best of 3s at that point. But it is better than nothing. Actually, it's 4 if you're considering TEC, but Rainy's looking hella sharp out here, so perhaps that's a good thing for them. And from what it looks like, it's gonna be a golden round on that one. And Rainy is going to be able to get the win, so all gamers get the advantage in terms of veto. Not that I actually know if it will even matter that much from what they've played, right? I feel like all gamers really haven't changed their map pool as well in comparison to stage 1. While TEC have kept their options open. They even played the stage a little bit with Spitfires. They played a couple of different iterations for the team. And it's showing up here again, right? Like TEC bringing the summit, and they really want to play the TDM apparently. I'm not a big fan of any summit that I've really seen from China so far, but I think that Split is a map that all gamers will probably be their most comfortable at.
Summit is a bit awkward to look at sometimes because we have a bunch of teams in China who are not really comfortable in this mid fight, and the mid space on Summit is so important to gain control over the map. The veto, not that much of a surprise. Both teams are sticking with their perma bans, and I think for TEC it's very important to get one of the 3 spot maps out of the way, because Haven and Lotus have been the maps AG has been the most comfortable on in the last couple of weeks.
Pretty much picked them in almost all their games. I think the most convincing one, of course, was the one against Wolves, where they're able to neuter Darien and make Wolf look very mortal on that one. It was a great performance from Kira and Shrimp over there on that series, but perhaps not to the same level afterwards, and maybe that's the thing that they'll have to worry about. And Summit kind of evens the playing field, I feel like, a little bit for TEC, and maybe that's what they're going for. But Split, maybe I would say, like, I would put it, what, like 3rd in the picking order for all gamers. I think that they really like the Lotus. As you said, they really like the Split as well as like one of their other maps. Haven is also another option. So I think it's not really in a bad place at all in terms of where all gamers are going in terms of today's veto. But I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, like, can even TEC do it on Ascent, right? Let's say that they are prepared on Summit. That's the thing that I'm actually most worried about, is that can they push through once it gets to map 3, because that is where TEC, unfortunately for them, have stumbled time and time again when it comes down to those final stretches.
Yeah, map 3 is really gonna make or break this series for TEC, but still all gamers on Summit, oh, they didn't look too convincing, especially against BLG. They couldn't put up any more than one attacking round against the BLG that just played a really strong defensive half. So this is definitely a map where all gamers have to put in a lot of work to make it happen in a 2-0. The decider could go either way. I think for TEC it would be important to show us that they can keep up on the first map already, because the pick of all gamers, oh, it could be a fast one if TEC is not online in the first couple of rounds.
To be fair though, they were able to take the split 13-9 out of Bilibili, which, you know, I would have said a year ago that it's one of the better maps for Bilibili. It's not really the case anymore. Bilibili have really been just, I guess, trying to also like put it down in the mud. It is unfortunately what some of the mid-table teams have been trying to do, and it opens up some really interesting dynamics in the league, really, when I'm thinking about like what teams do like to do. Like a team like Tyloo that seems to have a very set veto, and the project of Nova that was initially instituted by Alex R, who is now taking over another project himself with that Wolves lineup. And I think that Nova really had the foundation, right? Tyloo also has the foundation to perhaps make a lot of danger. But I'm looking here at Group Omega, and I'm seeing a lot of teams that don't really have much of an identity, right? Like some of them had. Of course, XLG also have like some of their own maps that they like to flirt around with. Like we've seen them really like the Lotus, even if internationally it fizzled out pretty quickly. But that's really perhaps my one bane with all gamers as they're entering the stage here.
All gamers.
Is that I don't really know if they have an identity anymore, right? They were one of the very biggest proponents of Abyss when it was in the pool. Now that it's out, I feel like their map pool is very thin.
Yeah, I'm with you on that take. I feel like in China, more than in every other region, it is very important to find balance between being brainy enough to figure out what to do in chaotic situations, but also bring in the aim and the confidence. And for Tyloo, you mentioned them already, with the new IGL, I feel like they found this mixture. They found this balance that is so important to make the team work. And in Group Omega, many teams haven't found that balance yet. You talked about split kind of bit. TC made a little change in the comp in comparison to stage 1, and I really like that change because I think Lucas is a lot more flexible in this comp than he was on the Sky. Still a lot of work to be done because BLG didn't look too convincing on split, even though this was one of their better maps in the past.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see how things actually do, I guess, then pan out for them in those terms and what they're actually going to deliver. Because as you said, like last time that we did see them, they brought out that Neon Phoenix that will do this. I still don't think that Waylay is fully dead if they ever want to play that Waylay. But I think one of the things that a lot of teams is probably going to be really happy with is the newly instated Yoru buffs. And suddenly, I might think that some of the teams that really love the Yoru could start to think about bringing that back. But at least for now, though, not going to be the case. Really intrigued to see what they're going to bring for Asian Select. But for the other side, for AG, I really also do think that, no, there isn't really that much for me, at least, to think about in terms of what they're going to actually be playing here on this split. I believe that a couple of times that they played it, they brought out the Raze Jet. So that tells you the kind of game that they want to play. They don't really want to be that tactical, that methodical. I think the Sky is an excellent initiator on the map, and they're just trying to allow their players to individually flourish. And it had some good effects, right? Like, of course, I think that initial game against G Global was perhaps a better example of what they can do, and they're able to take down Global. When it came to a more hard-hitting team like MIBR, that's where perhaps the split really fell on deaf ears. Their attack didn't work at all, and it was all MIBR in the defense, and that's where perhaps my worries are going to be is that can they break down a well-established defense comes to the split.
Yeah, and especially with a comp like Raze, Jet, and Sky, you want to be able to break up a defensive setup. AG is sticking with that comp, so no Sentinel on their side. We've seen the double controller with Omen Viper for a lot of teams for the longest time now, and on the end of TEC, we do have the Neon Phoenix. I really enjoy the Phoenix meta, to be honest. I miss that agent quite a bit when it comes to the international stages, when it comes to VCT in general. I still like the change that TEC made with bringing the Fade in, even though they don't have the Raze, so there's not really a lot of combination potential. This comp has been doing wonders for the side of Titans.
Yeah, and I think it's time to see if those wonders are going to do them any better. TEC, as I've said, it's really been a problem in the final stretches, but if they steal away a split here, then they might not need to go to a decider after all. But for AG, morale seems high. And of course, he still got one more game to play in terms of the groups, so I think that they're also banking on, hey, we get this win, we probably can still have another game to be played, and from there things can fare out a fair bit better for them, as they still, in 2 days' time, got a game against DRG, who is another team that really has been having some middling results, but it's no time to be mediocre. This is the time to step up to the platter. Shanghai is calling, EDG already confirming their slots, and now the fight is on for the 3 remaining teams from the home region. TEC is trying to be the obstacle, starting on the defensive side here. And their best bet is going to be that Phoenix that you were talking about is going to be very dynamic early. They try to play around the 2 Lulis nearby. Doesn't really start off to a clean duel, but does pretty well to scout for information, which is going to be the important part, because we see that Shrimp is really early, honestly, with that Trailblazer. Not the biggest fan of it being used that early on in the round, because you can't really reaffirm the space with how little util there is on a pistol round.
But he also baited out the Prowler of Lucas, so the initiating util is pretty much out of the way. Howdong finding an opening and Spy, and now TEC could make this round work. All gamers took some space towards A, and Coco is fighting their solo. Maybe a bit of an overstep from the Viper player.
Great couple of kills there from their side means that all gamers, yes, a 4-on-4, they got the spike down and they're in a really decent position. The retake is all funneled in through heaven. Kira should have had the shot, and that's a miss from Fangir as well. But now they're trying to fight heaven before they drop down on the site. A great relay bolt that does not catch Shrimp. So he gets a free take on that one, and Haldon now is supposed to stave off the assault. He's going to be able to find his. But it leaves Lucas, probably one of the better performing players on this DEC team, in what is a 1-on-2. He's the initial bit of the pain shells. Needs to be wary of the flash. It comes out early. Perfect timing from Shrimp. And he's going to secure the 3k to get AG off to a good start.
I think the only player who can clutch a 1v2 in that situation is still Kang, who made miracles happen playing in that situation. I feel like it was nearly a year ago now, maybe even more. Still very memorable clutch that Lucas can't quite replicate against the util that is being thrown at his eyes. And now we have quite an interesting buy from all gamers, putting Fangir on a Marshall, no gun for buy. That's something you can do definitely, but this could be a very well equipped bonus round if they can win it out with this rather tiny investment into the second round. Not really taking too much space, but deciding to play a stack towards the A side, leaving mid completely open. Always a bit of a risk to take, especially on a map like Split, where mid is nearly as important as on Summit, the second map coming up. And this series by taking a bit of time against Lucas, and now the stack is 1 man shorter. How much space can AG's Viper player take here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great start for AG. Because with Boy finding that kill, I still don't understand if it's really going to be a re-hit towards the A site, or if they're expecting information at middle, at least there's Howdong on the other side, but I don't think he's gonna find the time to call the play, but they're actually still walking into the stack regardless. Well, that's probably the sole hope for TEC. If Dynamite somehow goes unspotted, in a really decent angle, if they drop down without any information. Trailblazer denied initially. Now the util raining in on the site. It's gonna make screens unplayable. Rainy dashes into elbow, but there's Dynamite. He's fine as one. Another kill from Coco, and suddenly those pistols are starting to be rather dangerous. Thankfully, though, Fangir and Kira on the double duelist are gonna get their chops. And it leaves Howdong in the 1-on-3. Started the round on the opposite side. And most likely, still, at the end, gonna fall along the wayside with the rest of his teammates. But if he finds one more kill, that is really a one round, considering how little TNC invested. There was only a single bandit in that whole thing. I don't think really that Howdong got an easy time. Guardian in his hand, though, could be accurate. Up close, crisp on Fangir. And with how good he's shooting, suddenly you would think about it twice, but I think that the time is too far gone. 2 players in elbow is really too tall of an order. But still, 5 is the number on Shrimp, but only 2 alive for AG in that second round. So, not something that they should be satisfied by.
You lose the Marshal, which is completely fine, but you also lose your Bulldog, so reinvesting into this bonus round might be reconsidered here for all gamers. Howdong is really making this close by finding the first frag in this 1v3, but then you already said it, time was the biggest issue for Titan Esports Club. Now the economy on AG side not really looking flourishing. The Guardian kept a pistol in the hands of GRQ, and TC, well, they looked like they were taking some space towards mid, but it is just Coco jiggling a bit. The Trailblazer not getting too much information, but still Kira trying to make a way in the direction of Vents.
And that was such a close call. Coco on the other end, the connection was so pure from Kira, but still, like, handled well by TEC there. They got the support system on Vents, but they're playing a step too late. As you can tell, AG have already bypassed that angle back towards the A side. By the time they go up the vent, a take might be on. If there is a silver lining for TEC, that they still maintain that heaven control. Everything else really going against their way. They'll need to be quick on the post. Great position by Kira. Might actually find the kill that he needs, but Dynamite's find the right timing there. Rainy out early on the Neon. But that patience from Kira could be everything. I don't think that they're going to keep their eyes on that position much longer. And suddenly he can win in the round himself, but perhaps TEC are going to bypass that angle in due time. Rainy out on site already. A great shot from Fangir, but now comes the backstab in at the right time. And Kira will need somehow to pull off a miracle. It's not even planted for him, mind you. So he walks into Coco. That is a kill for free. That should be a stick. Yeah, please stick the spike. That should be it. Good enough of a round for TEC. They themselves only get to keep 2 players alive, but a win is a win.
Yeah, Kira's patience not really pays off that much because AG is losing out so many duels on the side. Especially getting the trade in against Fengir is really important for TEC to make that round happen. He's being spammed down behind screens in this replay, and then the spike plant really was the biggest issue for Kira because he had no vision, not from main, not from heaven, no chance to make that round happen.
Well, for now though, TEC repeating what they did try to do on the pistol round. More util this time around. And mind you, Dynamite still got the running back. I really want him to be proactive with that usage, right? Like, mid-control is where they're looking. They got a player in vent. They can wait on whatever remains of the util here and re-clear middle. Unfortunately though, it's a bit too late and that's a kill gone.
And look at the space AG already has on A. The side free yet again, and TEC forced to play another retake. Lucas might take a timing here, but that's very risky.
Now, that shouldn't be a risky call if the Hans found longer connection. Would have been a lot better for TEC, but Rainy, promoted from the academy, is ready to tear it up in the main stage. And he's on full overdrive. The spike is down. There's 40 seconds on the timer. A TP. That is not there for GRQ just yet, but if he goes to the B side, if there's an orb there, that would have been a different play. They don't know that they actually took the orb at the start of the round,
剩余30秒。
and that's the round gone. It's over.
I mean, a nice idea to grab the orb and just grab the spike with the Omen ultimate, but if there's no orb available and the whole play goes downhill, that is a save for all gamers. Bringing those two rifles into the next round would have been nice, but Kira is going down as well. All gamers really not that decisive in this play. Kira going for that duel against CT while GRQ is just miles and miles away. I don't know if that's a risk worth taking.
I'm still really puzzled by that fact, right? You know that Rainy and Dynamite have actually pushed into B main. So I thought that the expectation would be that it's implied, right? They took the orb. We don't really know if that's a guarantee. But I guess it's because of how fast the mid rotation got into the other side. That's where things gone wrong. But it also went even worse when they lost that second rifle. So in that line of sight then, TEC should nearly be guaranteed a third, right? Like, Kira's not that far off. Neither is Fangir, of whether you want to see Showstopper or the Blade Storm. Very obviously, TEC is not going to really give them an easy duel. Just got to be wary because Fangir is crisp and he's got the hero rifle in his hands. Not given the space initially. Fangir really gone very close up. Rainy goes in on the swing, and Fangir should be dead to rights, and is. That's one for the Phoenix, and they routed the remainder of all gamers back into B main, where I think that they're just gonna die if they try to push through.
Very well used. Run it back from Dynamite to secure the frag against the hero rifle, and now all gamers are in trouble. The pushed forward position for Dynamite definitely an issue. They don't clear that properly, but Kira's got the frag.
Oh, a Showstopper nearly got the kill as well. Rainy's somehow alive, and he's bought so much time for the rest of the team. They were thinking about an A rotate, but with that, now they pivot back towards B. There's still an option, really, for all gamers if they want to pivot back down, but that means that they're leaving those two players in B main for dead, and that is not going to be the case. Another one from the Stinger, and with GRQ finding that kill, I was starting to think that they're flirting with the round, but apparently they're going to be rebuffed. TEC holds on well, but that's significant damage done by all gamers considering how little they invested.
I mean, Kira has been one of the most consistent players on this all gamers roster, but the fact that he can get 2 kills with the Stinger, not even on that close of a distance, is still insane to me. A timeout taken by all gamers, by the Master Santiago representatives, and I feel like they are one of the more rare teams who don't default quite that much on split. We see a bunch of teams going for those 1-3-1 setups or 2-1-2, and all gamers, they tend to have 1 player lurking and 4 players pushing into space, trying to bait out some utility, and against a setup that TEC is playing that is very defensive and very set play heavy, it's just not working that well.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, I mean, there were some signs that maybe things would work out, even if they don't default, just because of the pace that they were playing. I almost thought that they're gonna find that extra gear to outpace TEC, and it almost showed that a few rounds, right? But TEC were just about fast enough to catch up to them. And perhaps that's the thing that I want to see now from AG, that they got the rifles again. Just to help the pace a little bit more. Let's see if Rainy and Dynamite can keep up to that, and for this round at least, very heavy stack on the middle position from TEC. And that lean on the A side from all gamers could pay them dividends, because it's only Lucas on that end. He's not been having the best of games. He knows there's going to be a default on the other end. It's just a question of those 2 players that are now truly defaulting for all gamers, and how much information they're going to figure out from that initial 50 seconds or so. And at least for the very start, TEC really starving them for information. No aggro pushes, not a lot of util used. Just the box standard bare minimum to maintain map control.
It feels like TEC, they have the right idea what all gamers planning for this time out is. Now Shrimp is showing some kind of presence towards mid, but already taking his way down Suez. His team some steps her towards mid, and now he and Kira maybe want to refight that.
And Kira got a perfect timing here. If they decide to pivot onto the other side, it's a event crunch in some sorts, but they need to find those kills. Rainy is so fast. Oh, it's disaster striking that TEC camp, but even with Shrimp finding that kill, can't really plunge into the vents. They need to route back towards the A side. This time around, the GRQ got the ultimate if he wanted to rush his way towards B main, but it seems like they want to play together as a team. And that bit of delay opens up some space for Shrimp, but they haven't really gotten the side itself just yet. And that smoke opens up the room for a curveball, perhaps for a push from that side. It's thought about, all hands. I don't know if it spreads far enough, but for Shrimp, he needs to start shooting. 3 players gone through. The wall is eventually gonna go down, and there's a shooting gallery for the Sky. She needs to find more. It's gonna be Vi to make it a full house. And all gamers explode on the scene to finally get the ball rolling.
I'm at a loss of words. I witnessed quite a series between TEC and BLG where clearing your corners really turned out to be the worst enemy of either of those teams. And now TEC's back in that game, leaving Shrimp completely unnoticed. All gamers barely had time. They were fighting against so much of utility left in the hands of TEC and still managed to get the round on the board without even using an ultimate like the Viper's Pit. TEC now in a position where they want to take some space. The economy not looking too well, and the aggression could go either way, but Kira's finding the opening, and Rainy down is a great impact frag found from the duels of AG.
Let's see if AG are going to continue on that success. Again, you look at that round from TEC, not that much invested. They're really trying to play for the long game. Gotta say, respectable effort at that. Now let's see if that will.
Shot found from Dynamite. Hold on, Lucas also clean on the pistols. GRQ make it work for his team. Howdong spotted. Howdong found one, but GRQ has the trade. That was way too close for comfort, but a round on the board for all gamers who managed to make a follow-up round work, but still not really as comfortable as it should have been, especially when you found that opening frag on the Neon. You can maybe think that there's a bit more happening in this A main space of split, but they don't even reconsider. They are so committed into that fight that they give TEC a serious chance in that round.
And again, like, it's been that, you know, you're talking about how they're a team that don't default, but they're so heavy on the execute, and it's usually, I would say, a good thing, because I feel like most of the teams actually fall into the other side of the equation, where they're not decisive enough and they're not willing to take their chances hard enough to the point that things might be a bit slower than it needs to be. For all gamers, I feel like, at least for now, they got the right tempo, they got the right idea of decisiveness. It's just a question of whether or not they're gonna find their assignments, because I feel like that's the one thing that's been missing, right? Like, they go into those angles, they have their very initial plan figured out, but if there's any monkey wrench, if there's anything that goes wrong, it feels like they take their sweet time adapting to the new pace of play.
At the end of the day, for all gamers, the attacking side hasn't really been the hard piece of their split comp. We talked about the fact that they should be able to make some more rounds happening, but getting 4 out of the first 7 already isn't too bad for AEG. Now a Viper's Pit in play towards mid from TEC, and all gamers now really forced to play this default heavy setup to bait out some utility, maybe even re-hit on mid against the Viper's Pit. We see teams doing that quite a lot, especially when you have util like the Trailblazer, like a Guiding Light, to push Coco out of that position. But all gamers don't really look too eager on fighting against mid, even though they have GRQ towards B link with the spike.
I mean, the good thing about GRQ is that with that pit, he knows that he can probably move freely. Same can be said about Fangir. Gonna be very mobile with that jet, with the operator in hand. Could be a concern if Dynamite takes the right timing. At least for now, though. The lean is on the other side, and I really like this from AG. An insertion of Kira towards A main. And the rest of the team are gonna try to work a B split for that matter. Coco needs to be very careful about his timing. Boy beats him to the punch. And Rainy needs to be much more successful. The operator being a distraction, but it's not enough to really bite Rainy out of this one. Great shooting from Boy, though, with the players on stairs dropping down on Haldong. He's only going to be good for one. But Dynamite might be staled for gold. 10 seconds remaining on the timer. He's already got the spike. He's got the hot hands on top. He's won the round. All Lucas needs to do is stay alive. And that is a steal from TEC.
Again, a position not really being cleared. The backside of B being completely unnoticed from all gamers who really looked like they could make this round work, especially when they found that initial frag in the Viper's pit. It looked like they could get this round on the board. The trades have been looking nice, but then they forget about the B backside. The util in hands of Dynamite is really what's making the round impossible for all gamers. And now they have another run it back to play against because Dynamite has his second ultimate online.
And it's usually a good metric whenever you have like 3 ultimates off on the Phoenix. I feel like 2 is the par. He unironically might be on the pace for 3, but TEC has got to be careful. They know that all gamers are a little bit weaker in terms of their firepower, but they're not really toothless, and that's the one main thing that they'll need to worry about. Unfortunately for Fangir, though, he's kinda really weak in terms of being in the air with an updraft, so they are able to corral down a kill. And I feel like most importantly in that round, Coco didn't give his life away. If anything, he took a very important kill on GRQ. And now there's no space for all gamers to play in. They might be able to get the spike down, but that's about it.
Yeah, no heaven control, no flank control, no lurk in play, and TEC is making use out of that. The retake already in play, the run it back in the mix, and Dynamite is securing a triple kill to get a 5th round on the board for TEC, and it's in flawless meta. TEC find their way back in, and with a 60% win rate on defense in this stage, it is important to secure like at least another round, if not 7.
And all gamers on defense might be a concerning proposition, right? Like Fangir is not off to a great start. GRQ is doing okay. Like the bit of confidence I have is gonna be in Bike, Kira, and Shrimp, because I feel like those 3 have really filled their assignments well. They've been playing the tug of war really nicely.
Shrimp is one of these players who are so consistent on knowing what his task is. He's staying alive so often. I think he had 3 first deaths in this whole stage. So very important player for all gamers to always stay alive until the end of a round. An opening found, but still some players to clear out.
Oh, that Prowler is so valuable. It goes all wrong. Kira kills himself. The rocket goes awry. And TEC will tower over all gamers.
Oh, Kira's been finding his way all towards elbow, and then there's so much utility happening. I don't know if he got some damage earlier on, if he was being sprayed down and then hit himself with the rocket to do the last couple bits of damage, but that looked a bit awkward from the side of all gamers.
Oh, he tried to flick, but it was a bit too much. He overflicked it, but like, come on, man. Like, here's the thing though. They saw the Seekers targeting that cubby to boot, so I don't know why he was going to elbow and looking deeper at elbow. That's the part that doesn't really get me going. They were really off tempo with one another, and now they're trying to play up tempo, letting this round be very loose. And if you're doing that with a weapon disadvantage, not only is TEC going to probably kill you in terms of win probability, But apparently, TEC are still playing the pack mentality to a T. You never see anyone without a buddy, and that was probably their one chance to get anything done in the round. And I get a feeling that it might be a very tough closer here for all gamers, because look at that, GRQ gone, and Shrimp, again, just like a couple rounds prior, got the spike, but shouldn't really be an option, right? 2 players here on stairs, even Coco taking the more defensive angle, and all the angles are dwindling. Like, Shrimp really needs to get down to the spike, but it's a great first shot for him. Powder is not bad, slows down the Omen, but not enough to really win him the round. Right idea, wrong timing, goes out when the Sheriff is not ready, and it's gonna be 7 on the board for the Titans.
It is a great start for TEC. The snakebite from Coco is really separating Fengir from his team. He's been pushing that much, and then it feels like TC completely lost track that a player might have pushed through that space on B Heaven. The fact that Fengir is not able to secure a frag or even a double kill towards a ramp is a miracle for TEC. They could have easily been punished for their unawareness.
I'm still hung up on that round where they used the Seekers and the Showstoppers and nothing worked. Like, here's the thing, in the heat of the moment, there is like more to think about than that rocket going wrong. But now I think about it in hindsight, like I don't think I've seen anything this bad in quite a while. All gamers just looking completely lost. At least they got the B side for now. But look at how fast the retake is coming on their side. Great shooting from Boy to boot. And GRQ's there to shut it down. That's much better from the attacking side. How long will Lucas remain? 1 on stairs. 1 on spawn. Lucas will not be able to find his. It leaves How Long all alone and 1 on 5. But we kind of know where this one is going. So with that in a 7-5 scoreline, it does feel like, you know, it should have really gone much better for AG. And honestly speaking, with how good Rainy and Dynamite are playing, I'm very worried for their defense, because the double duelists have been finding a lot of good pockets of space. And I think that even if Lucas is not having a good game himself, just the utility is going to be enough.
The utility is nice. Dynamite had a great map thus far, but in this round I think his team flash against Rainy really made the round possible for all gamers. Bai was facing a 1v3 from B-Link, and the fact that Rainy doesn't have the vision here is really putting TEC in an uncomfortable position, is giving GRQ time to wrap back from Garage and securing those kills as well. So a 5-7 half, not that dominant for either of the teams, but you already mentioned it. TEC is now on their attacking half, and it's gonna be very interesting to see if all gamers can find a way to work against that with the comp they chose, the double duelist and the Sky. Definitely something that gives you an opportunity to be aggressive, to go for that opening frag, but they have to make it work. And I think TEC is going to play this very slowly to avoid being caught off guards.
Yeah, I think that the most obvious thing about it that we can contrast the duelist pairings, right? The Phoenix is the Phoenix. He's going to be pretty okay. But the Jet is really one-dimensional. Like, I'm sorry, you don't get to pick Jet and have a bad game, unfortunately. Right? And it's very uncharacteristic from Fengir to have a game like this. And I hope that he's going to pick up the pace on this second half. Because if he doesn't, I think that he's going to be a real weak link in the system. And I don't know if they're going to have enough setup for both him and the Raze at the same time. But that's the good thing about the Raze in comparison, right? Like, if you're playing Raze, you don't really need to, I guess, sweat about it as much. You just say, I got my tools, I got my area denial, I can basically play as if I'm another initiator in the team when the time comes. But, well, let's see if that is going to be the case. My eyes, though, very much fixated on GRQ and what he's going to do in this game, because he needs to be the pace setter for this All Gamers team. They found a lot of good pockets in the first half, but they were not able to capitalize on any of them. And if they don't get the pistol here, things can go very wrong.
Well, Fangir on the Jet, you already mentioned him. He's been playing Chamber quite a bit and then picked up the Jet against MIBR. I liked what he's been showing in that match, even though AG couldn't secure the win. But here he is in trouble. All gamers, though, as a team they aren't. Shrimp securing a double kill, and he is not alone on ramp. It's the push-up on A, and even more space to be taken. Coco needs to get out of there, else it is a spike down, and Haodong desperately to secure some space towards B. The side completely open. Bai is looking towards mid, so definitely a chance for TEC to find their way back.
Oh, and he doesn't see him. But there's a real good chance here. Haodong, I think, completely bypassed that one. And Bai might not be ready at all for that peek on stairs. Haodong is in prime position. Cause so much damage because they're not going to be expecting that. They're going to be really thinking it's towards middle. Eventually, the spike is going to go down. And really, a lot of this round rests on Haodong. He finds that kill, and it's a lot easier for their side. A Bai is ready, and Haodong is going to overstep the boundary. 1 on 5 now for Coco. No matter how good he has been, I think that even for him, that might be a bit too much. Finds the first player. Good torso spam from the Sheriff, but it's more crisp from Bai. As he finds his second, and all gamers start well, and it ends well.
Talking about TEC playing this attack very carefully and not taking any risk, and there they are swinging into the double hold on ramp without any
It was a
piece
triple
of
hold
utility.
even, right? Because there was Fangir as well.
Really not the best start into the half, but still in the lead. Now have to play the economy round against a very, very close range leaning Bai from all gamers with 2 Spectres. A third was in the mix, but Shrimp is going for the rifle. So a lot more heavy equipped than the second round we've seen in the first half.
Yeah, I still think, again, TEC might not really be in the best of positions because they're going to be spotted by the Seekers. A spray down from GRQ to find so much value. The relay bolt open space, but the paranoia tightens up that angle. Oh, that's a very important kill from Dynamite because they got nobody else to trade it there from the side of all gamers. A fair bit of utility is present, but the scary part is those TEC players are healthy. They play close range angles and they might be better off, but that's Fangir in vintage fashion. Quick headshot to the liver. And now they need to clear the remaining 4. The paint shells are going to be such a great tool. Up close, Neon could have been a problem, but Kira is going to save the day. 3 and 4. Kira gets his hat trick, and AG gets to equalize without any troubles.
It looked a bit scary for a rough second there with the opening frag found, a Spectre falling into the hands of Rainy, who was completely healthy. Dynamite took quite some damage, so he didn't secure the bigger gun for himself. I don't like the fact that Dynamite is fighting solo against CT when he's that low HP, because, to be honest, TEC, with the Spectre recovered, seriously had a chance in that round.
Oh, now to see if TEC are going to do better. Last time around, in that round 3, they only got 2 players alive in the end. But as you can tell, they're able to still string 3 in a row afterwards. But they're butting heads again with the bigger stack. Perfect flash from that side. The light is guided and dimmed by the paranoia. They caught Fangir, but can they get the kill? Oh, that is such a mean one from Fangir. Look at that from Kira. All gamers perhaps turning on an additional gear, an important kill to be found, a rifle and a spike. And TEC somehow need to wrestle their way back into that one. The spam doesn't find Fangir, and he upgrades to a rifle, even also more lethal now.
There's not really any space found for TEC yet. I mean, they have Coco on ramp, but the spike is down in garage, so that's not really space you can work with. No space towards B Heaven, no space towards CT yet, and the time ticking lower and lower. 40 seconds left, a smoke thrown to maybe recover the spike, but the spam already coming in for all gamers. Haodong taking a chance, taking a timing, securing the spike, and is getting out of there. And now the position of Coco can be very important for TEC.
Yeah, but I feel like he's walking a bit too far forward. We've seen that it could be problematic before. They're all rotating the long way through spawn. So at the very least, TEC gets to beat them to that punch. But all gamers are not going to pay that much mind to Coco. He needs to start moving now, though. Dynamite will hear the footsteps, and Coco will start to move. The spike eventually to be planted, but they did not find a single kill in that sequence. Howdong will need to be a hero. Oh, I think the Shrimp have seen him. It's over for TEC because Coco now is known, and Howdong left in a 1-on-4. Most of those guys are back to being slightly healthy, if not fully so. And the guiding light doesn't spot Howdong. You don't know that he's that up close. He's bypassed all three players pushing screens, and he might find the timing of his own of dreams. But again, All Gamer seems to have that sixth sense. Fangir out of nowhere, swinging at the right place, right time, and All Gamers finally in the lead again.
And All Gamers, I like their proactivity in these couple of rounds we've seen on their defensive half, but I also like how stacked they're playing. I rarely see an All Gamers player being completely alone. There's always a second layer to every play, and for TEC, even though they had a nice idea, the position of Coco didn't give them any advantage, and the damage that Dynamite found towards CT was completely healed up again by Shrimp, so the impact could have been there, but TEC is just running completely out of luck in this round.
You know what, we were talking about this from All Gamers. I feel like we also need to talk about it from the side of TEC. There's no default there. They just decided, hey, let's send it. We got double duelists and we'll probably win. But I didn't really like it, you know. I feel like there's very little thought in it. And luckily for Fangir, he can have little thought and rely on instinct because he still got that tailwind on the other side. So he gets away freely. They at least get both the updraft and the dash out of him. But even with all of that got, I don't really know if TEC are going to be able to somehow make do. Because even the cross into stairs is filled with peril. It's Viper close up. The Snakebite buys valuable time. 45 seconds or so remaining. And All Gamers have got a 3-player stack here on the B side. So the vent pivot is the right one. But just like the last time, I'm worried about the timing of Coco. He seems to be a bit too slow for now. The vent players are out. Fangir spots the one. Not really reloading because he knows that there's going to be a second time of asking. And he's able to find 2 without much resistance. It seems like Fangir should be able to just seal the round from here. 20 seconds on the timer. And that's a kill from Coco. At least something for TEC to go home with. Not really going to be a flawless round, but yeah, it's not really the best attack half in the world. At least the spike could get through, but the time is too far gone. Bai has already found the one. Spike plant is going to be denied. And that's Kira closing that one in style.
Very safely played from All Gamers. TEC, well, they keep finding issues everywhere they go. They make right decisions in their mid-rounding, but they are not taking them fast enough. I feel like if they are like 2 seconds earlier on that Vents push, Fangir is not aware of that position. He was holding towards A main for quite some time, and that could definitely be the timing for TEC to make the economy round work. Now they have a full buy and they have to run it back in the hands of Dynamite, so maybe they try to take a bit more space in the beginning with a bit more certainty.
Yeah, so let's see if that certainty is going to be established in an even longer streak. With the bonus converted, and now 4th round on the board. All Gamers leading by 2. This time Kira is going to find a showstopper. Phoenix brought back to the origin point. And from the ashes, he'll need to find a whole lot more, but Kira seems to be prepared. Great timing on the dip. Now, Dynamite. Yes, he's still got both of his flashes, but I don't know if they're going to take the right peek on Fangir. They really need to force them out with the flash here, but they're very patient. The freeze from TEC is not bad, but they'll need to get a move on.
50 seconds to be played with. No space except for a player that has been put into Vents. Mail, not really something I would call space gain for T. I've been giving that space up pretty freely because with the operator, great flash, but Fangir not impacted by that at all.
Still, Boy, find that kill, and all gamers shut downstairs. Apparently, stairway might be running in reverse. No heaven here for the Titans, and just like in the folklore, perhaps their downfall has been prophesied. It's all about who's gonna fulfill the prophecy. Fangir seems to have finally found his stride, and he's one of the most dangerous players in the league once he does. And that's 10 on the board for all gamers. All they need is 3 more, and I don't really see any identity out of TEC. I really need to see a timeout here. Like, we really need to see one.
Yeah, double digits for all gamers on their own map pick, and TEC desperate to find an attacking round. Not really any advantage gained by the run it back, and that ultimate is something you definitely want to see finding more use for your team. TEC now taking that timeout you wanted to see. Question is, how much of a change can they bring into their own game? Because we talked about the defaulting situation, and both of these teams just trying to run it down once they made a choice of where they want to go. And I don't see TEC playing any clean default here yet. So maybe that's something they need to discuss. Maybe that's something they need to plan a bit more. I think their biggest issue right now is Fangir coming online with that operator. He had a very, very quiet first half, but if he is the main factor that is bringing TEC down to their knees in the second half, his job is done. I mean, as a Jet, it's always hard to find the entry if you cannot really find the gaps against the defense, but on his own defense half right now, I don't see TEC forcing him off of his positions at all.
Yeah, and I think one of the main things about that is that you're talking about how he needs to make his own duels. I feel like he's just really presented a lot of duels from that composition from TEC. Not even the highest quality ones, right? Like that flash missed there from Dynamite. And I was just thinking praises of Dynamite and Rainy on defense. On attack, they apparently seems to have frozen. Let's see if it's going to be any better. Fangir on the line, immediately off to a bright start. And that is literally Exhibit A of being presented those duels head on. And Fangir through the smoke will add even a little bit more. TEC stunned now without even a single duelist to their name. And unfortunately for them, you know, if I'm looking at the other side, I'm thinking at least if Kira or Shrimp are on a bit more of an active lurk role, there might still be a chance for all gamers. Coco was very passive to boot. He finally got a move on. But oh my god, all gamers seemingly know his number throughout.
I mean, 3 players down from TEC and only 1 of them had been seen. The second one found through a smoke, the third one found through the wall. 2 duelists down that early feels like a nail in the for TEC. Now Coco out of the game as well, so TEC have 0 space to work with. They try to make a move onto the defender spawn, but GRQ is so...
剩余30秒。
Great work from Lucas. It's been a pretty quiet series from him. But he might be on track for a pie after all. So let's see if that is going to be the case. Bye. Tagged by the Nightfall. Still holding on pretty well. Howdong unable to find the kill, and Lucas is going to go down thanks to Fangir, who's got his blades and got this round. 2 more needed for AG.
I don't really see the biggest impact found from that timeout, because TEC is taking some space towards Garage, and then it feels like they're completely surprised by the fact that all gamers have an operator, and this operator has been in play for a couple of rounds now, and you know that you have to use a bit more of utility to get out of the choke points now. For TEC, it felt like they were very, very certain that Fangir is on the A side again, or maybe working towards fence. I don't know why they think that they can take the space so freely.
And I don't really understand what they're doing with their composition, right? I feel like that's a composition that's very much easily able to storm that A site, and they've been very heavily leaning towards B, which is never really the side that you just take by storming main. But hey, it worked once. Now let's see what they can do on a 5-on-5.
Definitely that AG can make work, especially with the damage already found against Rainy. Not really any space secured by TEC. They have one player towards Garage, one player towards CT, but no second layer at all.
And right here, you can even tell, even that boast doesn't feel like it has layers. Like, you know, a good shot from Coco. They're playing very fundamental trades, and perhaps for the first time in, what, a span of 8 rounds, they're able to outshoot AG. That's literally how it played. And it's a good sign for TEC that they're at least still able to shoot back. But even that might be short-lived. They are on a very short leash. They're closing in to an equalizer.
A lovely shot from Bai, but not able to secure the operator for Fengir. Economy shouldn't be that big of a problem for all gamers, considering how many rounds in a row they have won before this. But TEC, you mentioned it, can make a very, very uncomfortable retake situation work. The trades have been nice, and still it is around where I feel like this could have gone either way. So I wouldn't say TEC is finding footing again. This is not around where I feel like we see them coming back alive. And you mentioned the completely lacking tries towards the A side. They fought against A in the pistol round. Met a triple stack towards Ram and then decided we're not going A anymore.
They're like, yeah, we tried it once. That's about enough. Like, I think we got the idea. It doesn't really work like that, right? And I feel like Coco has been there on the lurk a couple of times. And that's the thing, there is a timer on things like these because eventually AG will flip the script again and switch their lean from the A side, from the B side rather, to the A side. And if that happens on this round, and this is the round, and they also do decide to go to the A side on, I feel like they'll be getting the wrong lesson from that. You know, I'm very scared of the result-based analysis, and I have a very dangerous look on the minimap where there's a stack on the A side for TEC, but all gamers also pile up numbers there.
Well, they have to be clean in their utility usage. Oh, they're gonna be run over at A once again. Rainy trying to fight forward, finding Shrimp, an important frag to be found, but Ram's still not cleared, and GRQ and Kira are dealing damage as well. The spike on the ground quickly recovered from Coco, but the spam shots are so nice.
Yeah, a couple of good shots on the other side. Still very loose from TEC. 3 on 4, and they don't really have any insurance policies, so I like the fact that this pit at least gives them one less angle to worry about, right? You don't really go in through screens because you get so decayed from that side, but look at how far back Dynamite is. Doesn't really want them to give any information. We've seen that from Coco before, and there's a worrying sign of them being too slow on that rotate. The flank now needs to be active, but Rainy buys enough time for that side. Fengir top of screens with a close shave on the one. Should be spotted on the overdrive. Rainy somehow living along, and he's gonna find the quad kill.
Oh, what a round out of Rainy. The overdrive pulled out in just the right time. I saw Fengir dashing onto this screen on the B side, and I thought this round might be over. Him dropping into the pit with Shorty could have been the death sentence for TEC, but they can make it work. The second player this time given from Dynamite, who played very, very deeply in main, but he's not even needed when Rainy can make these kills work.
It's such an amazing thing to have your debut on the VCT stage be something that successful. Unfortunately for Rainy though, apparently Lightning does not strike twice. He will not find an entry this time around. And all gamers seems to be ready, so unfortunately for them, it is not really about the site, it's just about the execution. They caught all gamers off guard, and that was an immediate adaptation from the defense.
Maybe a bit overexcited from Rainy after he found the quadra kill. He pushed in very, very deep on his own and is being punished. So definitely a lesson learned from the young player. And now T have the numbers disadvantage, don't really have any ultimates online, and Fengir, he took some space towards Garage, is being pushed back by the utility of Dynamite. I like what I see from TEC this far.
Yeah, this time around, they actually started on the A side. That's a little bit easier. Like, they're able to lean back in towards B and get a feel for the other side. I just don't know why it took them that long to play through that style. And that probably could be their bane after all. 25 seconds on the timer. And even if he's on 6 HP, Shrimp is still in quite a scary position. Often it goes uncleared, might go unchecked. How long might not be ready, but they actually go in, guns blazing and alert. High effectiveness from TEC, 2 kills to their name. And now they got a 2-man lead to try to close it out. And if you look at the other side, Fangir late on Heaven knows that there might be a player close ramp. Doesn't really want to risk it. And now we'll probably try to run for the hills. Mind you, those hills are set to blow as Dynamite is gonna once again deny that operator from being saved.
Yeah, Dynamite already had his tent and a fire set up on these hills where Fengir tried to run into. Very, very important kills found from Lucas and Haodong on this late entry. I feel like with that little time on the clock, an entry can always tend to be chaotic and the corner can go unchecked. Very, very important for TEC that they are still clean when time is playing against them.
Now, can we not send Rainy in the site for the first 3 rounds, please? Like, can we not?
Oh, but with the judge.
Okay, never mind.
Maybe he wants to look for the fight a bit more proactive, but again, operator that is being completely unfought. No util used against that position, and I mean this is the 3rd or 4th round where Fangir is playing ramp with the operator.
And this is the 3rd time that Rainy does this, to be fair, and it was eventually going to be exploited, right? It's not the old Neon, you don't jump around. You're a much easier target to hit in terms of verticality. And that's where Neon really struggles the most, but Kira, not struggling for now. They might be aware that Bai is close, but they don't really want to test the crossfire if there is one. So again, 4 on 5, TEC caught their way back from there before, but I don't know if they can do it again. Coco early on in the angle. But if you look at AG, they got the right rotate for a B-side take. Not that it's going to be one, at least for now. Lucas lost a lot of his utility, but from the way that they're moving, they're going to eventually end back up in that A-side after all. And Lucas finding that kill might even make the job a lot easier.
But All Gamers is not really rotating off of that A-side at all. The operator's still in play. I don't know if TEC keeping that in mind. Not really any utility we see. And a shot missed from Fengir. Now the hot hands should be an issue, but he still lands the shot onto Haodong.
Great work initially. 10 seconds on the timer. Need to be rapid. How did Coco get away with that? Well, apparently their luck has run out and their chances are gone. 2 seconds on the timer. 2 players alive. It is match point for AG.
And it took quite some time to get there. If we are honest, after the timeout didn't work immediately for TEC, I thought All Gamers could close this out a lot faster. But then TEC, they crawled their way back in, found round after round, 3 in a row for them. And now All Gamers finally found an answer. They are not over-rotating anymore. They are staying in their lanes. They are locking down the spaces. And that is showing one of TEC's biggest weaknesses, which is using enough utility to clear spaces early on.
Yeah, and an amazing performance from Kira. Let's see if he can keep up to that level. 21 already to his name. Might actually be the one to make the difference there. And Fangir really stepped up in that second half too. Early information for AG. And they're getting a little bit more. They know there's a player in garage. Also spotted a little bit more towards middle here. But they don't really know where exactly they are. And for TEC, I have a worry. And my worry is that they're going to do exactly this. And guys, can we please stop butting heads in that one? Apparently, they're going to leave it to the coin toss, and it's going to be all sent away. 2 from AG, one of them including the Phoenix ultimate, but they've traded super well on the defensive side. It's Dynamite and Coco remaining. The latter good on stairs. Might have a chance on GRQ, but he adjusts to him first. And that probably is going to be the game. Dynamite against 3, 30 seconds on the timer. Doesn't even have a single curveball, just the hot hands. Try to deliver something, but I feel like he's the one feeding those shivers. And it's so methodical from AG there at the finish. Two players playing on the back of the smoke. GRQ spotted initially, but he goes for the spray down. Nearly good enough, even dynamite on a sliver of health, and the timer is too far gone. That is it. All the gamers get the job done despite the amazing debut from Rainy. It will not be enough, and AG will emerge victorious.
In the last couple of rounds, TEC put up a fair fight, but in this last round, it was heads against the wall on this B side. Another very forceful execute that was just not planned out that well. Too many gaps that were left for all gamers to work with, and now I feel like XLG is putting an eye on this series, because for them it would be so nice if TEC wins this to make it a lot easier for them to secure champs. But now it's backs against the walls for Titan Esports Club, especially when we think about the fact that they are stuck on the 6th seed if they cannot win out this match.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a complete lock for champs if that results end up being the case. I just think that XLG ends up locking playoffs, which is almost pretty much them finding champs, right? They need, I think, a 4th place finish at worst.
Yeah,
And I think that they're good enough for it.
if TEC wins and XLG wins today, that must be champs locked for Sealai. But I could be wrong, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know the math on the points per se, but I think XLG is definitely 2nd place in terms of the points.
Yeah.
That much we do know. Just the question of how many points they have. ADG were able to confirm it on 19. I believe that XLG are on 17, if memory serves me right, with the 2 points they get this stage. So I think that, yeah, I think 18 might be enough, right? Because I'm thinking about the other teams. DRG have their work cut out for them. And at least though, for AG, that was a difficult game, right? And TEC didn't even play the cleanest style of Valorant, but they were still able to get over the finish line after all. That probably is the most important thing for them. Now, we're about to run to the end of the highlights and hear from the players themselves how it actually went down.
Kira.
And that was a sign of relief for all gamers in those voice comms in the end. We have already mentioned him. Kira is taking MVP on split with an ACS hitting 217. A lot of impact frags to be found from him, especially in those situations where it got a bit more chaotic. I feel like his proactivity really kept all gamers in the rounds.
Yeah, like he was the glue that allowed the rest of the team to eventually flourish, right? Like we were talking about this in the first half, how a couple of the players were having slow starts. It looked a lot better in the second half. Fangir, I'm thinking about Shrimp, the two of them had a much better time on defense. And if it wasn't for Kira kind of forcing 3 out of those 5 rounds in the first half, they might not even be here.
100%. Especially Fangir had a super start and him coming back online and TEC not really being able to find answers against the operator put all gamers into a position where they could close out this match. We see on the side of TEC there was no player really struggling too much, even though Lucas had this slow start himself. I feel like he found his way back and his utility was still quite impactful, but all in all, if we compare these two teams, all gamers were just better in every sense by just the tiniest bit, especially in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and it's a good thing for all gamers that they're able to get what is just going to be quantified as an ugly win, but really it shouldn't be that, right? It's a worrying sign for AG with everybody else kind of hunting for that 2 final slots for champs. And you know, we're talking about ADG and XLG. I think those two teams are probably a lock. It's just a question of who's going to be seeds 3 and 4. And all gamers are probably one of the better suited teams in terms of champs points. I have to wait and see if that is going to be the case in the long term. At least in this game, they played pretty well. I think, again, they were able to have a much better system on defense that even in their worst moments, it served them really solidly. And one of the things that we didn't talk about, if we're going to actually pivot over to the TEC slide, this is actually such a good debut from Rainy, right? A lot of the other debutants have had such a slow start. He looks so sharp mechanically, but unfortunately, I think that he's just been stranded to the wolves. And it feels like how it feels when you have like a stand-in or an emergency sub coming in for the team, where they're like, hey, we're gonna like let you do your own thing, you know, you go in, create space for us, and we'll play as a unit together. And it felt like a disservice to him because on defense, he was pretty much firing on all cylinders, him and Dynamite, but the two of them didn't have the system to facilitate their attack, and perhaps even that system was flawed because we were talking about those B-side hits just not working.
Yeah, Rainy had a great first map. Very confident, I like to see that. Maybe a bit overconfident in some situations, especially with the Neon. You can tend to be too fast for your team, and we've seen him dying mid-side or on ramps a couple of times while his team was still stuck in main. That's definitely something you can fix pretty fast. So I don't think TC is out of this series, especially when we are taking a look at the next map coming up, which is going to be Summit. They have some experience on that map already, and all gamers didn't look too well on this new map thus far.
It was a bit of a brawl every time Summit shows up here at VCTCN, and we're gonna see if it's gonna be another one of that. I'm hoping for an extravaganza, but what I do know is we're gonna have a brief interlude, and when we come back from the break, Summit will be up next.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
A competitive start between TEC and All Gamers ended up in a 23-round affair on the split. It ended to the team that picked it, thankfully for All Gamers. At times, there was a little bit of distrust, but they were able to at least steer the ship back to safety. Now, this is some murky waters we're about to hit into, Alina. It's about to go into Summit, and again, like, you know, we prefaced this at the very start of the day when we were talking about the veto, that we don't think that we've seen any decent Summits. But have you seen any good Summit team play from any of the pro teams so far?
I've seen nice attempts in certain rounds, especially from Billy Gaming, but a great Summit map, a great Summit comp still needs to be found, in my opinion. Most teams are agreeing on the fact that Omen is very nice, Cypher is very nice, but everything else is still so open. Teams are still experimenting. We also had Titan Esports Club switching up their comp, going from a Tejo and double Sentinel Cypher Sage comp to something a lot more aggressive with the Phoenix, but it didn't really work out for them. I wouldn't be too surprised if they head back to the double Sentinel Sage comp in this.
I mean, I feel like a bit of that double Sentinel comp though was Spitfires, and from what I do understand of Rainy and what he actually plays though, that's like one of the things that maybe could be a factor, right? Because Rainy really most likely played the very hyper-aggressive duelist in the TEC Academy. He played the Raze, he played the Neon, he even played a bit of the Chamber, right? So to see him here then, kinda, I guess, going back to the roots is a good thing, right? So they're putting trust in the agents that he can deliver. I don't mind the double duelist at all, but we're kind of seeing a very similar approach on the two sides. Of course, the main difference is the Viper, which we haven't really seen her at all, I do believe. So what's your take on the Viper here? I'm actually not a fan, and for reasons that I will mention afterwards, but I want to hear your take first.
All gamers haven't really delivered that much impact with the Viper against XLG and BLG, in my opinion. I think it is a nice attempt to slice down a very big mid space, but it hasn't been played around that successful. I feel like especially with agents like Neon and Chamber, it is a tough task to ask to fight the way around your own Viper wall, and it is just hindering you in playing aggressive in mid. And I think aggression towards mid from defense and attack is an important part of understanding and winning on summits.
Absolutely, but well, we'll have to wait and see how things do go then. For the faceted play that we have at the current moment in time, since this is a pick by TEC, All Gamers, by courtesy of picking a side, get to start on defense. Probably the better place out of those two when you're mentioning the Viper and what she can do. And that wall cuts a lot of angles off, but unfortunately not going to be enough angles to slow down Rainy. First block found by the A connector, but a quick answer from Fangir.
I like that TEC is playing mid in the first round, because we haven't really seen that much of mid aggression from them. The Hothand's a nice attempt to separate Rainy from the team, but not that successful for Kira. An answer found from Fangir, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Finds a trade, but then Coco's there from main to take him down as well. Numbers advantage for TEC, an open side found, and All Gamers with Shrimp and Bai don't really have that great of utility for a fast retake.
Oh man, he's up though. Like, Fangir seems like he's finally awoken, and that's a very dangerous proposition for TEC. For this round though, they need the pistol. They already had the numbers advantage, and Bai, we're not finding that initial duel. Shrimp waiting for the re-peek. They're going to be double peeking him from the other side on the contact of the Cypher. Right play, right time, and that is an immaculate execution from TEC to start off on the right foot.
A nice opening that ends up in a situation where TEC can really trade this round to a win. Every player from All Gamers is able to find that one nice frag, but then there is always a second layer from Titan Esports Club to secure the fact that they can keep the numbers advantage. Nice attempt on the retake, but TEC were just standing way too steady, especially after they could only convert 50% of their post plans on split. This is a sign of life for TEC.
Let's see if it's not gonna be a life of worries, because that angle is so dangerous. I don't like that immediate orb take. But at least they're able to trade for one and deny the rifle so far. Not really gonna be given much more here, but GRQ and a good angle in the back of the smoke. The Prowler nearly nets a kill, but will they check the right side? That's gonna be the question to be asked. Oh, they clear it! Almost a second too late. Thankfully, just a single kill from GRQ, and as long as they keep those three alive, I think it's an okay round.
It looked like a bit of an alibi check from Rainy. That could have been super, super dangerous, but they managed to keep themselves alive. A nice shot from Bai with the Bandit. So Haodong's out of the game, and it's just 2 players left, and I feel like Coco is taking a bit too much space. He's already in defender's spawn. That's a 1v1 on site.
Always be Lucas's, to be fair, but that's the only way he could lose it if he's caught with Util in hand. Had to give that position. Bai closes up, and he finds the second beauty one. And he's got the Bulldog, he's got the sight, at least one of the 2 halves. He might even stick the whole thing. Coco might not be ready, but I think he's bought just about enough time and a quad kill to his name to win the round. But 0-5 go down in what is supposed to be a bonus.
Every single gun on the ground. This is not the round that TEC wants to play. It looked so secure, and then all of a sudden everything is going wrong. GRQ finding one is fine, but Bai finding that shot onto Haodong is really opening up the round again. Coco taking just a bit too much space and leaves Lucas alone on side. This could have easily been a round for all gamers to already find their way back in. Now they have the weapon advantage, especially with so many guns going down. This is a very, very rough buy for TEC.
Yeah, the best that they can afford is a single stinger, and from that point of view, I understand why they're doing what they are doing. Again, like, I just want to slow that down for a second. I don't really think that this round is that consequential. I'm just looking at the Viper wall, and I'm thinking, is it even any good? Like, sure, it gives you 2 cutouts on the B-side entrance, but is that additional one on mid even necessary?
I feel like it can stop TEC from being too lightheaded on taking space from that angle, but mid is still very much open, so I don't see the biggest impact from that second layer of the wall. Definitely nice that you can cycle it up for holding B main, but the space in mid not really secure. As we see, there are 2 players from TEC just taking the space. I mean, they're being loud about it. They are throwing the Prowler in, they are making a lot of noise, but it is just a bit of show to make it easier for the rest of the team to take space towards B.
Again, personally speaking, I'm just not a fan, right? It feels like trying to force a Viper on an Abyss, for example, if that makes sense in that way. But right now, it seems like the Abyss is staring back, and Bai back-to-back triple kills. Very well handled from all gamers, didn't really make any mistakes. And they should be in a really comfortable position on their side.
And this next round already pretty much in play. A bit of damage dealt onto the both duelists of TEC, so not really the best of starts you can get, but a lot of mid space to be taken, but no enemy to be found. So they are reconsidering moving back just a bit. A spot should be the destination for TEC.
Yeah, and don't mind the leap in time. I think that we should now be caught up to the lifetime because of that little buffer that happened in the midway, but Fangir in prime time. Oh, that third shot was kind of abhorrent, to be honest. At least TEC is able to put down the spike, but as you very read about this, they shouldn't really have a way back into that round. 5-on-3, overdrive on Fangir, and Kira shuts down Coco. That was probably their last hope. Both the remaining 2 are isolated from each other. Dynamite is at least trying to give a fighting chance for Lucas. But that means that Dynamite is out in the open. They almost line up 4-3 for TEC in that line. Could make everything go wrong. There's a Nightfall now for the Fate. Kira's tagged by it. Not Fangir. He goes swinging, and Fangir needs to find his own 4K. Tries to go swinging on the other side. Overdrive in hand. Goes for the first half, but it's perfect timing for Lucas. No, Fangir beats him to the punch, and he is back in action.
Oh, a slow start from him doesn't mean he's done and dusted. Fangir is really back after having a great second half on Split. On the Neon on Summit, he is thriving. A lovely third shot. You already mentioned that. The flick onto Howdong has been looking great. And I felt like there are so many factors in this round where it could have gone terribly wrong for both teams. Especially TEC's Coco has been playing very, very solo, very much individual fights that he's been taking. That's very dangerous, especially as an Omen. As a Viper, I understand that. On Split, that's fine. But here, I feel like TEC can be a bit more put together. And Shrimp already finding an opening. Kira spammed down quite a bit, but he's out and he's healed.
Oh, he needs to stay out though. Doesn't really need to flirt with fire. I mean, I know that he thinks that he's the master of fire, but bullets are not really the same kind of thing. Might be synonyms, but not really identical. And at least for now though, all gamers did really well, right? They held that A-side take, and this composition from TEC, I don't think that they're really that well equipped to play middle. And that's really the one thing that I'm a little bit worried about.
They're taking some space towards B, but there is the main advantage I see from the Viper wall. You can always cycle it back up to block your enemies from side or make them vulnerable when they are trying to push in. And now that's Rainy completely separated from the team, being dealt with. All of the rest still stuck, and that's a very open TP from Coco. Another individual play going completely wrong for him.
Well, Fangir, individual, but this time might not be enough. At least to buy the time for Shrimp, and he's gonna do it up close, mafioso style, with that pistol. Much better dealt from the side of all gamers. They're able to shoot their way out for the past few. Let's see if that is going to continue for the rest of the summer.
I'm struggling a bit to understand what TEC is trying to achieve in this round, because yes, your Neon is sliding in, your Neon is separated from the rest of your team, but Coco TPing in pretty blindly is not really what is saving TC.
Yeah, really solid set of play there from their side. I mean, for me, though, like the one only question that I do have is this something that is replicatable, right? Is this something that is feasible to be sustained in a way, right? I feel like most of it is from the side of all gamers, right? TC have been getting really close though, and that's where things can be a problem, is that they haven't really been able to get off the important choke points, but I feel like if they're able to find a way to break through that, they're going to be in a much better position.
Yeah, that's maybe something they are discussing in the timeout that is going on currently. They are down by just one round, and as you mentioned, some of those have been pretty close. But the main issue for them is definitely to get onto the sides. If All Gamers is not giving them any space for free, it's pretty hard to find footing. And I feel like we see here once again that Rainy has his biggest struggle with being correct on the timing and not fighting too far forwards.
Yeah, now we'll see if things are not looking too solid for TEC. All gamers are able to hold it down. There's one from Kira, trying to look for a little bit more. Him and Bai are pretty much playing them for fiddle. And the one fighting chance is going to be the Phoenix, but eventually he'll beat them down.
DRQ is so clean with his aim against that slide. You already mentioned the change onto Neon's movement, but here we see if you don't really get that follow-up utility or support for the Neon, it is really hard to fight on your own with just a slide and the ambition to make the kill happen. Rainy solo and picked off again, and then it's just all gamers all over the place. The retake and play before the spike has even been on the ground, and now TEC are back into another economy round. So the timeout didn't really work out for them, and they are very committed to fight into a rather stacked side once again.
我的大招好了。
So, let's see if that is going to be something that could happen again, right? You know, we're talking about that for TEC. They're able to find the right pocket of space, but not this time around. Not the right timing, and if they only have a single pronged attack, it becomes infinitely easier for all gamers to just do stuff like that. A good spray down there from GRQ. And they feel like that they're trying to take that fight, and that's why everybody's saying like Summit is a DM heavy map, because it feels like it just comes down to a DM of whether or not you're gonna go out of A main if you're going out there most of the time or towards B.
I mean, the main issue for the attackers it is how open they are when they're pushing through a smoke that is lying in those choke points. So I would love to see more teams taking space in mid and using all of these link and connector areas, just as Lucas is trying at the moment, but he is on his own. So if Fangir is pushing that, he's done and dusted, but hold on, Coco and Dynamite trying to make this round work again. They are pulling the whole rotation onto the A side, and Lucas is finding B for completely free. A nice wraparound from Dynamite by completely unaware. TEC is doing wonders by taking some space, by taking some aggressive duels from mid on.
A couple of really good shots, but I don't think that there could have been any worse timing for those next two kills. And now, Fangir left alone. Before, he was able to find a 4K clutch. This time, I think that the spike is too far gone. I think the Dynamite probably will have it unlocked because Fangir might not be ready for that peak. Apparently he is. But I think that the timer, as is too far gone. Spike out in the open, and Fangir knows that doesn't really have any real chance. So he's just gonna keep whatever he can into the next round. And it does mean that TEC bring the buffer back to 1. Now we'll see TEC's better chances. You were talking about middle. They were able to play that one really well in the mid round, but it's really difficult to establish early control in mid if you don't understand what the other team is doing. And it feels weird to see both teams avoiding middle, right? Almost always, it's a unanimous call that as long as you have a sniper, you would see one of your players, just like Fangir's there, able to play mid, get a lot of early information, and make things a lot easier. But unfortunately, just chasms, not even gaps in the defense afterwards.
I mean, we have seen TEC avoiding mid so much that BLG has sent down YZ completely on his own to go for a flank and secure multi-kill, and that is something that could easily happen against all gamers as well when you are that defensive in making space towards mid. We see all gamers making use out of that. Both duelists set up to take some space, and Fangir is eager to do that. Task jiggled a bit too fast, spotted Howdong. That could be an indicator that TC is on their way towards B.
They might know that. We were talking plenty about that Viper wall. Now, let's see if it is going to find any real value. It's off for now. So goes the door. Down with the guillotine, but it just might not be down for the B side. They pulled the stack of AG pretty well. Now it's a matter of timing. They might pivot back towards mid and play for the connector, and it seems like that is going to be the case. So they go through mid, they can go back to A, but the rotation from all gamers might have just beaten them to the punch.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. A side already stacked, and TEC is on a mission to go exactly there. A nice prowler, but Fangir is fighting forward. The relay ball not hitting anyone, and Dynamite is taking the kill. Run it back now and play for Kira, finding exactly the player on the other end, but time could be an issue here. GRQ needs to be checked, but it is another corner. That is the nightmare for TEC. Dynamite trying to make the round work, but the time is already gone, and Kira is just jumping in his face. What is happening on Summit, and why is it always Summit?
Chaos! And down in the mud they go. That is the kind of action you'd expect out of Summit. Honestly speaking, though, very well played from Kira there and GRQ in the end. Those were the well-worked kills. I gotta say, the remaining few I was not too happy about. Like Fangir forcing the issue a bit too much there. And now, he doesn't have the operator, but he knows that the buy of TEC is weaker, so I don't even mind him thinking about going towards middle. Doesn't seem to be the case here, so back towards the A side we go, guys. Like, can we just establish that this is not the angle to play? Yeah, like, you might be able to get the orb at best, but I don't think that there's much else other than this.
I mean, this wall from Bai is securing at least a bit more space towards mid, so I can understand why you wouldn't want to fight that. This is a bit of an issue for GRQ on that box fight, and Haodong clean on the bandit as well. Shrimp and Bai trying to pick up the pieces, trying to pick up the kills. Another triple for the Viper of all gamers. Why does it feel like in like at least 60 or 70% of the rounds that there is no mid on this map? 2 players towards B, 3 players towards A, mid completely left open by either of the teams. It's just as if this space wouldn't even exist in most of the rounds.
And they're doing so well. Every time they are in mid, they get picked off guard with players of all gamers. They don't expect them to be there. They earn a lot of space. And even their splits were a little bit more dangerous when they've had those connectors. I understand that probably in their head, when they scrimmed the map, they thought, hey, the A orb seems to be really easy to get. But apparently that's not the case. And they've been significantly punished every time they try to go to A. Finally, they try to play towards middle. But as you can tell, all gamers apparently have the right read on that. Dynamite called by the Seas. So you know that there's a play on that side, but Fangir and Kira might have to be careful. They might be biting off more than they could chew. Never mind. Great work from Fangir. Unfortunately, Kira got deleted instantly in that sequence. So still a 3-on-3 after all. They're trying to work their way into the A side. There's a real chance for GRQ to repeat the heroics. I love that smoke. Now they might not be aware of how deep he is. Shrimp on the other side. A timing there for the Omen, but he drops the ball. He had them all on a silver platter. And now Shrimp have got to wait for Bai, who's coming from the other connector. The paranoia pushes him off-site, but Bai is able to get the one on it. And now they need to play off the other side. The box is no respite. And Haodong will find some reverie. Now Dynamite is all that remains in that round for TEC. The closest that they have gotten to any clean affair. And this is a true TDM affair here. Shrimp this time around is gonna beat them to the punch, and all gamers again in another clutch coming out victorious.
Oh, it's so hard to defend the planted spike on the A side when you don't have any space towards CT or Link, because from main you can hardly see anything that is going on the side. I like the position from GRQ as well, and the smoke should force TEC to focus more towards side, but Coco very aware for that fight towards main, and in the end it's just coming down to another aim duel. An important swing round this would have been for TEC, but all gamers, especially on the back of the flash from Kira, even though he got deleted, Fangir could make this double kill happen, secure the halftime lead already after just 10 rounds played.
Yeah, and again, that duel, gotta say, not a fan, and probably neither are the guys of TEC. It's an annihilation from the two duelists. Kira perhaps overheated a bit, and now they're paying the price for it. GRQ also caught in the crossfire, and somehow it's another 2-on-2. I swear, I'm sick and tired of this map. I'm sick and tired of this angle. I'm done. I'm leaving this round.
Oh, someone has to save Vol. Someone has to get him a piece of chocolate to ease his mind just a bit. Another 1v1 situation, and this time it's Lucas on the clutch. How is TEC even still in this round? The openings have gone so terribly wrong, and then it's just all gamers being too over-eager to fight into this main space, even though they already had such a big numbers advantage. I don't like what I'm witnessing here. In this stage, I haven't seen one great round on Summit, I feel like.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I think that, like, anybody that says that Fracture is a worse map than this is on some straight
lying.
copium. Like, I'm sorry, the map is just so early on, and it's very obvious that the teams are playing the most rudimentary tactics at this point. You know, I'm just gonna let it go. It's a glorified DM. It's a whole heap of fun, to be honest. And I do like a group of sharp aimers, as we can tell they're from all gamers themselves. But let's see if they're able to add a little bit more. They already got the one spike to be planted. The paranoia is perfect. And Bai is playing off the back of it. Now Kira walks in. Two from his side. How did he get away with Lucas? What?
I am at a loss of words. At this point, TEC started the round with 5 players in B main. All gamers could have taken all of the space they wanted, but they decided to just send 5 players towards B as well. And then they are just clashing their hats against each other. What is this execute? What is TEC trying to achieve? And how is Lucas getting 2 frags there? I don't understand what's going on anymore.
Wait, what a flick. I didn't even realize how ridiculous it was until it was on the slow-mo. That was a mini-map flick. That is really... Wow.
I'm so glad TEC is not attacking anymore, because their arsenal of attack strats was from we are trying to get an orb on A, and we are trying to just execute with 5 people into B, and then there were some swing rounds where they actually tried to secure some space in mid, and that was so lovely, and I don't understand why they don't do that a bit more often. Now they are on their defensive half, and when I'm looking at their stats against Billy and against XLG, defense has been a bit more solid for them than their attack, but still, I'm worried. I'm genuinely worried by the understanding how to play Summit from both of these teams.
I think universally, even in a few games that are played across the rest of the regions, it has been a bit more defender-sided. And it's because the defense really has the work cut out for them, right? You hold B main with your anchor, you play aggressive on that A angle that TEC were desperate to find some early success on, and you just put a sniper on middle. That's pretty much Summit in a nutshell for defense, right? It doesn't feel like it's going to be that complicated to play defense on attack. You've got like a very weird angle on the A side and like 3 corners you got to worry about, a box in the middle of nowhere. It is very defender-sided, I think, by the way that the corners are. And in a way like Split, where at least Split has some of those open corridors for the movement duelist and the live duelist to function. There isn't really much of the same there, but now let's see. Again, the A side in question, and again, my heart cries out, but at least all gamers are smart enough to keep someone at middle and lean out towards that angle afterwards.
Yeah, a bit more space taking, a bit more of a split that is being played. Some shots forced out of Rainy to deal with the utility and then execute and play for all gamers.
Start might be there. The A side defense is collapsing for now. All gamers have found one. Traces Fangir leading the charge again with another multi-kill.
Yeah, another triple found from Fangir, and you already mentioned Bai sitting in that all-in off angle in this corner on such low HP, and then it feels like he's not really patient enough to keep on sitting there. He moves out just the tiniest bit, and that gives all gamers such an important opening for this round. Now a pistol under their belts, and TEC, well, they are still looking forward to find a 5th. I mean, this could be a very, very quick map, especially with the economy that all gamers is trying to build up with this rather low buy, a Stinger in play, a Marshall in play, so many possibilities.
Yeah, but do you know what's the good thing about this one? Just gotta say, guys, you don't actually need to commit to an angle and buy, just like Bai did, right? Just jiggle the angle, take the jump spot, identify the strengths and the weaknesses, and then play it from there. Unfortunately, though, there's a bit of a weakness because Bai ended up going down anyways, but Fangir is trying to chop off that angle. Now that Fangir is there, you know there's only one angle that they can play from, and it's making the job a lot easier for Kira. 2 on his line already. The 3 players surviving is good enough, considering that Fangir can indeed upgrade to one of those fallen bulldogs.
I mean, the Stinger going into the hands of Rainy didn't end up being as dangerous as I thought it would be for a hot second, and All Gamers is definitely making this round work quite comfortably. Kira with the flash, with the swing, that looks pretty clean, and All Gamers bring a bunch of bigger weapons into this round, which is allowing them to force a couple of weapons into this round without having that big of an economy disadvantage, even though GRQ and Shrimp, they invest a lot of money to make this round work.
And investing money is one thing, but making the round work, I feel like, is a whole different affair. And like, even from All Gamers' few rounds that we've seen here, like, very obvious that they have better ideas, right? They played towards B, they've been aggressive. TEC have been very reserved as well, which is so surprising on the map that the defensive prowess truly comes from just being ruthless.
I mean, we do see from TEC that they have a pretty secure understanding of locking down mid with the tripwire and closing the door pretty early in the round, so you only really have to worry about the A-link area, but still All Gamers have a bit of space to work with. The trip could be easily cleared, A-link is still a dangerous space, and now All Gamers heading towards the A side is still giving them a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, the thing is though, Kira got his running back, so he can be an entry if they want to use that here, but apparently not investing the ult just yet. But the timer is running low, and I feel like they need to invest it here. There's do or die, right? This is the final call, and Kira's gonna be a bit too late to that party. Somehow still buys the one to find the opener. Dynamite's still alive in the end. They get information on both, and Fangir is able to make do. Two from him as he swings from the site onto the back. And now Lucas and Haldong left offside, trying to get their way in. They almost got it a bit too close, but Fangir did really well to play out the back of Kira, and from there it seems to be all but over. 11 on the board for AG. What was a slow start, now fully culminated into the expected dominance.
And Fangir is on 22 frags already in only a couple of rounds played, a halftime done, but not really that many rounds. 15 played by now, and the fact that he is pulling up those numbers is really a saving grace for All Gamers. Now another time out in play for TEC, and I feel like if they don't show us a bit of proactivity, this map is done and dusted. I'm not even saying they have to be proactive towards mid, but they have to be proactive somewhere to have a better idea and a better understanding of what All Gamers are doing, because right now, Summit feels like free real estate for them, to be honest.
Yeah, and unfortunately though, for TEC, I think with the way that their composition is lining up, I don't even know if like, TEC are going to be able to do much. Like, that's the thing that I'm worried about. Like, we even seen there from their A defense. It was a decent stack, but did it do anything? I don't think so, no.
I mean, we've seen some Neon Phoenix proactivity out of All Gamers in their defensive half, especially with having a flash setup towards mid or taking some space in B main. I feel like TEC could easily do the same, but the fact that they have Haodong on B side in most rounds is pretty much giving them less opportunities on utilizing the double duelist on defense.
Well, let's see if that defensive double duelist is gonna fare any better. Rainy and Dynamite apparently still struggling. They've had one good half this series. If they get another one, that means there's some hope for TEC, but All Gamers need one more round to be on match point. And mind you, look at this arsenal. TEC doesn't even have anything. Tripwire isn't even effective. Outlaw immediately dies down to an over-eager duel. And this might be match point right there. Kira ahead of the smoke. Needs to be careful not to be peppered down by the players on the other side. I really like this from him. Dodges the flash in the right time. Also the Prowler, and should be able to handle that duel pretty easily. From there, no open doors, and a perfect timing from Shrimp, even if he's traded out. There's only one more angle that they have to worry about, which is like the elbow corner, and Coco knows that there's very little support remaining. So Rainy is going to be figured out, and it's a little too late to the party. Now Coco's out of that one. All about padding the meters. One more kill to his name. But always, it was going to be match point for AG.
Kira's decision making on which fights he is taking and which fights he is not taking has been so superior, especially in this series, but this whole stage. I mean, he's been a standout player for so long with his flexibility and his consistent numbers, but the fact that he is able to go into a fight and realize immediately, I'm not winning this on my own, I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna look for another angle, is so important for all gamers.
Can I just say, TEC have really disappointed me in a weird way, right? I knew that they promoted Rainy from the VLR article a while ago. Like, I think over a week ago they announced that. But I'm looking at this, I'm just answering, well, why, like, this is both sides end up losing, right? You lose a lot of leniency with Spitfires, who you bench in the most important game of the season, and you promote a player, this is his VCT debut, against all gamers for no real reason at all. And Rainy seems like he would have been a good prospect to grow into a season all throughout perhaps an evolution where he gets the time to be one of your primary duelists. Right now, he's just tossed straight into the fire, and I really hope that it doesn't have an impact on his long-term career as well.
I think he played an evolution in spring a couple of times, but still there's this routine missing for the players, and we see that in a lot of executes. Now in the defensive halves, it's not that visible to us, but still there are issues, and it's putting Rainy in a pretty uncomfortable position, same as GRQ has put himself in an uncomfortable fight here against Lucas, but he's been traded out, so numbers are in favor of TC for well. Hold on. Finding Shrimp, but also being traded down. This is such a weird fight.
Oh, but Kira might get a chance. Actually, steals away Coco's life. And there's about enough time to go for the plant. And now the time is all but over. Rainy knifes out. Why? Okay, that's the round over. Don't peek into it, Rainy. Thank God that was over. But just why? Why?
This feels so uncomfortable. Especially when you're playing against someone like Kira. This is uncomfortable. The first encounter with the knife out in the 1v1 is hard to look at. And then he's going for the refight in a situation where Kira has lost the round due to time, and you can see it in his face. He's realizing in that moment, damn, my enemy has given me the fight. I could have won that. The round was gone, but they're giving me a chance.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, those were a couple of steals, right? Like the kill on Coco was really impressive, but that's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about Rainy, right? Like, there are so many elements to this, guys. Like, again, there's already an intrinsic element to Spitfires being a part of AG. So I don't think anybody on this TEC team is hungry to prove themselves with a win other than him, right? Like, he basically got told, you're not enough firepower, we're bringing in this prodigy from KCB. And truth be told, Fangir has been amazing for all gamers. I think, you know, like, everything is just being brought out of this matchup. And I thought that if Rainy was going to be playing, he probably would be playing for Coco, but apparently not really the call that they're going to be making. And just the duelist for duelist upgrade I'm not a fan of. I think that there's a lot more to be told by Rainy. But I'm very high on Spitfires myself, even from his time at AG. I thought that he was really impressive back then. That won't be the case though for today, as he's not playing, and Fangir has been really impressing. 23 kills to his name. Might add a little bit more, but that's the perfect fencer from the defense. Spotted all the numbers on that side, but even with the Nightfall, that is such great stagger from the side of all gamers, using the hot hands and the relay bolt. No push from TEC, and that's a lot of utility used for a whole heap of nothing.
Yeah, it was a great haunt, a great nightfall, but then all gamers immediately find the answer, and that is just a bit too far forward from Rainy. Dynamite is missing all of his shots. No, not like this.
Cut the tape, William. I think that's enough, Tank. I think we just need to bring this one home. And it really should be. The final two remain now. It's just Coco. Again, I was harping on him. He's having a good performance, but I don't think he's that high and mighty might have found 2. Still needs to find 3 more. And they know what to do. This is their campaign all over. And just like Titans, they might think that they are the rulers, but their hubris caught up to them and they will fall down at the bottom of the group. Just a single win to their name as All Gamers edged themselves a new chance. Now 2-2 in Group Omega, looking to bring themselves into that fray for playoffs.
And in Group Omega, there are so many things still possible for these teams, especially when we consider the fact that All Gamers still have a game to play against DRG on Wednesday. They are in a good position to climb even higher in their group, to secure an even better seed, and have a nice chance when we are looking at play-ins and play-offs. I mean, dodging play-ins is definitely something that this team has an eye on.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I think that ODG, AQ are a couple of teams that if you've watched Ascension last year, you might be familiar with some of those names. But really, like, I think that whoever's going to come out of the Nationals is going to be a true threat to both the bottom teams in groups Alpha and Omega. I think the Tracer is dead in the water, if I'm going to be honest with you. But even other teams like JDG, like DRG could also be in the mix. Like, I feel like DRG are very beatable for All Gamers. They definitely could find the win there. And Group Omega, just like in Stage 1, seems to be the much more competitive affair. Unfortunately though, just like the last year, is because really everyone has been down in the same level of mud more than anything else.
Yeah, it's been quite a mud fight in this group where everyone could beat anyone, and still at this point, and we are this deep in the stage, I can't tell who is the team that is good in this group.
But let's take it over to the interview.
输了2场比赛的时候，我们也马上就是及时的复盘，然后及时的
So what kind of adjustments have you guys been making?
继续磨合我们。
还是很多的复盘和不断的调整。那也想问一下，今天其实面对到体坛
Yeah,
这
we've
个队
made
伍，
a lot
他
of
们也是
mistakes.
以长
We found a
拉
lot
扯
of mistakes.
以比较娇黏著称嘛。那你们在赛前有没有做一些特别的针对和部署，才能让今天没有加时、没有屠杀，
So,
非常
TEC is
高
known
效
for the
2-0拿
push
下
and
这
pull
场比赛呢？
Do you guys practically anti-strap them?
没有做太多吧，我觉得就是
Like not let them bring you guys to
相
overtime.
信队友的各种配合就好。我觉得每个扣吧，我觉得。
还是做好自己。
It's just we didn't do too much. We just believed in what Kira was saying, and hope that we're teamwork
所以我觉得还是下了苦功夫的。那再说到我们的这个天书云雀这张星图啊，你们也是拿下了属于自己的首胜。那今天你们的阵容其实有了非常大的变化，包括 Fangir 和小白的一个位置的变动。那对你来说，这套换
So to talk about Summit and AG getting the first win on Summit today. And to talk about the comp changes and the role changes. Yeah, what were your thoughts on like this new comp that you're running?
我们要去主动做事情，我们只要打得更舒服。
And he says that this comp allows us to be more proactive on both sides. It's like last time we were like a bit too passive. As long as we were proactive, it's more comfortable for us.
我觉得目前这个阵容还可以吧，我觉得，因为
You think like this is like the meta, the best possible solution for you
如
guys?
果他需要什么道具的话，我们会配合他。
了解，你说到你的道具配合，
And he says that it's alright. And if Kira's playing the entries, he has ideas of his own. And whenever he has a util that he needs, he can just request from us.
这个决斗位的不断的变动，对你的打法，对你的思路，会不会
So
有什么
everyone
改
except for
变
you has been like kind of taking turns playing duelists,
我自己
except for you.
没有什么太大变化，因为他们
Yeah, how does it
觉得
change
他
your
们
play
有自己的
style
想法
with
的话，然后我会
all the
调整自己去
duelists
配合他们，就
changes?
是希望他们玩得更舒服一点吧。我觉得
He says it doesn't affect
会
me
去
too much.
配合每个决斗位选手打出最好的团队效果。
Yeah, and he says that I will just
再次
adjust
恭喜 AG，
to
也是
them,
非常感谢
whichever
下个阶段
one
的
is
采
playing
访。
duelists,
那接下来
according
呢，
to
让
what
我
they
们
need.
用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a prize draw for the audience.
谢谢虾哥。那今天最后我们当然还有我们的福能
I mean, all gamers are definitely realizing their biggest mistakes being the lack of proactivity. They are talking about the fact that it is helping them so much to be a bit more proactive in their fights, and we can definitely see that working out for them, especially when we compare the showing today with what we've seen against XLG and BLG, where we saw they were struggling with the map and the understanding, and I feel like this time against TEC they had all the right answers, even though most of the fights were chaotic and many rounds could have gone either way. At the end of the day, the scoreboard is pretty clear.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to BDOS for that. It was not Moon this time, but you know, Moon usually is here, but at least what is always here, apparently, for any game that involves all gamers is a lot of high-octane moments, and perhaps like that's just really the contrast that I want to have, right? Like, they were talking about their composition swaps and what it means. I don't think that Summit is one of those maps that you can slow down, per se, right? Like, some teams do try to slow down, for example, maps like Breeze with the Viper. That's why the Viper is really kind of necessary. You also think about some of the other maps that can be slowed down, like Corrode, for example, was one of the best examples of this, with a fair bit of Astra, a fair bit of Deadlock actually seeing play there as well. I think that we've just seen, at least for now, nobody's figured anything out, and just the only option is just to play fast and loose and say, hey, we're probably the better team, let's just go out there and shoot them.
Yeah, and Kira IGLing this is still a miracle to me. Let's have a look at the comps.
放心吧，放心。登陆脚人。
能被点灭，能被点灭。
用眼吗？他来了，不要，我丢孔。我们就打外面。
还有点
我打闪了，我打了闪了，我架了。丢孔你丢猪就好了。好。然后第二盘我丢眼，好吧？好，第二盘你会 OK。
能被点灭，还 push me guys。
加中了。好。有，干枪。
It's me。
我走了。等你带。走，你走。好像。
Play it. Go back.
Return。
哎，
好像。
爆雷器落在 B。
我支架没带。
Close wall by close wall。
好了。
Close to me。两个。One more。Nice。
加油！小白，我们这两个手真棒，我们俩这样交流很没问题，完美，就这么交流，完美。对我捏了烟了，没时间了，我准备开大火。
A short。
我不能开大烟。背头 A 妹。
No。
我开了刀去。开，那你起来，收了。挨大黑。没时间了，没什么时间了。
Nice。
反高刀起。
Don't peek。
没 no time。
4 seconds。
有时间。
两个。
Nice。加油。
Right side。
他哪一？
Nice。
爽不爽？黑的刘华强。加油。爽得很。
So here.
Commanding, assertive, and to the opposition, usually abrasive. Fangir back to his classic form here, nearly a 3 KD, and with almost 340 ACS. He has really had one of those usual Fangir standout performances, and that is more of what we expected. He wasn't really the fastest to rise today, but he certainly left a lasting impact when they needed him the most to show up on Summit.
Definitely, the slow start is 100% forgiven from all gamers, because Fengir really helped them out a lot to close down Summit in this dominant fashion. I really enjoyed when we had a listen to the comms, and there was the situation on A side where they were like, oh, no time, don't peek, and then they make this decision to still go into this fight together. Yeah. All gamers seem like they had a lot of fun on this map.
I think it's because they called it, right? Like they said no time and then they said 4 seconds. So immediately when they heard the spike going down, they were suspicious that it might just be about enough. There's one person that was a connector that wasn't gonna die anyways. So he just said, hey, I'm gonna chill back and let them peek. And they took the peek, took both of those kills, and very obviously, and funnily enough, the first bloods do mirror the result of the game. I think that is pretty much par for the course, unfortunately, for Summit. And I'll be really intrigued to seeing which path does Summit take. Does it become an icebox? Or does it become something more? Does it become a corrode where there's like a lot more fun and variability in there? But at least for now, it's just hectic, and I really do enjoy that initial discovery phase. It, I guess, scratches an itch that not a lot of other maps do get. An itch that at least I get a lot from Fracture, even if it's a bit more solved now. It's so much fun to see those compositions in action, and a very basic composition here, unfortunately, but hey, if it works out, it works out. And Kira was having such a good time at the secondary duelist, something that Shrimp was talking about. And I think that now that they are really more flexible and who's playing that second duelist in AG, they seems to finally get the reins back on things. There was a slow start off the back of EWC, but I think that they're going to be back in full form now.
Yeah, having Kira back on the duelist on this map really helped them out a lot. They had him on the Viper in the first couple of matches, and I feel like that had them a bit scared for the entries and for the faster pace situations. So that's definitely a change that has been helping them out a lot. And with this, the basement duel of Group Omega is a done deal. TEC falling without really the biggest fight, especially on their own map pick. I think this team, they have been sticking with their roster for so long. They have been trying to make it work, but especially when we're looking towards 2027, maybe it's time for a change.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are in for an overhaul, right? Like Trace, I think, is one of those. Now we kind of see TEC maybe thinking about a restructure, but we'll have to wait and see for those when the year ends. We finished the bottom brawl. Now it's time to see who's gonna ascend to the throne. Billy got a game up on XLG, but they might go down today as the two teams at the top fight for ascendancy in Group Omega after this break.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel it forced apart. And if you start shit, you'll be hard lived in the darkness, torn apart quick. You left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for a good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts. 'Cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling for a good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
If you catch my drift. next to me, come on. If you catch my drift, said forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling don't want to say
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I just need You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now yo, need some of that noodle. Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my never bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, 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 yeah. We can set the world on fire. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn so. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby.
have me by your side when the sun.
Welcome back to VCT CN, supported by Project Horizon. We are in 2026 stage 2 here towards the tail end of things, and we've just seen a bit of a battle, a quick 2-0 from AG versus TEC, and the latter there, that team, the Titans themselves, have unfortunately cemented themselves in the bottom of Group Omega. But hey, enough about that. We flip our attention to the top side of the group with the two, big shots here between Bilibili versus Sealai Gaming. My name is Multitius. Joining with me is Zach, and how are we feeling about these two big teams today?
100% agree with you there, and like you mentioned, the top teams of the group, of course, looking to get closer to getting to that playoffs. Yeah, we're going to head into the playoffs right now. I mean, we had a quick word on the map veto as well before we do start the game. I do believe we have a summit coming up, which I'm personally very excited about, but we're going to be opening on Lotus. So yeah, before we get to summit,
我的大招好了。
在这儿。
爆能器已部署。马上回来。还剩1名敌人。炸药包出动。我的。 马上回来，都用完了。
遮天蔽日。
爆能器已部署。
经刺已激活。
炸弹车出发。直面统治吧！展开视还剩1名敌人。 一场吧。
这里。
Looks like round 7 has round 6 has concluded. Round 7, my apologies. Yeah, round 7 has just concluded. I mean, Bilibili still continue their tear at this moment. They still haven't expended the Nightfall. But now XLG, a lot of ultimates coming online. They have to convert this sooner than later. No Man also one away from that showstopper. Bit of a fast satchel in to regain this space. No From the Shadows from Neff. Triggered this particular round. Not that anyone's looking towards stairs anymore.
I mean, it's just going to bring back PTSD at this point. They do have the Raze and the Fade in an aggressive position, opposite position towards B. So with the Operator, and like you mentioned, the ultimates could be a huge round. Knight, though, does have the Nightfall available for an additional bit of pressure on side or to deny a retake. So all they need to do is really get the spike down. This time, though, FT going to be stopped in his tracks. No Man finding some kind of spacing back. Pops the showstopper as well, able to get another kill off the back of it. 2v5, and for the first time, advantage without question here for XLG that is not immediately traded or countered.
Yeah, those are the entries out and done with as well. Not a lot that the attackers have. They teleport in though. B has been compromised, and still XLG hold their ground. They know they have numbers advantage. They're going to spend some time clearing that C corner, making sure everyone is where they should be. Prowler sent just to bait a few things, but the plot will eventually come down.
Oh, the paranoia. Neff absolutely makes a baller play, gets the From the Shadows back as well, puts a little bit of additional pressure. You got to outrun the Steel Garden, and Knight manages to do that, has the Nightfall as well, but the timing here for Arga, can he hit the shot? Yes, he's able to do that. Rushia finds a trade though, with the timing not the greatest. The defuse has to come through. You've got the camera in place, you've got the defuse being stuck, the 1v2 not gonna work out, and XLG find their first round here on this defensive side, even pick up the Operator as well. So as big a win as you can expect, but they didn't need 2 outs for it. I gotta highlight that.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, right? Like there were a bit more utilities expended from the side of Bilibili, so you gotta respect that they were able to have a beautiful paranoia showstopper to really hold off things from the get-go, and then the top down, the spray, just to nail down that final defuse and get their first on the board. Gotta breathe a sigh of relief there, but like you said, a little expensive from the outside.
Yeah, quite expensive. I mean, this time around again was the 8 pressure to start off with. Now you've got the Prowler and no one to really break it, so it's gonna force this Jet out of the position, no Operator, and that's just gonna give the space here free on this B side. Everybody falling back, so I don't think the showstopper is gonna find anybody, but they do have a lot of space on the C execute. And now once again, it's the timer, the pressure on the side of XLG that they have to try to make this retake work.
This is tough, right? FT is already on the lurk side, waiting for Leo to really see who gets the crunch on who, right? Because if Leo gets into this mid space, that's going to be a big deal to peek out, and that's the flank done and dusted with. Now, BLG can focus their attention back onto the left side of the map.
Yeah, numbers advantage as well now. How much more can you really do? Arga finds one with the blades, the paranoia perfect as well. That's gonna get them the space onto side, and No Man's just taking the diffuse. It might be a little bit late for this utility. No, the nades don't do enough. They don't exactly connect, or it takes a little bit too long, and yeah, it's just gonna be a diffuse under the nose. It might be a economic win, but not a round win. RIP.
Oh my lord. I mean, you think it's GG, it's full over, right? Like 4-5, they storm the site, and just pros not faking whatsoever. The knives out as well from XLG just to make it a bit more expensive, but really No Man just stacking it through and through, knowing that those nades will come a tinge late to the battlefield.
There's also a C's that missed from the Fade, so that probably made things much more difficult as well. Once again though, Varga with the money for the op thanks to that round win. looking to play aggressive. I don't know if they heard the sound of the second duelist moving here. YZ's position. But yeah, Raga takes the early peek and chooses to fall back. The timing up might not be the greatest though, but no man. At least taking care of that Cypher cam.
Refract gets one, I believe one player information, just to know that they've super pushed up right onto the A rubble side. So it's all eyes on C, but you really see the likes of Raga, who's brought in the AWP stall utility to get this operator just into place. Neff with teleport of a lifetime.
Oh, Lizor, he's gonna have to win this, and it's gonna be so difficult. Already tagged up by all that util. Raga with the AWP as well, not having the impact that you want today. Unfortunately, at least Leo able to find one with the Guardian. But yeah, it's all a question of timing here. Neff has it in spades. 3k on the round already, and just 2 players left. Nomad and Leo trying to make the difference right now. Leo having found one, but it's a 2v4. They know exactly where one player is, and they're happy to just hold the angle. Safety in numbers. Yeah, it just has to be a safe call, I think.
You know, they're still making it maybe a bit more expensive. The Judge, not the best piece of utility, a piece of rifle, but they've got 2 satchels to maybe close the distance. The question is, do you risk it for the biscuit right now? No. Phantom in hand now. Holding the S key? Yeah, I had to look at my keyboard. I feel like I've never set the S key before.
Probably, I always get confused as well between A and D, which one's supposed to be left and right. It's not the same, but it's like similar, you know. Yeah, 4k for Neff, finds one more for the tally. Still alive, by the way. And yeah, that's BLG back to their winning ways. Sure, they lost in a round to a Ninja Diffuse, but it's not the worst place and out. Even hunting for more kills. Rushia cleans house. And yeah, no gun's gonna be saved here. Ooh, yeah, you better shut up there, buddy. Very nice.
It's crazy because, like, you know, we were just talking about FT 11-1 being their scoreline. Neff is now 14 up, right? Has had, I want to say a bit of a quieter stage 2 and early stage, stage 1 and early stage 2. But now it's really finding the footing with some ridiculous plays, with some those classic kind of, hey, Omen outplays that you just don't expect typically in the pro scene.
Yeah, we love seeing a good Omen teleport and a good Omen ult finding a 2k or 3k. It's at least one of my favorite things because I started off playing Omen in this game when I did start playing, so we love that. But back to the default here. Not really trying to figure out where the gamble stack is. I think they kind of have an inkling it's towards C. They know that A space has been taken aggressively. I believe the satchel was hurt here. And I don't know. I mean, it's a Bucky at close range. In the past, I would have said it's much better. But yeah, it is going to be 1, maybe 2. Yeah, that's pretty good, dude.
Not bad indeed. A lot of information gained at this moment. But I think, yeah, Bilibili has had the bigger read here, right? Knowing that, you know, with so many members being noticed on the A side, it's just going to be Rushia slowly clearing all these corners. No information. The sheer wall is on that B side. So it's just going to be a free walk up. Smoke for deterrence, but knock knock, no one's home. So you might as well capitalize on it.
Yeah, I like this as well from Rushia, just blatantly pushing with the Outlaw, really good sense of timing there. And yeah, it's going to be able to take up a lot of space. That Outlaw, if you can get it towards a CT position or towards Waterfall, very good deterrent. They might not expect someone to be that close and personal, or it's going to be much more difficult to clear, especially with a backup player to try and hold on to things. It's going to be the smoke to come down, though, towards CT first, and everybody else just defending the spike. And once again, even with the numbers disadvantage, they have a pretty good chance, especially with Neff switching over to the Outlaw. I like that.
Yeah, trips on both the attackers, kind of B and A entrance, and one has been, both has been dealt with. So a bit more focus now on the backside is Neff with a couple of bullets here in the Outlaw. Door tapped, drawing attention. This is all information down south, and Rushia will have to step off that tall box.
Problem is the time here. Yeah, you still got yourself in aggressive position. Raga finds the first, though. It's going to be the elevation to try and find the damage, and now in a 1v2. FT has the util to possibly try and stall and clutch this out, but yeah, it's going to be the timer that helps him win the round.
While sticking to the end, FT wanting to pad those stats just a little bit more. Could not get it, unfortunately, but, you know, rounds a win. And also, that's more important for themselves.
Also, yeah, just to add on to your point, they're really rich, I think, at this point with like one more round or less than a half, you know. They can each buy an operator if they really wanted to.
Might as well. You know, for the VLR stats, I mean, FT is having a wicked ripper kind of round at this moment. A couple away from their ultimate as well. I mean, it's a lot that BLG have brought to the table. XLG last round here to make it what it's worth. One away from that showstopper, so eyes on Nomad. If they can collect one kill somewhere.
Oh, I like this play. That Cage, though, really doing the damage and the spam from Knight as well, cooking here. YZ somehow managing to get away with his life as they try to pivot back towards his B side. They've taken control with the help of the Duelist here. Talking about the Duelist, it's really the Omen who bought a judge in this round while lurking. It's kind of crazy. Ooh, don't just the showstopper. Never mind. Does take it to the face in the end. That's going to be a little bit of additional pressure to come through for the team. And yeah, Nomad now opening the door. Lysor held it in the corner. Might be pushed by both Knight and FT here. The C's as well going to be weakening him. Rarga with 10 HP just going for the fight, not being paid off. And once again, advantage here for BLG.
It's beautifully done. They push upwards using that Nightfall. And the counter comes through, but YZ, Knight, and FT, they all step up. Double digits at the half. I mean, is this perfection from BLG or what?
I think perfection is the right word, especially when you consider, I do believe this is XLG's map, you know, so it makes it even more rough. Like, yes, I know Lotus tends to be attacker sided, but ideally it should be like 7 rounds or maximum 8 rounds, and that's assuming that you can win at least 1 pistol in the map. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a rough start here. BLG really taking the advantage with, not just snowballing that momentum from that bonus round, but also the fact that one of the 2 rounds that this team won was by a Ninja Defuse is wild to kind of think about.
Yeah, it is very wild. That should not have happened. So that's honestly a fluke from XLG's perspective, who has not held a candle to any of the responses from BLG. In fact, every time XLG push an inch in one corner of the map, BLG push back a yard somewhere else, and they're so quick and decisive to take space, right? Be it, XLG on the attack side, they aggressively take A main, never mind, from the shadows into steps, nice 2k from Neff. Maybe a showstopper, right? It comes out from XLG's side, wanting to take aggressive space onto Neff outside of C mount. It's okay, we've got a Nightfall, we're gonna push aggressively into C link, get all that space back, and make it more expensive for XLG to even step foot in anywhere near that bomb. So great kind of mid-round calling from BLG, which I honestly has been a sore point from XLG, even from Masters London's onwards, right? The mid-round calling has kind of been rough, and this is really showing its fangs right now.
I think fangs is a good word, especially considering how deep, I would say, it seems like that BLG have read their opponents, they've prepared for them. I don't think the op found any kills that whole half, which is very painful to say considering how many rounds they put in it. So I can probably say Rarga has more kills with the knife or even pistols than with the op, which is rough, dude. Also 2 players on 15 kills while the other team hasn't touched double digits is wild. And this is also XLG's worst half, so
yeah. I mean, statistically, right? They're not great on Lotus, right? 38%, 3 wins, 5 losses from Bilibili, but this is a different ball game. This is Bilibili understanding, I think, XLG's tendencies and reading them like almost like an open book. The triple high-low right now, coming from the defenders, now obscured by a single cloud.
Oh wow, that is some damage. However, Knight tucked away into the corner, gets the first. Not quite able to get the second, runs out of bullets, and yeah, I mean, that's the side and the numbers here for XLG, although Neff commits to the fight.
Yeah, that's tough. The double swing out. No man will find the Omen, and now it's Rushia having to step up, finds the first, trying to flick onto the second, but plant down. Leo on the other corner, ghost in hand on both teams. Oh, when Rushia just finds the head. No peeking for you.
That is a rough round to have to lose, and thankfully XLG able to kind of figure it out there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, just Rushia sticking the spike, getting the defuse as well, pushing BLG to 11. You really could not afford to have lost that round, and now 11-2 here. Advantage completely sided towards this team. Probably gonna get to match point very easily, and it's a question whether they will go for the force buy or not this round. Because I don't know, I feel like you don't really have the rounds to try and lose, but it's risky.
Yeah, I think it was actually No Man's issue, right? No Man decided to take ropes at A while his teammate was planting, and that just basically gave Rusia all these 1v1 opportunities, and that's not what you really need when you're can I math 9 rounds down now. So BLG looking to storm the site, storm whatever map they need. XLG will have to buy up, stingers in hand though.
Oh no, they run into the paranoia and YZ just mows them down. It's a force buy as well from this team, so that's gonna make things even worse here. BLG pushed a little bit back by the utility, but yeah, it's still a 3v5 at this point. Chip damage taken as well by Happyway, and YZ still on the hunt. Remember, already 2 kills so far for him, competing with Neff and FT at this point. Wants to put his name in the double-digit club and getting pretty close to it. The 1-2 punch lying in wait here. Leo's utility, it's gonna have to do a lot of work, especially with the numbers disadvantage, but it's 3 players right now. Oh god. So much damage, and yeah, it's just gonna be the spam down. You can't trade evenly when you're this low in terms of numbers. And yeah, it's gonna be Leo to try and somehow salvage this round. It seems like an impossibility on 21 HP. A 1v3 to try and close it out. Doesn't even expect the player right next to him, and Rusia, with the door being opened, is that perfect distraction and the cleanup. Match point here now, and I feel like, yeah, this is kind of just a Billy lock-in at this point, unless a miracle happens. It's 12-2, and you know, your 4-spot last round, your economy's gotta be rough against this one. I feel like BLG even has the money to try and buy a couple of guns for themselves. So yeah, it's gonna be almost impossible to come back from this. Might as well lock it in right now, unless, like I said, a miracle happens.
Yeah, miracles happen, but not like this, right? Like it's not I don't know. This will be a very hard sell for me right now. The way Bilibili are playing, the way XLG are constantly making these micro mistakes that Bilibili are just so aware of. It's gonna be such an Mount Everest type activity for XLG, although Lysor has to drop on 3 players here. Let's see if we can capitalize on it. No, Knights! How do you have that awareness?
Clean kills to come through there, and yeah, you do have Leo getting the spike down in the meantime. Distraction works perfectly, and Varga forced back to try and wait for the rest of his team to try and salvage this round. The C's as well perfectly timed. They've taken control here of Cave, but you still do have a player towards site, 8 seconds away from the Haunts coming through as well. Gonna be even more of a deterrent. Neff though finds another kill, 3v5 situation, and it seems like pretty much just the numbers should have this covered here. BLG finding every single kill at the end of it all, and yeah, I mean, what can you really do here? The knife to try and close it out as the spike goes down. Yeah, it's just not happening.
13-2. I don't really have many words for that. XLG, right from the get-go, really couldn't hold a candle to Bilibili's offensive and defensive half. They tried their best to salvage together a somewhat of a second half, force buying from basically the anti-eco onwards, but Bilibili made less mistakes and capitalized on every single one that XLG brought to the table.
And they were just completely in control from beginning to end, and even the last round kind of exemplifying it. Bit cheeky to try and go for the knife. I was kind of rooting for that. You know, I always love a good knife kill, but well, it was not meant to be. They've always got next map to try and do it, and I think that's where we're kind of looking at things being different here with, you know, second map of play being Summit. Very excited to see what these teams are going to be picking and cooking, but yeah, firm momentum advantage here for the side of BLG. Remember, BLG was the one to choose this map. They won their opponent, so they are looking super strong right now, especially with how 3 of their players were consistently popping off that game. I don't know who's going to be the MVP between FT as well as Neff, but honestly, I gotta say, player for me to watch was Neff. Yes, FT was getting those amazing openings, but I always love a good Omen outplay, and Neff was just cooking. Look at some of these rounds.
Indeed. I mean, the tenacity, the audacity, honestly, from Neff getting like 3-4 Ks just from the shadows, from a kind of a teleport. I mean, we have to hear it straight from them.
右边，2楼，2楼，2楼，跟我负这里，2楼到，2楼，对，搞个人头去，等赢300。哎，搞他，让我来杀一个好不好，老弟？哎，包点，那我来跳，快点。人偷包，想让2楼去偷包，我去看2楼，都空的，留个包好吗？ 三个这边。小 A 二手 ，FT 不管你了，我捆到他了，FT 我管你了。点上来，多一个装备，多一个装备双拉他吗？我们有一个，我换一下双拉跳，随便他下。放了。二楼打半血，二楼半血，另外一边。
Nash.
Okay, here we go. Oh, MVP it is gonna be Neff at the end of it. Yeah, you tell him, buddy. When you play like that, you can tell anybody to shut up. I completely, vouch for him there. And I mean, I'm such a fangirl of Neff because he is one of those players coming in from the Pacific region, been in Tier 1, been in that Ascension run, just been such a star player throughout. And yeah, I'm a little bit miffed that China stole him, but honestly, man, I'm rooting for him. So yeah, just one of those superstars always that, you're ready to watch and enjoy.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say it. I'm Singaporean. Neff Singaporean. A little nationalistic pride right there. I mean, you gotta have it. Neff just rocking and representing the little red dot. I love the way that Neff stepped up when really time was crucial. And 328. I mean, say you gotta see it to believe it. 17 to 19, just outwitting FT, who had a stellar run themselves. I mean, I think by round 3 already had their ultimate online as well. So the lots that BLG are bringing, their micros are beautifully done. You can see their aim trainers, and it just flicks on the hits are snappy and sharp. But the macros is what I'm most impressed about it. They're reading XLG like they've studied them time and time again. Granted, yes, we've had a lot of footage on XLG, and they're coming in tired. But this is not your time to rest on your laurels, and that's super unfortunate if you're XLG right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a devastating loss there, especially when you look at some of these stats. I mean, to be fair, XLG didn't get that many attack rounds in, but 9 out of 11 post plants is insane, especially when you consider one was after a timeout and the other was a ninja defuse. I just want to keep repeating that because it's kind of wild. So yeah, I mean, throughout the entire stats, it is clearly, BLG coming out on top here, whether it's the opening kills, whether it's the damage done per round. And even the cast, it's just crazy that this is the differential between these teams, and yeah, that's rough. I don't know what to say.
It's rough. That is rough. I think one of the stats was there like 12 first kills from the side of Bilibili,
and 3 on the other side. Yeah,
that is ridiculous. I mean, that is winning your sales. You're feeling the 3 wins that you've had here in Group Omega, and Bilibili are just wanting to cement themselves here for seed number 1. To be honest, if you just look at the stats, XLG should be the teams that's kind of a favorite to win here, but that's not what the servers say.
Yeah, like I said, it was Bilibili winning for the longest time. This year, though, it's been XLG kind of bullying them and eliminating them in crucial games where, they were 1 win away from an international event. So I feel like it's also a little bit of a matter of honor here for BLG to be able to try and close it out. And yeah, they definitely got the advantage here with that insane momentum to start off with that 13-2 win, but also now they're heading into Summit. And yes, I know this is probably not as big of an advantage as it might be in some cases, but it could also be a really insane one because we haven't seen teams play it yet. And more importantly, we don't know what we're going to be seeing, especially with, the double duel list that BLG seems to be rocking. But either way, before we head into Summit, we're going to be taking a short break. So see you on the other side.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby,
Hello everyone, welcome back to VCTCN. It is still Multitudes with me, and I'm Zach, bringing you the action here for game number 2 between BLG and XLG today. I mean, so far we saw blistering map number 1 coming out of BLG, stealing away their opponent's pick 13-2, just completely dominating throughout the map. And yeah, XLG now having to try and pick up the pieces, head into their opponent's map pick, which, I mean, we were talking about it in the break and stuff about how it's kind of that map that still has that degree of unpredictability to it, right?
It does, right? I mean, I think a lot of people are still trying to figure out how to do that mid space. Just in the previous AG versus TEC matchup, you saw TEG avoid it like the absolute plague, which I feel like it's the wrong thing to do. There's so much basically mid control that can be had in that mid space, and I'm excited to see what Bilibili as well as CLI Gaming are gonna bring. Like, granted, hey, yes, Bilibili's map pick. They've won 3 times out of 3 on this map, right? And I'm just going to quickly look at their composition as well, because so far I feel like they've had this basically on lock, right? They ran double duelist, which is a very common continuation of the common meta that we have here in VCT 2026 so far, and it's been working a treat. And if they can bring whatever they had on Lotus into Summit, I think this will be just as fast, if not faster.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at it from the other side, it's not exactly a very good map here for XLG. They've got a 15% win rate, which was a 13-11. The one that they lost was in OT, so they do have some experience. They run a double controller comp, especially the Harbor, kind of a rare thing to see today. But teams are starting to lean into them increasingly more, especially on like maps like Breeze. So who knows? Maybe it might be something that counters how Bilibili like to play. But that said, I mean, you talked about a BLG's comp, just that perfect mix of aggression. Sky also making a comeback since that initiator buff coming in, especially with the, a rechargeable flash, and combine it with the neon stun as well as the paranoia from the Omen. Just easy to get into these tighter choke points and around these tighter choke points, I gotta say. So yeah, pretty good map.
Yeah, I mean, it again lends to a very classic kind of push from BLG. They'll stick to that composition as well as XLG's. Yep, they're hopping on to what has worked for them in the past. Granted, it's only 50%, but 2 maps is not a lot of statistical kind of runway to leverage on. So both these teams will lock onto what they're comfortable with. I want to say that BLG's is like, a very classic hard, fast and furious, right? You've obviously got the neon to push in as the tip of the spear to take away crosshairs, and it might be XLG's kind of best interest to kind of lay in wait and try and get other map advantages from around the corners. I think that should be the plan, because at this moment, I don't see any world where you can take Bilibili head on just the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. I mean, they've just been so dominant throughout that first map, and yeah, it's just been such great momentum. Either way, though, we're gonna be heading into Summit right now, and excited to see how this double duelist does against this double controller. I feel like if there ever was a counter, it has to be that.
I think so. I think there's enough like stall utility. I mean, basically, you have 2 blinds from both controllers from the XLG side. Lysor and Happy Way can deploy as stalling utility. We've got a stall from Waylay, a stall from the FaZe as well. A lot that XLG can do on the defensive side for now, as long as they don't peel away from mid. Again, that's my gripe through and through, right? I feel like that mid space needs to be conquered once and for all. You've got both Sentis now kind of starting to lay a bit of claim in that mid space, while the Spike sets its sights onto this B.
For my full-time job, I actually do a lot of interviewing players and coaches and stuff, and so far, yeah, a lot of them have agreed with you about the mid position being important, and this map does tend to skew towards that attacker side, according to them, because of how mid control can be kind of easily taken with the smoke. That said, though, XLG able to find that crucial opener, using the Waylay utility to get out of trouble as well. Nomad, though, takes a lot of chip damage for his troubles. 4v5 numbers still in favor of this XLG team, and oh no, just the bait and switch Knight to find that counter trade. A little bit of healing to come through, but yeah, FT goes jumping into trouble. It's just Knight on the trade and Knight on the kills.
And Plant not yet down. They'd rather be hunting for those heads, and YZ finds another Happy Way, tries to even things out. Now back in the 2v2, but 7 HP is not a lot to have to work with. It's the crunch now. They're trying to group up and try and figure out how they can get back onto the attackers. Now attackers are bunched up. Knight finds one. Happy Way with the trade. Back to this 1v1.
7 HP, 8 HP. Who's gonna win it out? It's Knight on the swing. He found the opener for the team, and trade after trade closes the round out as well. I mean, it's just the first round in the pistol, yeah, but we saw what happens when BLG can snowball those rounds. And I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, we've been talking a lot about Neff as well as of course, FT's performance today, but I think Knight on that previous map as well, so consistent, switching roles right now and just continuing to have the same level of accuracy. 4K to open up and get BLG the pistol.
That was diabolical from them. Just the bunny hop out. Okay, that has to be studied, yo. Oh dear. I mean, just playing with your food at this moment, feeling good. Vibes are high, and the score will climb even higher. Now, XLG have to fight back. A gamble stack onto this A. Fair enough. Mid space completely for the taking, and Neff's about to find out least spot. Hopefully, no, just some information. Spots 2 at the very least.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to be choosing to commit into it, especially with the players so close. But ooh, the peek there. So much damage done. Could be good enough bait, but FT aware of this corner, I hope. Does have the dark cover coming down. And oh, it is going to be Rusia trying to peek in with the pistol. At least the Paranoia not going to let this kill come through. It's a happy way in Lysor, though, to do some cleanup. And it's a 2v2 at the end of it. Guns recovered as well.
Very scruffy in this mid space, right? Letting these close corners go the way of the defenders with these classics. Now they at least able to pick up a Bulldog and share with and Marshall, which makes them just all that much deadlier.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be enough, especially with the timer ticking down. And Leo, a tough corner to clear, especially with the full HP on FT. Hits the shot though, still manages to stay alive. Trade doesn't come in. Neff, they know exactly where both of these players are. And Neff, again, just the awareness to hold on for Lysor here. Not the greatest HP, and it's just gonna be a 1v1 at the end of it all. Leo having to make it forward. Hits the shot as well, but I don't know if there's time. No.
Is there?
No.
My screen's lagging. I can't tell.
No, there's not.
No,
it was
there's no
so
time.
Close.
That would have been the throw of a century. I mean, just Neff, just feeling it, you know, fire in their veins, wanting to peek out before they get to the spike. Very messy in this mid front. At least they know how to check no man. But once again, all these, pistols making quick work in this. I think we're calling it A side bend, right? I think that's what it's called. I'm still trying to figure out all these callouts. But that A bend basically was where the mess was happening. BLG's got to be, very poor moving into round 3.
Well, it's not going to be much of a bonus. That said, already Knight starting off with that opening kill. Gets the healing as well from Neff, and that's going to open up this side space here as Rusia on the Neon with the Haunt spots out another player. The counter Haunt, though, does enough here. So yeah, Rusia just having to hold the space with the Judge. Kind of a good gun to have for the situation, to be fair. It's going to be very difficult to clear, unless, of course, you have the timing. And oh, the util from the Fade going to actually mute it up. Now they have backside control already. This aggression, it's going to have to be forward. And oh, the smoke's coming down now.
Yeah, nice wall. High tide from Harbor as well. Plant's not even down. They had to basically evacuate the moment they lost that drop site just outside of B Heaven. And maybe this was a bit of a punishment, right? From round number 1, they wanted to stay around, maybe turn the favor a little bit longer for themselves. But now both these teams wondering, hey, how much of A has been covered? You used to see the slow walk from both these teams, right? Just wanting to make sure that they're not ganked or flanked in any space whatsoever. Happy Way is gonna find a few, at least a look from Knights in this mid space. 25 seconds left, not a lot of time. You already see no man anchoring themselves in this A.
Ganked, shanked. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Lysor here as well for the backup. They have to make their way in. It's going to be the race opening things up. The Saturate doesn't quite connect, but it does buy space for another dark cover to come down. No man able to play around this box. Gets the first, gets a second, a third as well. Buying enough time for Lysor to find the last one. And that's exactly what we needed to see here. A crucial round to win, especially after you lose your first player and have that neural theft to give it away. But the anchoring just perfect there at the end of it all.
It really was. I mean, that was actually Bilibili's to throw, right? They kind of overstayed their welcome in A. They didn't capitalize on the space that was provided by Neon so far back in this mid space. Now the rotate just too late. No man, an absolute anchor. Lysor right there with them to secure the 4th. Put themselves on the board here.
To be fair though, that was also kind of a full eco pretty much from the side of BLG. Now they've got guns in hands. starting to charge up these ults. They've got they're one away from the Seeker, so that could be a crucial win condition. Willing to fight for these orbs as well. Risha Neff trying to get his hands onto the orb. That might be the ult to try and get them into sight. I don't know if it's gonna be towards this A side or somewhere else, but already 2 smokes having been baited out. Knight on the lurk as well. Hasn't quite found anything yet.
Yeah, trademark to cover this left side. I'm so happy Wei is willing to forego the B and allow the stack to really happen in this A. The high tide as well. This gives actually inadvertently a bit of cover for Knight to really creep around and peek this angle. Nice and slow onto Raga, who can't find the mark, has to rendezvous out of there, opening up this mid space for the taking.
Seekers available as well. Here they come. That's gonna open up the execute here on the site. Lucia trying to make their way in. The spam though does so much damage, forcing him back at least for a little bit. Once again, 30-second mark, and they haven't made their way onto site. The utility as well from the Fade, having everyone having gone down. Rarga chiming into the battle. It's all gonna be up to Knight right now. 24 seconds, spike dropped by the team. And 11 HP and a dream in this 1v3. Just no time to try and close it out. I think the call is just to save, maybe find a gun or two, but yeah, that's rough.
It's rough so far for BLG, right? Had a good couple of first rounds, but now losing a little steam because they're maybe hard committing a bit too much in this mid space, or not letting Knights do the slow creep into mid, or maybe just, hey, like we talked about in the pre-show, forgoing mid altogether. Yeah, you can send a single player, but if there's no impact that Knights had apart from triggering that rendezvous and alerting some sort of presence, you're not applying a proper split attack onto that B side, and that's the focus attention, right? That all these players from the backside, like WS Leo, honestly threw a window from drop. I'm still a noob. I've never seen that window used before. I didn't even know it existed, to be honest. It's gonna be a hard save now for BLG.
That's a weird stack. No noise really being made. They start off with some pressure, but they just shut it down.
Yeah, just trying to farm some orbs, I suppose. They're deathballing together. The right call, I'd say, as you're kind of down. You want to huddle around the single hero rifle that might be in your way. So it's going to be Raga here tested with the Outlaw. Finds one, not the second though. The nerf doesn't have come in yet. Just barely gets out from this relay bolt.
I better get the bait and switch that we talked about. This time it's XLG putting it into place, just going for the double swing, softening up the chamber, softening up kills, and Leo finishing them off. You hit one bullet with the headhunter, that's good enough for a phantom headshot, and yeah, it's just Neff right now. Little flex of the BLG classic. Oh no, the Prowler finds him as well, tries to swing off the back of the flash, but it's Rarga to close out things with this 1-2 punch. Yes, that was an eco round, but not a single player went down, I think.
Yeah, I think it was flawless, and to be fair, this is also XLG's first kind of lead in the 2-map series that we've had so far, and rightly so. They're kind of waiting and patiently, right? They're able to stem any sort of explosiveness that BLG have put into the table, and they're adapting well to the slow-paced rounds that BLG are also just kind of transitioning. Be it yes, it was a bit of a save, but still, the adaptations from having an Outlaw to make sure that they can do the quick 1-2, the rotate out of Leo to take the open space that Rhaegar had given after the rendezvous out. It's a nice tag team and a breath of fresh air considering what we just saw from Lotus.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely a good time to call a timeout here. And I mean, as for what's going wrong, I think it's a combination of 2 factors. First of all, they're not able to get the space with the same ease that they were getting. Much more aggressive defense coming in, especially with these tighter quarters. It's just harder for BLG to try and coordinate. I think also not having the waylay makes things more difficult with the Neon coming into play. A lot of the time it's the mistake that, even though the Neon gets the space, the rest of the team is so far behind. They're just not coordinated enough. I think that's the biggest issue.
We kind of saw that, I think, in round, I want to say number 3, but Rushia was just pushed so far deep in, and unfortunately there wasn't enough firepower or initiative, I guess, from the rest of the team to push deeper into that B side, and then again, time was not on their side, so had that run out. Round number 4. That was round number 4, my apologies. But yeah, coming up from the timeout, BLG locked and loaded. couple ultimates away, one away from some powerhouse moves, such as YZ's Showstopper. That might be one that they want to kind of farm up here around this corner. While this mid space is actively being threatened. Nice adjustments coming out from BLG from the timeout.
That's a lot of space being cleared with the Trailblazer, but yeah, still a little bit of a slower execution to come through. Here comes the Harbor Wall, takes care of Bit as well. So again, just time being bought step by step, util by util. The double controller, we're talking about how it might counter the aggression on the double duelist comp. And yeah, I think without having that dive comp with the Waylay as well as the Raze, it's just so much more difficult for BLG to make headway into the site. I think that because XLG run this double controller, it's just so much counters. Again, half the timer run down. They've got nothing to show for it pretty much. They're ready to execute though on this A site. And yeah, they haven't farmed up either of these duelist ults, so it's just gonna have to be the contact play.
Bit of a fake here. Nomad, the timing of a sentry peeks out, finds FT, the spike down as well. The saturate everything and the kitchen sink to push in, but Rushia holds the ground and finds it. Now K-Knight shows their hand. Raga gets dispensed right off the rip after finding one. It's a bit of a mess, a bit of chaos, but the spike will eventually come down unless anybody has anything to say about it. The peek around, Rushia tested. Spike not yet down, 15 seconds, has to do something.
Oh, the 1v1. That could have been the round there if Happy Way had won it, but instead it's going to be all these ults pop. We already saw the, you know, both the Raze ult, the Neon ult, as well as just the sheer amount of aggression that was needed for them to take the side. But now Lysor in a 1v2. The Cove 20 seconds away. I don't think he's going to be able to find the Ninja since he used it for the site instead. And just no fights being given right now. Wisely with the off angle to find that final kill, and nice little bit of recovery post the timeout here for BLG, but they need a 2 ult for it. That's fine. That's like the one question mark I have.
Yeah, honestly a little messy, right? They tried to sell an A fake. No Man just had a bit of a timing boost from their perspective, and it was just kind of them streaming in one at a time, finding all these 1v1s. Ultimately, yeah, BLG sharper aim, just like we saw in from the Lotus side, but that's not necessarily what you want to rely on time and time again. You know, K-Knight, yeah, had some brilliant moments for themselves, but again, tied back up. Is there more in the firepower for BLG?
I mean, the firepower, when it can connect, yeah, it's useful. Still, the clock went down to the last 15 seconds, and if Happy Way had won that fight, that would have been the round there for XLG. But yeah, just coming down to a 1v1, not the most comfy thing, especially considering how many rounds were almost flawless on the previous map. Now though, No Man. First point of contact again, ready with the saturate, tucks himself in the corner. The double usage of the Harbor as well as the Waylay utility, able to keep him alive and pull him back. Maybe for another fight again though. Just the amount of sheer cycling smokes makes it so difficult for BLG to get through any of these choke points.
Yeah, look at this high tide as well, covering 3 entrances. That allows Happy Way just a little bit more control. They've inserted Rushia now, tucked away in this corner, wanting to make maybe a bit of a nuisance. The default comes out. I think it'll be on K-Knight to try and figure this out. Somewhere. I has to figure out where. Okay, that operator now, that tour de force has been noted from Raga on that B. This might mean that they continue to... No, I eat it. I see the spike now slowly maneuvering his way to B. I thought they maybe want to sell a B fake and hit that A.
I don't know about this, Chief. Again, it's just the timer ticking through, and yeah, Rushia gonna have to be that first point of contact. Just trying to walk his way, doesn't check the corner, and no man finds that kill. That's a yikes right there. 15 seconds, you have to make your way forward. They close the door, at least it's one angle not to worry about, but K-Knight trying to make the difference right now. The paranoia helps him connect the shot, but 10 seconds, you have to get the spike down, and yeah, FT finally gonna be getting an attempt to put it through. The dark cover really saving the team there, buying enough time for it to come through, but it's still a 3v4.
Drop hasn't been cleared just yet. We still have the tour de force in the corner. No Man finds K-Knight in the midst of it all. That's the side profile kind of worked through. Neff still tucked around the corner.
Oh no, the tour de force to close things out. We talked about how last map Raga wasn't having much luck with the operator. This time around shows the impact it can have at the right time. And yeah, it's going to be a great kill to come through to close out the round here. The defuse as well. Once again, XLG taking back the lead and trying to make sure that, alright, our defender side is super strong. We, you know, the both times we played this map, even though we lost it once and won it once, we were able to make sure that it was close. So yeah, I mean, pretty commendable, that's it.
maybe I can pick your brain real quick, Zach. I realized that a lot of Chinese teams on their defensive side like to insta-break the middle big door, and I'm always questioning that because I feel like it does give at least the defenders a bit more sightline and awareness into this mid space. But okay, now that I talk about it, this is like the one round they don't do that first.
It's like you cursed it, but I think they also do it because it's like one less angle to worry about. If not like immediately, then kind of like the late round. So just shut off that rotation path. I mean, yes, it's a little bit more complicated for you, but it makes things difficult for both teams. It just closes out the variability here. Beautiful paranoia though. The spam still does so much damage, and Rusia forced to fall back for the heal. Leo as well, just maintaining the deterrence here. They've still got the trademark as well, so yeah, the push is gonna be difficult with the off angle. Again, just a minute left on the clock. FT though finds the timing, that's the gun.
That is a big gun. We talked about that mid space, that door being utilized, and I felt like it was FT, but Raka with the outlaw, 2 shots, 2 kills. K-Knight finds the recovery though, but evens it out in a 2v2. Now, the Cypher online, revealing locations.
Knowing that these two players are at different angles, they can afford to try and hold down this fort for a 2v1. It's all gonna be a question of timing here. Cyclones is down though, that's in BLG's favor. We saw the stats in the previous one about how they won 9 out of 11 of their post plants. Clock ticking, XLG has to make it forward. Noban making the noise here, peeks off the flash, but the 1-2 punch. He got the spam headshot through the other player's head there. That was disgusting.
Yeah, I saw it literally in slow-mo from the attacker's point of view. The heads just lined up and it was just no man. A free one from the perspective. But hey, I think FT opening things up is a beautiful talk about what we kind of just talked about, right? That mid door was not shut down, and FT was able to teleport through and then close the door. Someone closed the door after them, and that allowed and opened things up for BLG from that perspective. Yeah, unfortunately, the rest of the round didn't go their way, but XLG, I mean, they got to be thinking about that just a little bit more now.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it was unlucky as well as badly planned. It could be both, but this time around, YZ starts things off with the spam kill here. Really nice opening. Finally, I think we're seeing like action happen in the first 30 seconds of the round rather than the last. Oh man, it's been such a slow attack from this BLG side so far. Now though, Rarga with the operator looking to catch K-Knight on this lurk. I don't know if the camera spotted him yet, but it has to be the flick. The timing though not quite there, and K-Knight finds another kill here. 3v5 right now, an advantage firmly in the favor of BLG.
Gotta feel pretty good about that. Cave compromise, they've pushed so far deep in, they know the mid lurk of K-Knight is somewhere there as well, so they have to push in hard. The haunt is great, but the recovery from YZ to protect their teammates is better. Sees the shoulder, Lysor has to back off. 2v5, that's so much they have to bear.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Maybe you can at least find the lurk player. K-Knight spot was around here and still holding down this line. I don't know if Lysor is going to be able to save if K-Knight continues to be the menace that he is. Oh no, they don't check the corner, and now it's just Lysor fighting for his life. K-Knight though will be the one to have the last lap. Doesn't take a single bit of damage, by the way. The 3k from the Cypher and BLG, just one round from tying it up again.
I love it. I play Cypher so much, and I love when a lurk goes their way. I mean, just the intuition, the timing is sure Lady Luck on your side, but also understanding the internal clock of movements as well. A nice opening frag to maybe, you know, secure that A push, and then that mid lurk just to confuse and make it more damaging for XLG to have a recovery route back into A. So good adjustments from BLG.
Varga with the off again. This time gets the headshot onto Rusia. Slidey Neon, we talk a lot about it, we complained a lot about it, but Varga showing that, alright, sometimes, you know, it is the headshot that comes out stronger. You didn't even need a headshot, he was just flexing at that point, and yeah, no man spotted as well here. K-Knight still continuing to be a little lurky menace. The smoke gonna enable them to possibly re-clear the space, and they do it in style. Nice. 3v5 advantage right now for XLG.
Yeah, they're finding a lot of momentum. XLG looking loads better than we saw in map number 1. I mean, the double swing out, plus one of them, happy way, I think jumping for their life as well.
making things more and more difficult. Here comes the peak though. YZ able to get one already, making things a little bit more salvageable. They have the smokes as well to try and get their way onto a side. Beautiful paranoia there. It is going to be countered by one from BLG. Still one player down, but they managed to at least start to clear the site right now. Should get them the space to put the spike down. And still 30 seconds left. So the problem here is Leo doesn't really have the bullets. Just 5 bullets in the mag. Yeah, that's a bit rough. And yeah, I mean, they're able to get the spike down. Not gonna matter. Still gets that headshot. Okay, that's disgusting. I'm sorry to say. Yo.
Yeah, 3 more. No, 2 more targets as well. So you could make a difference. Lysor and Raga finally catching up to it. So sees the shoulder. YZ does. Finds the head as well. Now Showstopper online, but happily continues their rampage. Leo will drop, but not enough.
Oh, that's rough. They use the Showstopper as well, but XLG is just pulling together the retake towards the end of it. And yeah, I mean, well, what was that? What was that from WS Leo? Able to just, of course, Raga with this opening. Yeah, but WS Leo 5 bullets left on site. The pixel angle for the headshot. And yeah, at that point, the Showstopper just not doing enough. Watching his teammate die in slow motion, but that's just the price you pay, I guess. Rip. Double peek was nicely done.
It was indeed. XLG fire back at this moment, continuing with their 2-round lead against BLG on their opponent's map pick. Feeling pretty good. Still a couple more rounds to have to deal with. Raga already more successful with their operator / tour de force than the previous map. So that's a big news as they want to aggressively take the space, right? Mid control basically opened up and allows for the exploration of the attackers, but they'd rather have to deal with, you know, maybe K-Knight around this corner.
100%, yeah, and I mean that's definitely a player that has been a menace to say the least, you know, before.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, starts off with a 4K, continues to be this consistent lurk pressure. I think it's half a question of coordination as well for this team. So hopefully things are gonna be looking a little bit smoother. But again, it's just the clock that's such a big problem.
Trailblazer finds the Waylay, has the ultimate as well. Saturate just to slow things down. The spam can't find the connection onto Neff that just wants to get rid of this trademark. It's still up though. It's still up on the minimap, unfortunately. So Raga will know this mid space continues to hold its ground. The spam onto K-Knight is beautiful. Happy Way finds the target. So now it's a hard, fast pass onto A.
They get it done, they get it forward. The Nightfall as well, just dropping everybody down to such a low HP. The spam doing the perfect damage. Still, Rusha able to at least get a trade. Still numbers in favor for XLG. 4v3 and the spam through the smoke is going to be the last call of port as XLG guarantee themselves a lead in the half at 7 rounds.
It's Lysor and Happy Way's time to hold anchor on this A. I mean, okay, to be fair, I love this new design of these maps. I think it was talked about in, you know, somewhere from Riot Games side that they like to make the maps maybe just a little bit more enclosed on the A side. You have to really press yourself into it. You have to commit. And boy, some of these anchors that are hard committing to defending this side have been so good in just dancing around these bullets and finding their marks.
If they can continue to do it, I mean, 8-4 would be a great score to have, especially after the fiasco of the previous map. BLG doing their best to find the damage. They get themselves this ultimate. So yeah, of course, a Neon with the finger guns in your face is always a difficult proposition, especially if the judge is the, you know, second weapon of choice. It does appear to be a full retake kind of setup here for the side of XLG, if you're not careful. But again, Raga, he's been a beast with this sniper rifle. How much can you really counter it? That's going to be the question to ask, and the Neon ult is going to be the first step of play to try and find the damage here.
Fast lane just to cut things open. Raga around this corner. Happy Way can't stand a can, unfortunately, and now the defense is slowly withering away. They haven't heard the operator just yet. Raga will make the entrance, finds one hit. Hunter not fast enough. YZ with the shotgun in the face.
2v4 after all that. I mean, okay, that's a freebie. Never mind. I thought that was a freebie, but yeah, bait and switch there. 3v2. Still, with no man's HP being so low, yeah, I don't even know if you're going to be able to get out alive. Just a bullet in the toe, and the ultimate for good measure as K-Knight knows exactly where Lysor is right now. They go for the double peek, and YZ with the op finds the kill there. crucial round here for BLG to win 7-5 right now on the attacking side. But yeah, I mean, how exactly are they going to be running this defense with the comp that they have? Either way, though, a much needed round, and it starts off with the pressure from the Neon.
It does indeed. I mean, this is the firepower that comes with kind of that double duelist scheme, and moving to the defense, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue their track from that perspective. Yeah, we're a couple of rounds down, and that can be kind of recovered from the pistol, but that aside, right, I'm expecting BLG to want to aggressively take like either peripheral or mid space like together as both duelists. The problem with the double controllers right now that XLG have is that I'm a little bit worried about the explosiveness they might have. So I'm expecting them to want to take things a bit slow, and with the aggression that BLG can have with double duelists, it will cost XLG a little bit more utility, just a little bit more time, maybe a little bit more health to get into those attacking spaces. And so that'll have to be the conundrum that XLG will have to tackle during the second half.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to phrase it. 5-7. We do have the bit of a timeout to try and solve the problems that you mentioned, but I mean, BLG, I think that map control is going to be the biggest question mark. Will XLG able to close down those lanes earlier, whether it's the the doors and the buttons and stuff, or is BLG going to be using the composition that they have to try and take that early space? I mean, so far it has been YZ to kind of be forced alone a lot of the times to work alongside Rushia, but still, like, you don't have the same impact as you do when you have a race satchel as well as the Waylays dive onto the sites. I feel like with Neon it's more difficult, and also the way that these guys have been playing. Hey, I have the same operator. I appreciate Rargar's taste. Sorry, I got sidetracked. But
hey yo,
I got it in my night market, okay? It was like 900 and something. So all my guns are from the night market. All my knives I bought full price. It's tragic.
Yeah, that is very tragic actually. Wait, you buy knives solo, not in bundles?
No, it's because I only wanted 2 knives. I wanted a karambit and I wanted the spinny one, like the origin knife. So
okay.
To be fair, my first knife I got as a prize. Like I got it for winning a tournament, like second place in a tournament. That was like my first ever money. Yeah, it was in Game Changers SCA actually. Surprisingly.
That's awesome. That's so cool that's part of that can win a knife from that perspective. I wish I could win knives. I'm not that good.
No, I didn't win a knife. So I mean, we were practicing for like a lead up tournament to GC SCA, and it was like run by Eros or something, like the PC brand, and we came second somehow. So I got some money, and that's how I got my first knife. I spent all the money on a knife, reinvesting into Valorant. Either way, though, yeah. I mean, fun facts about me aside, we do have the pistol starting here. BLG, double stacking, holding down the angle. There's already a little bit of space being taken, but now they want to go aggressive around the corner. Perfect headshot. The paranoia though makes it a 1-for-1 trade. Ooh, Rushia barely getting away by the skin of his teeth. Neff does have a heal though, so that might be what they need to do, but I don't know, XLG trying to take advantage of the space and the commotion they caused.
Yeah, actually now FT gonna be crunched right now from Raga as well as the rest of the team that's now assembled outside of grass. Paranoia in hand, smoke as well. We've seen this angle a billion times. No. Raga does so much, the Paranoia does nothing, and Lysor finds FT.
Yeah, it's just gonna be K-Knight and Neff to try and salvage this round. Hot doesn't connect at least, so there might be a little bit of a timing here, but the problem again are these smokes, and of course XLG's players being inside them. The nice thing is that everybody is quite low here except for Lysor. Problem is Lysor is all that they need to close things out. A 1-2 punch in XLG, an almost flawless pistol round. They only lost 1 of their buddies, getting themselves up to 8, starting to really find an advantage on this map. That's even though they lost that first pistol, even more impressive, I would say.
Okay, so I'm starting to see what XLG are cooking up right now, right? They're effectively wanting to play together. I mean, the fact that Raga can push the same smoke that it was punished time and time again on the first half, he can get the kill, and the rest of them, Pora as well, Paranoid, be damned, they're able to find their mark together as a team and utilizing those smokes to cut off any sort of retake potential. That's going to be basically a likely reoccurring theme for these for XLG side.
100%. All the great points that you made there. Now though, it's the bonus round here, or sorry, the anti-eco here. BLG just classics in hand, trying to find some kind of damage, a bit more heavily, leaning towards this A site in terms of this defense. But yeah, I mean, the biggest defense is time right now, trying to run it down at Vargo, already having taken so much space here with the Marshall as well. Just Here's the sound as well of K-Knight going around. He has to come through, and oh, the timing is crucial for Neff.
Finds Neff. The jump around, no man with the bulldog will punish. Now Lysor has pushed through this mid door. The ghost rings true, finds the head of Rusia, and that kind of cuts open the rotations. Now VLG are scrambling for answers. Granted, yeah, you know, you walked into this with a save, but you at least wanted to maybe get a bit more chip damage against the attackers right now.
I mean, at least Leo will have to buy armor again for the next one. But yeah, no man happy to hold on to the half that, or the region that he already has. Barely any damage taken to boot. So yeah, things looking pretty good here for XLG, I gotta say. And Lysor, again, just that first point of contact. YZ does have the Marshall if they picked up, but that's probably the worst gun to lose. And yeah, I mean, FT at least with the classic finds one more. Rocking the T1 classic there. Man of culture. Yeah, XLG gotta be able to take out the last player. 3k for the Waylay. Gonna be getting closer to those conversion paths, and might be a huge difference maker in this next bonus round if, you know, you can get it online for the buy round as well, either of them, you know.
And speaking of ultimates, I think the Reckoning is 2 away as well for the side of Lysor, so that's a huge one to bring online. I mean, right now XLG, yeah, you know, peeling away in terms of their kind of lead so far. Let's see what BLG have on the defensive. We talked about the aggression from the double duelists, a lot of kind of mid-space potential that they've put into that mid-space, but no one's home, right? They're just hiding around this corner. They've left A basically unattended by a solo trip. They'd rather send the Trailblazer down this mid-space. I don't think it spots Lysor.
Oh god. Well, he didn't spot him, but he certainly spammed him. Poor Nomad gets absolutely chopped there. Oh dear, that is rough player to lose as well, especially since that's your entry dive. No duelist right now. It's gonna have to be Happy Way or Rarga to find an opening kill. Still, they're playing as a team, 4 players in the entrance, ready to try and go for this execute while Rarga holds down the angle. They're heading into the Cypher util though, and that's perfect bit of spam to stop the push.
Just gets spotted a little bit. The spam comes through the slide just to get on site, but now the rest of the team are in. Just pixel perfect option. YZ from the back now drops them. It's a flawless from BLG on their bonus.
Yeah, nobody really watching the flank, and it's just gonna be the race. Satchel and the TP to get both of them through. Perfect headshots from YZ. No one ready to react with the chaos that Rusia was crossing in the front. And I mean, yeah, what do you really do at that point? The 1-2-3 combo for XLG to be shut down, though that was their bonus round. This time around, they've got the operator as well on this attacking side. So let's see if that's an investment that pays off. I feel like it's very hard to use, but the way BLG are playing, if they are going to keep flanking or pressuring, that's going to be a good weapon to have in the backline.
Early spam. Trade of utility to maybe make it a little more expensive. I think Noman actually stunned themselves. Okay, a bit of a misclick there, but that's fine. We managed to get into the door and give over the Reckoning to Lysor. This will be the question mark. Which site to use, right? So far, so much pressure has been made on this A site. The trademark covers any sort of aggression required from that B, but K-Knight is going to be the anchor. Camera coming in late as well. Probably toggle it just after the exec comes to get information, because it's a gamble stack on the other side of the map.
And of course, flank being watched by this operator here. If the Neon decides to peek into it, it's going to be a rough play. XLG though now making their move, heading towards this B site. The Harbor utility comes up as well, along with the Reckoning. You talked about it, and it has been a retake setup and play coming in here for K-Knight and the Co. The Cypher cages though not able to find any damage with them quite yet. They still have this nade as well from YZ. 2 players jumping in. Could be a huge kill if they time it right, but here we go. The peak on the swing. YZ gets down to 10 HP, but him and K-Knight find 2 kills, and the heal comes in as well. Rarga finally gets an opening. The showstopper as well invested by YZ, but the kill's not coming through until XLG counter back. 2v3. Oh, rip, never mind. 2v3v1, more like Lysor desperately trying to make things work here. Here's the reload. But yeah, FT takes care of that at the end of it all. That's such a nice retake from BLG, I must say.
It is a nice retake from BLG, and I think honestly maybe XLG just took their time a little bit long, right? They had the reckoning. They actually had the high tide covering so much of the site, but by the time the spike actually planted, that high tide had dropped and allowed for a lot of advancements from like YZ coming back in with a nice paint shell to open things up, and then the rest of the team flooding back in for a nice retake. It's a little too idea was there. I think just the timing wasn't with XLG side.
100% agree with you there. So yeah, not the greatest, but still that's the round that you want to win. Narrowing the gap now 7-9 is what we're looking at here for XLG. And yeah, I mean they still have a lead, but you have to try and slow the bleeding. We saw what happens when you let BLG get a streak of rounds, and they're certainly starting to solve the problems that they were facing in the previous time, especially with the timings that they are finding. So yeah, definitely a challenging way to try and play here. Let's see if they can continue to keep this momentum going. I mean, for the side of BLG, at least those 2 rounds, a good bastion of hope. They managed to kind of break the econ here, or bring it very low here for the XLG side. The ult starting to stack up as well on both of these teams. I think the next 2 rounds could very well decide how the rest of the map goes. Remember, for XLG so far, it's been 50-50, but BLG have a flawless record. They haven't lost this stage yet. That does mean, of course, there's more WOD footage out there, and so far, the Harbor especially has been such a thorn in the side for this XLG team. By this XLG team, but will that be enough? That is the question still I'm asking.
Will that be enough? I mean, they're a billion times better than what we saw on the Lotus map. So whatever it is, they've woken up. They're playing out of their freaking minds. But BLG a close second right now, closing the gap. Still 2-round game as timeout concludes. So let's see what BLG have in store at this moment. No real change up in the way the 5-stack is presented, although they've taken a more demeanor, kind of slower approach. They've posted YZ on a deeper op angle. I think they probably hear the trademark as well, so know that that's being covered somewhat. Look at this mid exploration for XLG, just opening up the map completely.
Yeah, looks a little bit devastating. Oh, really nice peek there, and damage coming in from Nomad. But again, the Sky utility, Neff has been so good with getting his teammates back to healthy levels of fighting. And yeah, just undoes the damage that Nomad did. However, the operator from YZ just in the right place at the right time, shuts down one of the smokers. And yeah, the peek off the top of it as well. YZ able to use the satchel to get away at least for a few seconds, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. Leo gets the plant on the other side, and the spam doesn't connect, but it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, overstaying their welcome and letting things open up. Rushia finds lives for those. Crucial smoke out of the way. Now into the thick of it all, having to dance around all these different dark covers. Nomad, nice backstab. Okay, bandit in hand, finds the mark. The operator as well.
Oh no. Conversion paths used there in the hope of winning out the 1v2, but just doesn't happen. And BLG, I mean, it was against the Nico buy. Let's be fair, it still got pretty close, but that was again just the quality of the retakes that we're seeing from this team. We didn't have a real chance to really see it the last time around because of their successful attacking side, but this time, just the amount of damage that they're doing in these spam kills, the amount of, I don't know, BS that we're seeing Rushia get away with. I gotta be honest, man, he's doing so much damage. That's why you love the Phantom, but also, what the hell?
That's why you love the Phantom, baby. I'm a Phantom. I choose Phantom all day, every day.
Phantom enjoyers, let's go. Run and gun better than headshots.
Exactly, and I think that's a great counter against the kind of double controllers setup, right, that XLG have. Especially because, you know, your sightlines are out, you might as well just spam these sightlines that you train time and time again throughout.
Rushia now though, gonna be the one to hold down the angle. No man, actually caught out by the boombot. Little bit of an information gathering tool that finds great success. Crucial round as well, already a 4v5. Tour de force from Rarga. He's been very good with the operator on this map. Not really gonna be able to find the kill, so just having to fall back here. No man though, still lying in wait. This time around BLG not really pushing anywhere, just holding on to the advantage that they found. I like the discipline coming in at this point from this team. And yeah, Spike itself making its way towards B site. You still got that Cypher chip to try and get through though.
Leo out of the way. Operator finds Raga. Tour de Force out of action. Now XLG, one by one, these members dropped. A lot of isolated peaks at this moment. They're trying to default, but they don't have the utility to properly clear all these angles. Yeah, you see Nomad just going for information, but where's the capitalization of it?
Ooh, the spam. Not quite finding what you'd like. Happy Way though does find a kill, and Nomad now on the back foot here, trying to find the damage. That's a kill that you need. A double opener, and that's going to be the advantage regained here by XLG. As they make their way onto the site, Nomad continuing to try and find the spam. Clock down to 10 seconds, but they're gonna get the spike down in time. And Neff though, oh, the power of the Phantom continues to be just such a menace. The sniper though, not the greatest gun that you want to have. YZ still able to find the kills, and now it's just gonna have to be Happy Way to clutch it out. Does have the ultimate. I don't know if he's gonna be able to make it past this though. Timing has to be perfect, and that's the first one. The second though, can he get it? Yes, he does, and the 1v2 for Happy Way to get them to double digits. What a way to do it.
Unbelievable snappiest response, right? Just the timing on the operator, and then just okay, with the throwing caution to the wind, one to actively peek out into cave to find the final player. That might be maybe a crazy play right now coming from Happy Way. Whew.
Disgusting. I mean that in a good way, but also that was crazy. Crucial round there. Crucial round there, but yeah, I feel like a bit of a devastating loss there for the BLG side. Still gonna be able to buy back, still have the operator in hands, but a much needed confidence booster for XLG on this map, I gotta say, getting them to double digits. 3 rounds now between them and the map win. Looking at the ultimates, they don't really have anything for this round aside from the From the Shadows, but Lysor and Leo both close to their ults. Could very well try to get this Nightfall and use that to make their way onto site. Rusia now though continuing to play aggressive. Does have the off angle. Nobody gonna be really peeking into it though, and that first dark cover comes down.
Yeah, I see a lot of pressure on that A side of the map, but the pings on the mini-map point towards B. The real question is, yeah, does YZ able to maybe get some sort of information? The operator rings out. Raga are now aware that it might be the op play. Happy Way gets caught with their pants down, unfortunately, and that's the operator from YZ taken out.
Ooh. Nomad forward does spot out a player, and that's a very nice seize there. Just completely butchering K-Knight, but at least FT able to find a trade. Leo though made his way forward. The 1-2 peek is just perfect right now, and Rusia just doesn't have the timing. FT gonna have to do it all. The 1v2 in his hands. But Raga, that is disgusting. The headshots from the Headhunter living up to its name. What a way to get his team to 11. And yeah, these clutches from XLG, man, they've just been so fantastic. Heartbreak for BLG there. You can see the frustration on their faces.
Right? You can see it's a far cry from what we saw in map 1. They're really feeling it. The pressure that XLG are pressing on their throats at the moment as they climb up score by score. I mean, Raga, a beautiful Headhunter hunting those heads. Timeout now called. BLG. Couple more rounds before XLG turn the tide, steal their own map pick back on their head and force map 3.
Yeah, I think it might be very well the case here, so let's see if it's gonna be, I don't know, any better. I think that's the best way to say it at this point. Yeah, second timeout as well for BLG here. It's a 3-round deficit, but they're starting to run out of money. And I think it's just the fact that it's rounds where they had the advantage. This could have been a 10-9 or, you know, 10-11 scoreline, 10-10 scoreline, but instead it's not the case here. BLG just starting to lose the sauce kind of, and XLG really finding their footing. You think you needed this timeout to kind of find the, you know, answer to these questions. But yeah, if you don't want this to go to a map 3, this is your chance to try and close it out. Your last chance to salvage it, rather.
Indeed. Money is not looking great, so you walk into round 20 with a bit of a light buy, which more than likely puts XLG into match point, and then we'll see what you can really muster up. You have the Showstopper in YZ's hands. I'm not sure if that'll be deployed just right now, but for now, coming out from that timeout, a lot of that mid pressure, right? I'm expecting a bit of an explosive kind of play. Granted, you know, you're on light on your buys, might as well make a bit of a gamble, but no. They kind of saunter around this mid space. They hear nothing effectively, and then they move back to B.
Let's see if that's the right answer to find. Varga taking a blind pot shot through the smoke, doesn't find anything. But yeah, it's such an awkward buy here. It's such a sad situation as well for BLG here, because they have to go on an equal buy on this crucial round. Nice shot with the Marshall. First shot, at least, if not finding the kill, at least gets the damage down. But again, just forcing the Neon to fall back. The Harbor Smoke really buying enough time to do the damage here. And the Op not quite connecting.
Not quite connecting indeed. That leaves the lurk in mid questionable. Are XLG psyching themselves out? They've waited outside this A space for quite a bit, and doors already long gone, been shut. BLG's actually cracked back onto this cave site. Now Plant's finally coming down. The guiding light will blind it out and allow YZ a bit of an entrance into the space, but not sure they're able to crack things open, especially with the Nightfall in hand.
You gotta use the ult soon, and does a lot of damage with it if not finding a kill. 14 seconds left on the clock. No Man, the one to find the opening onto site. Lysor getting a second as well. They still have to get the spike down. Leo trying to find the space, and yeah, I mean, it's the Marshall to start things off. Spike goes down though, and the spam to do the rest. Match point here for XLG, as they are one round away from pushing this to that decider. Crazy.
Yeah, it's their timing. It's their show at the moment. They want to move when they decide to move, right? I said they were a little too late. No, they walk in together, and lo and behold, yeah, it cost them a bit of a Nightfall, but they've extracted the showstopper from YZ, which makes the next final match point round just that little more harder for BLG.
100%, yeah, and I don't know, man. Match point. They've got the buy again. That's like probably the best thing that you can say for BLG right now. But momentum, I mean, it's back in the hands of XLG this time around, and they've got the conversion paths online as well with the help of that ult orb. I don't know if they're gonna be committing it towards the safe side or if they're gonna be waiting, but yeah.
Bam through the smoke to try and get that A door down, but no, nothing. A little damage, but not enough to drop it just yet. The pings now appear for a cross cut over to B side. YZ will be the first point of contact here. Wondering if, we use a jumping omen just to say, hey, hi. Oh, that's diabolical.
I don't know if the Omen spotted him though, but yeah, that looked really funny there. Conversion paths to come in though on the way to the execute. You have to be careful. The operator in play, but oh, the double player push, and you're actually gonna have YZ be able to make it out. Not able to get the second shot though, and it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. K-Knight, Soul Anchor on site, having to now do it all. Happy Way spotting him out with the from the shadows there. The door closes as well, so it's just gonna have to be him holding down the fort, and yeah, the paranoia just insult to injury at this point. The K just keeping him alive, trying to play the site.
Back onto the site right now we go. K-Knight finding one, but the operator will seal the deal. Fast lane to split things up, but Lysor's faster with it.
Oh my god, Varga with the double op kill, and Leo with the final one. 13-8 here. And XLG say, alright, we might have had a rough map one, but that doesn't mean we're just gonna lie down and give up. We are gonna fight, and they take us to that decider. Oh, it was such a baller game as well. 2 clutches back to back to be able to make sure that, they are the ones to be able to keep their chances alive. And remember, whoever does win this game gets a guaranteed lock into playoffs. And yeah, I think that's something to watch out for here. If BLG win today, DRG will not make playoffs, and if XLG win today, all gamers won't make playoffs, So there's a lot of hate watching probably going on if you think about it.
Yeah, a lot of karma, a lot of vibes being sent out through the waves right now. But hey, XLG have a bit of explaining to do. How do you go from 13-2 in Lotus, one of a map that you've actually fared pretty decently, and then you come back Summit stronger than ever, starting over the 7-5 lead and then securing a 13-8 win on the newest map here in the map pool. I mean, it's slow, it's methodical. They move together as a bit of a death ball, and it was a little hard for them to be read by Billy from this perspective.
I mean, they had really good positioning as well throughout the map, and a lot of good research being done. Like I said, before this, BLG was undefeated on this map, one of the strongest Summit teams in China, but perfect counter strat. And I think the cycling smokes on the defensive side really just the key to being able to deny the sheer amount of, whatever we saw in Lotus, they were not able to pull it off in this map. The clock ticking, as well as the way that some of these rounds were going for XLG, just showing that they had their prep done and they were ready, or more than prepared, to kind of see how they could be the ones to come out on top, I suppose.
Raise sky, guys. Only raise and sky. Don't move.
楼上呢？
大宇，我需要你 aiming 去。没有烟，10秒。OK，挂着 A 3 can slow。Stop。好的，可以。Can be speedy。这个领。I face step。
Only neon。
Carry leading。
B。Gonna be B。
Small B。回攻。你靠对 bingo。打不对，趴那里，you can pick。One link，再看见没 ？Go。
One link。
I go with you, just hold it here. One cross. They don't have play. Hold my TP somewhere. I don't go jab, do you solo jab.
Link dead.
CD play first.
Wait, I get info. Okay, go.
Go get info. Left side, you. Go get info. TP somewhere.
No dash. I just.
Female right side. Aye, very good.
Cool, calm, and collected from their perspective. I mean, it's great that they were able to basically hold on to their mental and move to Summit victorious. You can tell that they're still making the right call-outs together and moving as a team, and I think that's where they're striving. Of course, we have Raga to take the MVP here, a solid player on the chamber. The operator making so much headway, but more importantly, the Headhunter had been crazy at times, finding hospital flicks after hospital flicks.
Yeah, I think hospital flicks is kind of the right word here. A couple of these shots coming in from Raga, definitely just disgusting, especially this 1v2 clutch. Just takes the time, calm aim, the definition of calm aim right there. And yeah, the rest of the time just peppering even one bullet with this Headhunter, just softening him up for the Phantom users on his team to spam them down. We saw a lot of that as well. So yeah, YZ and Raga both going to be fighting for that MVP position. Raga just a little bit more ACS to show for it. But yeah, overall, a very strong performance coming in. A bit of a quieter map as well for FT. Not popping off the same as the last one. But I mean, to be fair, it's harder to do on Neon compared to Waylay. On Omen compared to Waylay sometimes. So yeah, fair enough. 13-8 as well. I mean, the clutches... bit unlucky there, but I feel like without them, XLG, you might not have been able to win this convincingly, or it could have been a map for BLG. But either way, we can speculate all we like. The fact is that we are going to be getting a map 3, and I'm very excited for it personally, because remember, whoever wins, they don't have to sit through play-ins. They can directly make it to playoffs. They'll have a whole week of extra rest, and that's just a lot on the table for these teams.
It is indeed, and like you can really tell that, 13-8, maybe not the closest scoreline, but still, I think it was like 13 first kills for the set of BLG versus 8, and that just means that they were actually at numbers advantage. But I think it's really on the side of XLG that were able to come together, and yeah, there were a couple of clutch moments, especially with Happy Way, as well as a Rhaegar, and even Lysor, I think had their moments. But honestly speaking, the fact that they were able to play together within their smokes is testament that even with the numbers persons down, they're still able to come back up and seal the deal on Summit.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, especially after that first map. I feel like it's very hard to maintain your mental after losing 13-2, but they managed to do it. They get themselves back in the driver's seat, and now we got a pretty exciting map number 3 coming up, I gotta say. I really don't know how it's gonna go, to be honest, because both of these teams have been looking, I don't know, pretty fiery today at certain points, and the rest of the time they've just been kind of suffering. So it's kind of in the middle, I gotta say. But looking at the fact that it's Ascent, and we were talking about this in the beginning of the show about how maps like Ascent, you've got like these chokes, you've got to worry about like the Sentinel play and how to anchor. So yeah, anyway, I don't know who is gonna be coming out on top, but we'll talk more about Ascent after this short break. So see you on the other side.
As they all
XLG pull off a win after a devastating loss on map number 1, forcing a map 3 Ascent against Bilibili, the decider between both these teams, determining who will get that free pass to the playoffs. I mean, so far it's been back and forth, but finally, a bit of a wake-up call for XLG, having performed fairly well on the summit, despite having gone through a mental wreck on map number 1. But Ascent now looms ahead, one of the oldest maps that we have here in the Riot Sphere. I think a true test of your fundamentals. My name is Multitudes. Joining me is Zach. What have you got for us for Ascent?
Honestly, I mean, we were talking about it at the break and about how, this is a map that BLG hasn't touched at all this year. They haven't played it at all this year. You were talking about how it's been like their insta-ban throughout the year, and they've let it through. I don't know if that means they have something prepped, so it's as a surprise, or if they wanted to ban something else instead. And yeah, I mean, the momentum is in XLG's court at this point.
Okay, fairly interesting so far. It's the double initiator for BLG. That's a very classic, I want to say 2022, 2023 100 Thieves-esque kind of gameplay, where you have K-Knight on the Sova, Neff on the KO, and that's a great nullifier for some of the things that can come out from especially Raga on the Phoenix side when you have to run it back, or Happy Ways utility on the defense as well. That's going to be a big one to take note of. So I'm a strong... Okay, I talked about this the last time I was casting Ascent. I'm a big proponent of the classic double initiator, and some people might view that as boring, but I think boring is good. If you can rock boring well, fundamentally Ascent is yours.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it work, right? It's all about the degree to which it's something that works for you versus something that they're able to counter. And I also do like a good double initiator, especially and feel like we're in this meta. There's so many duelists. It just doesn't feel like there's enough util sometimes compared to the duelists. But I feel like this is a map where at some point you even had a triple initiator meta. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see how it goes. I think it could work out, especially if you're able to find those crucial combos that do the initial damage. But I love the hype for this match in particular. Map number 3. I feel like if we were ever destined to have one, it had to be for this.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're bringing all the stops right now. Both teams stealing away their map picks. Both teams wanting to claim their free ticket into the playoffs. Hungry for it, you can tell through those last moments of map 1 and map 2. And on to Ascent we go. It's basically classic that we come back to one of the most tried and true maps so far, as BLG are on the attack. They get to press their advantage with the double initiator that we have. Testing their metal against the Cypher trips that's basically not capitalized upon just yet. Oh dear.
Ooh. Yeah, it's really nice spot there. Lysor gets the first victim, takes control of the short space as well. K-Knight though on the lurk here. Might be able to find the timing. The problem is nobody really seems to be expecting him to come through, and K-Knight might have to be the difference maker. Gets that first kill, knows that there's somebody on Heaven. The timing though not quite there. YZ finds that first. It's gonna have to be between him and K-Knight to find these kills to come through. YZ able to at least fall back a little bit. They note that the Jet has, been able to flash in, but K-Knight and YZ again, 3 for that lurking Sova. Not words you usually hear, lurking Sova. It's always the Reynas or the Cyphers, but yeah, Sova gets it done.
Sova does get it done. I mean, K-Knight had the timing of a lifetime, having bypassed the No Man as well on the Jet, and with Heaven cleared, they basically knew where the rest of the retake was coming from, through tree, and just focus fire through there. They were able to pick up shop and get one under the belt. I mean, BLG, classic from that perspective.
They do a great job of it as well, just being able to continue to be an absolute menace, for lack of a better phrase. You can tell that K-Knight is a Cypher player from rounds like that. Just the perfect timing on the lurk there. And I mean, to be fair as well, 45 seconds after you use all your util, you put one down to break a trip possibly, you use the others for damage. Talking about damage though, here comes the Omen in the corner, the Neon in your face, and yeah, YZ with the double kill, almost to 180 to turn things around, still alive and still managing to take up so much space on the site. The Phoenix, though, gets the timing with the Bandit. That's 2 for him, and all of a sudden Spike has dropped it. It's a 2v2, but yeah, K-Knight makes it count. 1v2, classic in hand, door closed, and can't even pick up a gun. That's so sad.
Yeah, I think they're all basically back on this A side. Window has been broken, so it allows kind of an audio-free move, but now the knife spots that they're close range, more than likely noted to be in heaven. A spam through the bottom allows the reposition of the last 2 players around Jen, dancing around the cage just to be able to maybe split things up. The dance jumps straight into Knight's Bulldog. Will clean shop. Couple of players left standing for BLG, but nonetheless, still a win.
Yeah, K9 again, clean up crew, maybe not the 3k, but excellent openings there from YZ with the utility. You spot out 2, you get 2, and you continue to just keep finding these kills. Of course, the Bandit from Rarga making this round a little bit more dicey towards the end of it, also doing a decent amount of damage. That means that it's a couple of guns lost already. This bonus looking way less juicy than you would have liked. YZ with only a sheriff in hand, not really close enough to get the overdrive, unless of course you get a couple of orbs or a nice couple of sheriff shots. I don't know. It could be possible. It's a bit of a long shot though. And yeah, early control established this round by XLG.
Yeah. Rifles down means that, you know, they want to play a bit more cautious. They want to maybe capitalize on any sort of mistakes that XLG might bring. But the defenders right now, giving them nothing to work with. A lot of space for them to maybe maneuver around. Nice early knife to spot out Lysor, but not really capitalize upon.
I don't know about that. I mean, what do you really do here? Arga, of course, tucked into the corner. Nomad looking to bait for them. Clock's starting to tick down, and I think the plan is to go for the short to A push. It worked great the last time. A little bit of adaptation we're seeing with YZ. Oh my god, a disgusting shot hits the insane shot as well to do a bit of chip damage. A heal as well coming in. Never mind, he doesn't touch the molly. It was an inch away. You could have gotten yourself back to 100 anyway. Bugs me a little bit, but yeah, that's the opening kill to come through. You've got the Sova Dart still online and Varga as well to catch Rusia's lurk down. So it's going to be a 4v4. Beautiful recon there. However, both players in the backup side having to hold on by themselves. Varga though putting pressure from the other side. And yeah, they have to make their way onto site. Isolated fights to come through. 1-for-1 trade. FT goes down in the end, and 15 seconds left. Leo still holding down the fort. He does enough, and it's the pistol here for the side of XLG.
Yeah, and 3 rifles kept alive as well into round number 4. Feeling pretty good about that. Not enough kind of economic damage. I mean, some economic damage, but you know, still able to make at least the next round be really what I call the meat and potatoes. Both teams should be able to really buy up and make this this round a big deal. I like the mid-round call, to be honest, from the side of BLG to fast rotate through back into B after a sheriff cleanly wipes off a hit outside of tree. So adaptable and small enough to make those changes, rightly so. And we'll see if that can be a continuation of how they want to maneuver around this map on the attack side.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a question mark. Able to continue to work this mid space. I think the rounds that BLG have really thrived in, across both maps, is where they're able to keep up this mid pressure with either K9 or Rusia on the lurk here. Don't worry about it. Here we go though. You got YZ to go forward. Takes up that A-bait space, gets past the dark cover one way. Yeah, I mean, you also have the tripwire on site this time around for short as well. So A side gonna be much more difficult to get it. Maybe it's a fake kind of ploy. You try to go towards B instead. K9 gonna be giving away the ploy, at least with the help of this drone. Spots out the jet. I'm not sure if the second was there, and who knows, Nomad might be looking to find an isolated kill here. Dash runs out though, so forced to fall back a bit.
Now the cavalry is in with it. Rusia finds the mid space and open things up. Nomad playing with fire, only find one, but I'm surprised it did anyway. Now this mid space has to be dealt with, but Rusia is the king of pizza. Leo will eventually shut that down and spam through the smoke. Now command, or rather the nullification does nothing.
Big ult, no value though, like you said. And yeah, I mean, it's all gonna be up to the remaining XLG players to try and salvage this round. Neff is very low though. One stray shock dart could take care of it. Leo has it in their hands. Oh, the spam could very well do enough. The shock dart as well. Neff is so low, he survives. What is going on here? The 1v2 to try and close it out. who Neff repositions as well. Lysor gets the first, but the trade is there from K9, and too close for comfort at the end, but BLG get it done. How was Neff alive? How did he survive?
And then he basically painted a portrait on that final player. I was losing my absolute mind. The fact that Rusia can get 2, the fact that Neff kind of was pinged out by the recon dart but avoided a shock dart somehow, and then traced their opponent at that tail end. So many wild moments from that perspective, but BLG managed to tie things back up. Oh no, 3-1, my apologies.
The racing so just as those in Morgan's hands. Of course, also have the scheme this round. Maybe try and find capitalize on this advantage if they have one, and any of these rifles in a bit of an ace. And why is he knowing that Nico investing in this outlaw? We've seen what a mess he is with these sniper rifles before, so that should be fun. Honestly, I feel like Wisey gets most of his fame for the judge.
So far, you know, I feel like XLG just has been letting them expend their util freely, right? They're not trying to overly take any space. Okay, Raga now having to use the ultimate, just as I say that they don't really put a lot of pressure, but that's not a very expensive one to have to deal with. Lysor finds one after a trade using the Gambit. Now on to DV Go. It's opening frag from...
Go forward, try to get it done. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the ultimates to try and find the counter. Ooh, Wisey pops the ult, but to no avail. Leo finds the pistol shot. 2v3 once again. Lysor though with the flank and the trigger discipline might be able to find the damage, brings it down to a 2v2. Still though, only one rifle in their hands. Leo might be able to pick one more up. It's all gonna be a question of timing. 8 bullets in the chamber. The spam not really working out as they have to go in for the reload, and now the time pressure as well. Will the recon spot any of these players? It doesn't. Probably giving away the hint that it's on backside. The timing on the TP almost impeccable, and Leo gets granted a freebie. It's all gonna come down to what the Omen can do here. Position noted. Leo holding the angle, gives the 1v1, and now FT versus Lysor. It's gonna be Lysor to come out on top, and XLG, they win that by the skin of their teeth.
It was a thrifty, I think. I don't think they invested a lot.
No, they didn't. It was pistols and one rifle with Raga.
Pistols, and they're off the back of what I thought was the most questionable run it back, but maybe just gave a little bit more information for the mid swing, nice gambit kind of peek onto it, and then just enough rifles round the corner for a nice 1v2 clutch at that tail end.
Yeah, that's a rough one for sure. I mean, what do you really do here? I don't know. I mean, at least for the side of XLG, they are able to breathe a sigh of relief. That's such an important thrifty to run because it derails the momentum. 4-1 was the expected score, and now it's going to have to be more hard work coming in from their opponents instead to try and keep the advantage in their favor. It's definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult, but again, just the utility spam. Gonna put BLG halt in their tracks towards B main, and nice time for the rotation to come through. The spam where Varga gets the first, and the operator from Nomad in position for a little bit more of damage if needed.
Nomad just walked out fully flash. Rusia finds Ragia as well as YZ Knight. Just individual prowess happening from the side of BLG. That's a Hunter's Fury, and I think Leo can't find their own, unfortunately.
Oh, you do have the paranoia and the set play to try and take this player down with the shock dart. Kind of guaranteed kill there, but still a 2v3 situation. Numbers still in favor of BLG. One of them has the operator, so that might possibly slow them down, but yeah, I mean, the drone as well in their books. K9 looking to find at least one of these players, not able to quite get the tag. Might be a little bit of hope there for XLG if they can find these kills. It's gonna be difficult though for sure. Hunter's Fury actually invested here. Leo gets the tag. It's the kill as well, bringing it into a 2v2, but still the timer, it's ticking. Lysor going forward, gets the headshot on the first, spots the second. It's the Neon to try and do it all. Operator in hand, just has to buy enough time for the defuse to not really come through. And now Classic versus Classic. YZ is the one to find the clutch here to get BLG to 4.
They're ecstatic with it. 3v2 perspective. The Hunter's Fury finds one to even out the scoreline, but lo and behold, it's just a dance from the Neon to just buy enough time. Delay. And BLG put another one away.
That was just, yeah, very nicely played by them, to be honest. Nothing they can really complain about there. Overall, super clean work to come through. Yeah, I mean, I think that for the side of XLG, a bit of a heartbreaker round. Once again, it takes care of their economy. His pistols across the board, though the Blade Storm. No, man, we saw the impact he had in that map number 1 alongside Rarga. Starting to come alive once more, and that's the first kill that you need. I don't know if you can retrieve the gun anytime soon or if at all, but that's still one advantage that you have in a round that's very difficult. But Neff now farming themselves the null command, looking to get themselves an advantage, and ooh, we've seen this play before, and Nomad just leading Neff. That's the null command taken out of play as well, so already a 3v5. That is insane shots to come through.
Now numbers advantage, not weaponry though. That's what BLG will try and guard just outside this B. They know that if they leave this post, there's a chance that XLG will be able to pick up those 2 rifles, and that just gives all the advantage over to the defenders who are now sitting passive. They've done their duties off the back of Nomad! 3 for 3!
Blade Storm really just showing off the potential here. Can he get the ace? 1 blade left on the reset. Has to hit it perfectly, not able to do so. So yeah, the Blade Storm gets taken care of, but still a 2v4. And yeah, I mean, the classic to find the 4th kill. Can he ace this out? Might be a little bit too much to ask, but left in a 1v4 is Rushia. 20 seconds left. The best hope you probably have is being able to save this gun. I don't even think that will happen the way Happy Way is setting himself up. No, man, the hero for this round, and another thrifty here for the side of XLG. Wow, that was such a crazy round to come in from him.
I have goosebumps right now. I mean, just right off the rip. The updraft as well, and then just the notion to wait for YZ. Couldn't find the mark around with the knives around tree, but the classic does the same thing, you know, 4K to boot right off the back of No Man. That was a thrifty as well for that team. So timeout now called for BLG, wanting no more antics coming out from XLG, wanting to put a stem to that.
I don't know. I mean, I think this is a good timeout to call. Like you said, to kind of deal with the momentums. But yeah, it should not be this close. 2 of these rounds, especially the last round, right? It's gonna suck knowing that it was an eco round, and it wasn't even a hero rifle this time. It was just the Blade Storm. And to be fair, the first 2 kills were just insane shots to come down. No Man just walks down short and catwalk, and then continues to get that insane updraft style headshot with the knife. I feel like you should have been prepared for it the moment you heard the updraft. But yeah, just perfect kills to come throughout.
Yeah, I think this is what I really mean by like fundamentals, right? I said this is one of those maps where you know that on a save round, the team is more than likely going to do something atrocious, like a 5-person push down mid into double doors. In this case, you know, why send 5 when I have no man on knives and just will be able to do the job? But you're right, you gotta be ready for that. The updrafts, the null commands, some of the wall bangs from the Odins on Sovas that we'll more than likely see on Leo and K-Knight sooner than later. But for now, after the timeout, it's just no man feeling very sharp with the shots, outlaw in hand against a very thrifty BLG. So any of these bullets will find the mark.
Yeah, like you mentioned, advantage in their hands. Outlaw ready to farm some kills. BLG though taking that space quickly through short. YZ already pushing up, forcing the Sova Joan out early on, and Molly as well to clear the corner. Joan not quite finding the tag yet, although the recon and the shock darts already tagging up YZ to a very decent amount. There's only 1 player towards the site, although you do notice that the heaven is being held by the Omen as well. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be difficult to make your way inside with main smoked off as well. Lysor holding the off angle, gonna be able to put a lot of pressure down towards short. I mean, it's a question of the timings on the peaks here. Entry smoke put down as well, and beautiful flash there. Unfortunately, though, Rarga is the one to find the headshots, and it's just kill after kill to come through. Perfect trade on top of it, and I mean, alright, K-Knight tried to lurk up, not much of an opportunity, and it's the Outlaw to find the final nail in the coffin. 4-4 as XLG tie things up.
Okay, not too shabby. The fundamentals was there, the flash was there, the slider was there. It was just, you know, maybe the weaponry not fast enough, especially with pistols at hand and a long-range stinger in the hands of YZ as well. But holy, is Lysor and Raga absolutely fragging out. I don't know how fast Raga recovered from the flash. I felt like they took that straight to the face and somehow still found 2 headshots.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like a little bit underprepared for sure, unfortunately, in that regard. But I mean, it was an eco run. What are you gonna do, huh? It's difficult. I guess you could try to pull off heroics like no man. I still have goosebumps from the knife shots, but yeah, at this point, at least you're gonna have a buyback. You've got some ultimates coming close. You got the From the Shadows if you want to just go towards the B side, do the classical crunch kind of play. But Neff still holding on to this null command and. Again, we're seeing this tendency of XLG to fight for this B space early on. No Man has been holding on to it and doing a pretty good job. This time around, though, I don't know if BLG are going to be exploring it. YZ, of course, trying to possibly lurk up, but it's going to be dangerous to do without Yuto.
There's the flash. Man's got lineups.
Oh,
no
no,
Man
he got
can't
stuck.
evacuate fast enough. The updraft and blinded beyond recognition. Can't find the door back into safety. So that's... The duelist down and out, at least one of them for the side of XLG. And in the midst of that chaos, Rushia finds a bit of an opening. A lot of slow, methodical plays. I like the set play, especially you gotta use the flash drive from Neff to open things up. And the null command as well, use it.
剩余30秒。
Was used to try and counter the Phoenix ult, but the Phoenix ult still gets shut down anyway. And of course, Rushia, the lurker, the menace, keeping this rotation from coming in. And a very dominant round so far. Just Raga left in a 1v5. Doesn't get suppressed, but they know exactly where he is. And the triple P comes running out. They're just holding down the angle. What do you really do here? Awareness towards short, but Rushia with the peak. This lurk in mid finding so much value this time around. And BLG, they say, all right, buddy, you might have won a couple, but we are still... gonna show you how it's done. And this does not look like a team that has not touched this map this year. That's a pretty good attacking side, I gotta say. But yeah, I was worried about this peak, but this flash was gorgeous.
Well, it was. These are lineups beyond. I mean, once again, old map, old tricks, and they're leaning heavily into that for these trap plays. And I gotta say that mid push, you know, early on was K9, now was Rushia just walking and lurking through mid to get the rotates in. That is the cherry on top for BLG, right? They know how to work the map methodically, and that's where I think, you know, their classical kind of 5-stack rings true.
100% agree with you. I mean, that's the kind of team coordination you want to have. BLG now looking to make their way into side. YZ going ahead of the team though, and there's just no backup, no flashes, no utility to come through, and that's gonna give a free kill away to this XLG squad. Not exactly what you want to be doing. And the operator as well, positioned towards this angle. The drone though clears him out, forcing No Man off the angle, and that's gonna buy a little bit of space for BLG to try and walk up Cat. Of course, Rushia still trying to create a bit of a distraction. K9 as well, held back by the tripwire. I don't know if they're gonna opt to pop into B instead from the spike. The way it's moving, that might be the call. But look at this, you've still got the Cypher anchoring, and yeah, clock starting to wind down below half.
Yeah, the late cam as well from the B lobby will be sussed out eventually. The mid trip has been dealt with, one of the times that has been actual mid trip. So now the exact finally comes out. Knife thrown out, I believe. Doesn't spot anybody. Still waiting for some sort of semblance. There's the knife. No one's pinged out. So the trip's still live.
Bowman to try and come in and take that early bit of spacing here towards backside to back up Leo as well. Now the spam to come in and Happy Way and Lizor between them. Clean house. Spike dropped. K9 the last one left. No hope in hell of being able to get the spike down, let alone do anything else. So yeah, just trying to hold on to this gun. And XLG once again able to tie things up here. The backup there from Lizor. The perfect use case for a more defensive from the shadows, and it works out perfectly well.
Yeah, a little lackluster from BLG, to be honest, right? They had some good ideas to take that mid space and you know, at least force out the operator away from just hovering from Cat. But I don't know, their timing to get back on B, I think they were waiting for a refresh for the knife perhaps to be able to make that entry. Just wasn't on their side, and yeah, from the shadows from Lysor just sealed the deal.
Final nail in the coffin, so as to speak there. I mean, if it's one player, maybe you could try to flood them, but yeah, especially with them getting the first kill, makes things so difficult. Cam, not the best. Still though, able to peek out and at least get the elevation angle ready. Still have enough money for a buy, but yeah, the operator now positioned towards this angle. The trip gonna be broken as well, so it's gonna be one more player forced by BLG to try and hold this back line. YZ does have this operator though, so if there's anyone to go for a peek, he has to be the one. Rushia continuing to put this mid pressure. Shock dart as well as a knife for Market to try and clear it out. Nobody's really home though, and Leo immediately, the utility trades between these two teams are so precise.
Yeah, actually, you hit the nail on the spot, right? A lot of back and forth. The drone actually from Leo was cut short because of the pressure that was mounted just outside of B the moment the drone went out. So a lot of back and forth so far. But they've spotted, I think they'll put enough pressure on this B side, and rightly so. Now opting for A, the more lightly defended spot. Intuition from Raga says they're on to us. The last 30 seconds will be the last execute here for BLG, but the pathing is different.
I don't know if that might be enough of a difference maker. Either way though, we've got the players to come in, and Happy Way and Liza are just farming between them. Raga to clean up with the final kill, but the crossfire is just impossible to get through. It was a meat grinder on side. I couldn't even see what happened. It was like 2 seconds of like impact. That's wild.
It is wild. I mean, the kill feed lights green with the anchors on that A side just claiming kills. Hope to get a bit of a replay here after this mid kerfuffle has happened. But yeah, it's the push from Happy Way, disrespecting the molly on the ground, knowing that, you know, that they're more than likely gonna trust that no one's gonna push. Haha, lo and behold, it's Happy Way from behind.
That's the kind of jump scare that you don't want to have for sure. Liza now though, gonna be putting himself in the front line. XLG have already guaranteed themselves at even half at the very least. And so far, Varga and Liza have made this A site look very difficult so far. Beautiful molly to come through, denying the space off the back of the TP there, but still the utility spam is good. And Liza on site, struggling to kind of hold it down. Gets double, gets a triple. The spam perfect, has the shorty as well, but not gonna be good enough. Things back down to a 2v2, and with the neural theft, it's gonna buy a little bit of space for, you know, possibly Leo to do something here. Spike finally gonna go down. Shock darts not exactly connecting. It's a little bit of a safe plant, and No Man trying to go for this crunch play. BLG trying to reunite.
Single cloud burst deployed now, wanting to maybe pull some crosshairs over, give themselves a bit more space. No Man finds FT, and now they dance around. Barrel spotted, the spam through the floor. Rushia now baited into a plant to defuse, but knows they're off it. 10 HP, not a lot to have to work with, especially with the recon down in hand. Ooh. Then the floor bang will seal the deal, diffuse through.
Yeah, just the isolated positions and the spike not being planted for him. Not much that you can really do there. You needed to hit the shot on No Man, and just a little bit shy of finding the final kill. No post plan util either, but yeah, FT keeping in, finds his double sheriff kill, keeps things competitive for his team. But yeah, Lizor the hero for sure. 3k and anchor before being shut down without any bullets. A little bit tragic there, but in the end, Leo able to find that final kill. 7-5. Once again, slight advantage here for XLG at the half.
Yeah, repeat from map number 2. Feeling it through and through XLG. I mean, they're looking like a lot more coordinated from this perspective. They know how to clear these corners well, putting up a really good defensive half with the retakes that they have, you know, being aggressive when they need to, understanding the pathing that BLG has once in a while. Granted, BLG has had a few tricks up their sleeve and really put a lot of emphasis in that mid space, but some late game adaptations from XLG, you know, a lot more trips being covered around pizza and mid that forces presence known, or at least investment of at least one shot or a player perhaps, to be able to really compromise that mid space. I think it's good adaptations from XLG towards that second half.
100%. I think patience is the right word there, for sure. And yeah, the XLG, if they can win this next pistol again, they're gonna start taking a lead and taking the momentum that we've seen them kind of applying the previous half. This time around, BLG, they had a pretty strong start. It was 3-1, but towards the end of it, yeah, I'm not sure. They just kind of lost the sauce.
Yeah, they lost the sauce, lost the steam, stole the words right out from my mouth. I think, again, classic kind of 5-stack with a double initiator, but it has been utilized a lot, right? And XLG understanding how to let them expend their utility fairly early on. You see a few of them standing outside the range of the knife, or letting them kind of creep up in areas and hold on to their own utility for the retakes. I think that's where XLG were kind of waiting and baiting from that perspective, but now sides swapped. And now XLG pressing the advantage with their double duelists. Very, very aggressive stance. They've got a lot of flashes, a lot of things that can pull people off their crosshairs, but not kills, unfortunately. A trade tack for tack leaves both teams scrambling for answers.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, how much more can you really do? XLG, they would like this pistol. They are going into the Cypher site. There's still one tripwire to try and find some damage, but look at this in the meantime. That's a triple player flank coming in, and Rushia just being pushed all the way back. Completely gonna be spammed down. A sliver of HP left, and Nomad takes care of that advantage kill already given away to XLG, where it's a 4v3 now. And yeah, Knight, YZ, and FT having to try and find an advantage. Lysor aware as well of a possible flank, so just gonna be playing inside this dark cover, and that's gonna be the Neon herd out. The spam as well to try and come through, but caught on the reload. Oh dear.
Good timing as well. Can't escape K-Knight though, who now has to make an advancements into the back of Boathouse, where all three attackers are holed up. I mean, they know that they can just wait and bait things out to have to clear this.
Yeah, I mean, can they do it is gonna be the question, yeah. Just two players in their face, and XLG, they win the pistol.
Very clean, right? Pulling away score-wise, knowing that, yeah, they'll have to clear this back of sight, so might as well play contact, play rugby-like, up close and personal. The Ghost does all that they need to do. And yeah, the tick for that trade pretty early on, but once that player was lost right outside of A lobby, it was a go from the attackers, wanting to make quick work onto that B. So XLG, you know, going to be able to buy up here. A couple of Bulldogs and a Guardian in hand, leading Happy Way on probably the lurk through mid.
Just gonna be holding down the line. I mean, when you've got the Marshal, it's gonna be enough to get a body shot with the lack of armor on the previous team, who have gone for a full eco. Varga, in the meantime, I feel like, yeah, you want to prioritize on farming up this run it back. Just the advantage of running this Phoenix, I gotta say. Sova drone to try and clear out FT, gets tagged by the drone, forced back. Does have a dark cover to try and put down and hold things with, but Varga gets the orb in the meantime.
A lot of pressure coming from XLG. They know what sharpshooters BLG have on their team, and rather not hand off any of the weapons without a bit of a fight here as they gear up for what looks like a second execute. Dark cover has stalled out. Bit of a crossfire here coming from Jen as well as right side A. Just waiting and baiting things out. Dark cover covers it once again. I think, yeah, hiding in their own smoke is FT. Pushes out as the curveball was assembled. Happy Way covering their teammate.
Power of friendship indeed. Exactly what you want to see. So yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty good. Trades come through perfectly, and BLG actually getting themselves a numbers advantage. Lysor though, the 1v3, he's absolutely cooking, and he's cleaning up house. Gets it done with the Guardian. Truly the safeguard of the round there. And yeah, I mean, BLG, they threw that a little bit, not gonna lie, 3v1, no trades, but in the end, you know, you're given the opportunity and you still gotta take it. And Lysor, by God, did he take it?
He did indeed. It looked really good for the defenders with a bit of cross, you know, a bit of an outplay coming from Omen, you know, hiding in their own smoke, pushing Raga just as they pulled out the curveball. But hey, I think, yeah, it was Lysor. Safe pair of hands towards that tail end. Clutch factor when you truly need the Omen to be so.
100% just the hero that you needed for the round. There though, you got FT going forward. Nomad already finding the entry. That makes his bonus look really substantial, but FT only able to find one. Why is he swinging into the action? Nomad, though, with the Odin that he picked up, able to do the damage. And yeah, just between these two players, they take control of the site. Varga gets the spike down as well. That is going to give him an additional bit of leeway towards the run it back. And yeah, Nomad with the Odin having to try and close out this 1v1 position. No, K-Knight taps the spike. The Odin has to go for the reload. The chip damage comes in and K-Knight has to reload as well at that point. What do you really do here? The Odin spam perfect and Nomad started the round with the Stinger, ends it with the Odin and drops it back in favor of the Phantom. Just, yeah, I completely understand and respect that reaction. You tell him, buddy.
Yeah, I think the Odin reload was a bit of a bait as well. They still had 88 rounds left in the belt and it was just a nice pull out, but yeah, the tracking from Nomad was very devious, right? Solo push into the site, just wrapping around Jen, being an absolute nuisance for the defenders here, and eventually being the star of the show with the Odin. Now timeout being pulled out. BLG expending their second here pretty early on. They're losing grip of the situation. They're letting XLG kind of run circles around them. It's not looking good for this team.
I think not looking good is a little bit of an understatement there, but yeah, this timeout, hopefully it will be able to find a couple of answers. That bonus round though, that's such a huge round to win, getting XLG to double digits, and BLG starting to, I don't know, they had a great start to the day, but the recovery has been impeccable, really showing off why this year so far XLG has dominated this matchup. BLG haven't been able to win against them till date in this year. Yes, last year they were dominating them, but this year it's been a whole different story, and XLG, I mean, you know, they haven't performed at the level that they would have liked to internationally. They've still been putting up a really good show, especially when you look at London. London was phenomenal for the Chinese teams.
Yeah, it truly was. And this was actually supposed to be like, I was kind of rooting for BLG, right? They've had a spectacular group run so far, and now they're up against XLG, who historically has been besting them. I thought this might be the chance to put them done and dusted, get their revenge arc going, but it feels like XLG have them on a thumb. Despite having a tumultuous kind of first map, they're coming in strong.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. A-Knight doesn't get caught by the util there from the KO. Is looking to break that tripwire and get back, but Varga now though just looking to get the damage, and K-Knight taking care of Nomad. Bandit really stealing away his life at this point, and Happyway taking so much damage as well. They do have to run it back, but that just does give them an extra life, but still losing Nomad so early, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, really ready for that kind of utility trade, right? So much, and the kitchen sink being thrown in. Now it's going to be Rusia with the Guardian in hand. Can't find a second though. Now FT follows up Paranoia to stall things out, isolating the fights, but can't find the angle on them. Peeking out will be Raga, finding FT in the mix.
2v3, and they've taken control of this A side completely. Door closed as well. They have to run it back, but Raga looking to get himself in a position to be able to use it if it's needed. 3v3 situation at the end of it all. Problem here is that the Cypher is so insanely low. A little bit of spam will take care of that. Knife as well, catching two people, but Happyway still finds the trade. The run it back gets taken out of contention as well. 2v2. Neff takes care of Happyway. Varga brings it down to the 1v2 and clutches it out. That's the trades that you love to see in Varga. Keeping things going here for XLG.
Indeed, Raga, clutch factor at that tail end. I just wonder why it had to come down to those moments, right? Who was guarding Tree? I was so confused because, yeah, from that perspective, yeah, it looked like maybe one of the players looked away at those last moments and the player from Gen fell to the knees, but fortunately, Raga is there to save the day at that tail end.
The hero that you need and deserve, I gotta say. But yeah, just the Phoenix ult buying a little bit more time, letting Varga get in position and getting the trades to come through. Again, economy in a last legs, I gotta say here. They've got 4 ults though to XLG. It's gotta have to be the answer. Because if BLG lose this, it's gonna make things very difficult for them. YZ with the operator towards the mid of the map. There has consistently been alert coming in from both of these teams, and yeah, I mean, if YZ can find that first kill, it's going to be a blessing, but so far at least it's been XLG for the most part kind of dominating in that regard.
has the bead.
Oh, no.
The case drops. Can't quite find the bead onto the lurking jet. No man now crosses over safely where this mid space is covered. Now the drone actually comes out from the B side, just wanting to make sure that there's no one on just outside of B lobby before the rotate comes over. Am I gonna see Neff move over? A lot of pressure must be made now. And going with the Hunter's Fury, they'd rather give this A site completely wide open and maybe go in for a bit of a retake. That's probably the plan here, starting off with the Hunter's Fury.
I definitely agree with you there. A couple of tags to come through off the recon. Nomad, of course, has been a beast in the last couple of these rounds, but this time around he gets shut down. It's just going to be the Neon. He's sliding into his face, not able to do enough damage, but the Odin from heaven, Neff raining down Fury, gets shut down, but the problem is a timer on the clock. You have to be able to plant this spike. They know where he's planting it. The 1v2 Happy Way stuck in the corner, and finally BLG, they find a round in this half.
Maybe that was the answer all along. Right, let your opponents waste away their utility to get on site. Then you come back full force. Great Hunter's Fury plus fast lane to cut up the battlefield and make it super painful and disorienting. The plot didn't even make its way. That's 300 credits deprived as well against the opponents. Great adjustments from BLG. It took a round and a half after the timeout, but still managed to put another one in the bag.
Yeah, they're definitely managing to make things work. That's an understatement, I think, but the least you can say, I suppose, at this point. So, yeah, I mean, really good needed round here for BLG. Kind of the beginning of the comeback if you want to make it happen, for sure. Either way, though, I mean, here we go. XLG, they've still got a little bit of a buy, although it's just going to be 2 hero rifles that were used last time around. Using the cage to cross over is Happy Way. Sheriff in hand. I don't know if YZ expects this, but the corner is being held, so that should still be an advantageous peak, I would say, for the Neon. There we go. That's the first blood.
Space now being worked on. Operator can't find it, but Knight finds No Man that tripped and triggered that early Cypher info. Now Neff with an Odin, just holding down the spam, playing anti-flash as well.
Oh no.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I know it's an eco round, but still, that's the kind of defense that you expected to see from BLG, considering how a defended-sided map this map has historically been, pretty much. So, yeah, I don't know about that, Chief, but, you know, now that we're here, we can talk about a couple of results, you know, that our team has been kind enough to calculate for us. Basically, if XLG win today, they lock in top seed of the group. If they lose 0-2, Wolves are first and BLG is second. That means that they won't be making it directly to the play-in. And if XLG lose 1-2, that is going to be, you know, a 3-way tie. That means that there's going to be some kind of head-to-head rounds that will be the tiebreaker there. Either way, they're heading into this. XLG does seem like they're likely to win 2-1. So, yeah, that's definitely a plus for them. As we see the run it back invested to take the space onto this B site. The spam though from Rusia gets the first. It's gonna be BLG fighting the advantage here, and the Odin as well from Neff just absolutely demolishing this team. Here comes the Null Command on top of it all, and yeah, it's just the Opera to find another kill. A 1v3. Rarga's position unknown, but known at the same time, kind of, because they saw him around here, and he's gonna be kind of held back by the Op and the Odin, and yeah, that's just the final insult at this point.
Yeah, a lot to have to do. No utility in hand.
Oh,
Spots
no.
the barrel. Shooting wrists now? What is this? Tech that's coming out from the operator. Very clean defensive round from BLG. Gotta feel ecstatic about that. Despite the fact that, you know, XLG turned it to 11. They want to press the advantage. They move in with a not dead yet as well. But it's just a back and forth. The what do you call it? When one player moves in, another player moves out. It's so fluid from these players. The operator and Odin back and forth. It's symphonic. Great so for BLG. They're making a bit of a comeback here. Once again, XLG forced to be on a save round, a solo gun in No Man's hands as they make their way onto the site. Okay, struggling with it. Can't find anything. Somehow FT finds No Man. And Odin to the rescue. Neff with 4K. All 5 players standing. This is Billy rising up to the occasion. Bit of a fumble there, honestly, from No Man, right? Had the stinger in hand, had the right pathing as well, but somehow FT just matrixed their way out. Couldn't find any bullets on FT. And of course it's Neff with the Odin to boot. Now, the first XLG timeout called, right? Panic, probably reigning in coach's voice at the moment, letting round after round slip by. They have multiple chances to push it to series point, and yet they're allowing BLG wins.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about allowing. It kind of feels like BLG are taking them by force.
True.
At least the last few rounds, it's been very dominant coming in from them, the showings that you have, and it might be a little bit late, but it's better than too late. And I think that if they can win this next round, it's going to be huge, especially considering that XLG's economy has been once again pushed to that brink. I mean, they've looked pretty good on these eco runs, but I don't think they have the knives this time, so that's definitely going to be a factor. For BLG, though, it's a much needed amount of investment in the operator as well as the Odin, and I think Neff with the Odin has just been kind of the fear factor for a lot of these rounds. He might have only gotten 2 kills, but he still did so much damage enough to kill 4 people if you think about it, mathematically, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So far, I mean, the last couple of times that XLG just kind of tried to PRX their way in, W key into B side failed, W key their way into A side failed. I think coach is probably saying, hey, we gotta slow things down, right? 4 players, eyes on mid, being helped by this single Odin that I think was just there to get rid of a cam, I believe, that was deployed. Yeah, pretty early on, knowing the antics of Happy Way. But yeah, they need to slow it down. But look at YZ, dangerous with it.
There we go.
Disgusting shot. You allow them to do that now. Happy Way squeeze up. Does get YZ though. FT now following up with a nice paranoia. Finds one. And holds on back on this tree push.
Oh god, the Odin, not again. Runs out of bullets, or gets close to running out of bullets at the best time. I feel like that spam could have easily taken out Varga there. Varga now though, gonna be trying to use the flame ball to keep his teammate alive. Still a 3v2 advantage in the hands of BLG. They gotta find the timing on this door. The flash though is perfect, and Varga gets the kill. Has to run it back as well, but it is still a 2v2. He pops to run it back. They know where the body is, but yeah, that's K-Knight to get the timing. And BLG, they come alive in the round where they needed to the most to get themselves up to double digits. 1 round deficit now between these 2 teams.
Mistakes were made. I mean, the curveball at hand, yes, very quick with it to push that out the moment door was broken, but to have the gall to try and have your run it back in the midst of this 2v2 crunch, I mean, this is diabolical.
Sounds diabolical as well. I love that enthusiasm from the coach. Like that's yeah. I'm really supportive of his team. I'm pretty sure the players watching the ones are gonna be like, yo, we love having our coach be our biggest stan at this point. The tragedy is that Varga also used to run it back, so that could have been a major ultimate for this round. Instead, it's burnt out here, quite literally, because you know Phoenix and yeah, just the last ditch investment here. Because look at the buy. It's 5 light armors, dude.
It's tough, right? They'd rather kind of go for this fanatic play. Light armors through and through. Happy Way getting the other end of an operator, unfortunately. Now pushed back by a drone. So much small things that BLG are doing. So much map control.
Odin still into play, and Neff just completely slaughtering the remaining XLG players. Remember, if they lose this round, it's just gonna be no money left in the bank. An 11-11 scoreline. The comeback looking more and more capable here for BLG. The shock dart from Leo at least finally shuts down Neff. That's the Odin out of play, but it's still a 2v4, and the op exactly where you might need it. The recon not gonna spot it out either. So yeah, the peak here from YZ, along with the player on site, the 1-2 punch ready. They have to go for this A commit. I don't think they have the time to rotate.
I think they don't even have time to exec, right?
Yeah.
They're slow creeping on. They'd rather save because, like you called it, their credits are down dire. If they lose all 5 rifles, they're walking into an even Stevens 11-11. And likely with nothing, right? And then they'll lose that, and then it'll be BLG 12 to 11. Then what do you do, right? So they'd rather maybe wait for these couple of rifles to be brought over, make have a standing chance to put this away in regulation. Now the final moments are at our doorsteps, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds about right. And I mean, starts with the operator kill. I think that's been pretty good. Very effective so far from YZ, especially towards the tail end of the second half. I think that it's been pretty useful. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's got to be difficult for recovery here, I would say, for the rest of the teams. So, sorry, for this team right now, economy, like you mentioned, not in the greatest spot. It's going to be 3 bandits. The Bladestorm not available either, although, I mean, maybe if no man can get a kill, pick up the orb, could drop the gun to a teammate, that could be the difference maker. Early Omen ult as well for add a little bit of pandemonium, but it hasn't really caused too much of a rotation.
A hard save here for 3 players. The moves on to 1 man, tries to make it happen, but FT once again an absolute anchor. The Odin comes alive despite the confusion from the Hunter's Fury. It's just intuition where Happy Way will be. And BLG, despite all of it, are at series point.
Match point, series point, and they are this close to being able to close it out. Remember, top 2 players in this group stage will be the ones directly making it to playoffs. Otherwise, they have to go through play-ins, and the winner of this guarantees that it's gonna be them and Wolves, since it is gonna be a 2-1. Wolves already kind of locking in that second spot, but whoever wins this will be first. So yeah, a lot to play for here and a lot at stake. BLG 1 round away from being able to guarantee themselves that extra week of preparation time and rest through play-ins against the challenger teams, especially, who have been watching, waiting for a chance to make it to champions directly. First year, and probably last year since the format's changing next year, that they can do it. But yeah, a lot at stake here on XLG. Focusing up to get this Phoenix ult if possible. 3 away. I don't know if they can get the ult or maybe a plant, maybe a kill, but you can't really depend on it for this round. Why is he still with the operator looking to be a menace?
Last chance for XLG to push this into overtime. They've made a lot of plays so far, but on the attack, they're not finding a lot of successes. Their fast rushes are stalled out. Their defaults are being pushed out in every corner. So they set their sights on B, slow and steady, a fast exec. Rushia is checked. Are you checked from this corner? You're not. Woods, being an absolute menace, finds the entry as well to spam through. The curveball finally takes them out, but they burst onto site.
爆能器落在 B 区。
Here it comes, the null command to try and shut things down here. Lysor though, that's Neff taken care of, has the ultimate to try and maybe create a bit of chaos, but yeah, it's still a 1v2 at the end of it. And FT, the ones out to try and close it out, stuck on the site, spots out the first player. Can he clutch it out? It's all for this rookie from the academy, and he's gonna be able to do it. Called up to serve and gets it done. BLG, they confirm themselves in the playoffs, and it is such a comeback towards this Ascent map that made it happen. Holy.
You were here. You witnessed it here at Project Horizon. This is VTTCN at its finest. Just when you thought you could write off Billy, just when you thought that XLG were having a run at their money here on Ascent, they stall at the last possible moments. You see hit coach from the XLG absolutely furious, losing it, treating it like Alex's desk. And Billy methodically, step by step, able to put up a defensive hold on Ascent, reading XLG at every single step, flicking onto heads, and the final player, FT, in that 1v2 situation, they knew FT was there. They could have rotated, but rather they walked straight into the gracious arms of FT, the newcomer holding down the fort, pushing us into this 2-1.
Yeah, just the gamble to hold on and just hunker down in the corner, knowing the box would get you a couple of seconds to avoid the paranoia. Just try to live for the paranoia, basically. Yeah, so they're able to get it done. I think that's a pretty impressive win for the side of this team. And yeah, BLG guarantee themselves playoffs at this juncture. XLG gonna have to fight it out with Wolves next week for the second spot. Winner of that will be getting the second spot. But for now, BLG, they've earned themselves a little bit of rest, and they are one step closer to making it to champions.
They have indeed. I mean, they've broken the curse, right? No, fourth time's the charm, I guess, for Billy now having a trophy over XLG's head. I mean, it honestly feels a little bad for XLG, right? Because they have been slogging it out, you know. They were at London's, and then they went over to EWC, and now back into stage 2. It's been back and forth for them, but unfortunately, you know, no rest for the wicked. You have to make it work. So now interviews for BLG.
本场比赛的胜利，我们也邀请到了如夏选手来接受采访，欢迎如夏。
Hello， 大家好，我是BLG的如夏，谢谢。
非常的有力气，刚刚完成了一个很精彩的翻盘，必须要问一下图3你们是怎么完成的？
How do you guys make all that huge comeback, Map 3?
在逆境之中前进的动力更好吧。
Yeah, I think we are more resilient in the hard times now, I think.
纵观过去的一场比赛，其实今天是第2赛段 BLG 进入比赛状态最快的一次，那是怎么做到？今天一上来手感就
Yeah, how did you guys like come out swinging right at the start to win the map 1 so dominantly?
季输了嘛，然后我们肯定进季后赛的压力就没那么大了嘛。然后
And he says that because like yesterday DRG lost, so I guess there wasn't as much pressure on us today.
非常自信的状态。那同时今天不只有非常完美的个人发挥，看到你们赛莲华进攻思路也是相当清晰的。那在对手的一张自选图完成了这样的表现，你觉得你们的赛前准备的思路研究是什么样的？
Yeah, what was your preparation on Lotus? The win so dominant on XLG's map pick.
他们这个双决斗嘛，就是能打的东西可能比较有限嘛，我们可能。
And he says that it's mostly because of like XLG's comp. It's like the double duels, the things that they can play are kind of limited.
的一部分，因为在这个赛段看到你有时候也会来到决斗的位置嘛。那么教练也说你是。
And we've seen you play some of the duels sometimes recently.
适合你的团队打法，也想问一下，在新的赛段尝试了不同位置，你会怎么看待目前自己的成长以及一些提升
Yeah, how do you think you've grown with trying out like new positions, new roles?
针对我这个人嘛，就是给我想打法什么的，就是其实很感谢。
And he's like, the coach really helped me a lot. Yeah, gave me a lot of ideas on how to play, like proper play styles for the team.
比较多，那现在转到决斗，有些时候玩到决斗之后，肯定需要更加考验你和正面团队。
And then I'm sure you have to like kind of pay more attention to the comms from the lurker now to the duelist. How did you adjust?
当时就听老外指挥，然后老外叫我上去干，我就去干。
And he says that all I have to do is just listen to Neff. Whatever he says, I'll just do.
活跃的选手非常的可爱。那最后的话，也是完成了你们一场不输进入到季后赛的目标。
And then you've accomplished your goal. You haven't lost a single match, and you're heading into playoffs. Anything to say to the audience?
说 BLG 回来了。
And he wants to say BLG's back.
观众朋友们也是再一次把欢呼声和掌声给到你们，让我们也是再次感谢如夏选手接受今天的赛。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for a selfie and a pressure for the audience.
新一代来共同记录。来，一起看一下镜头，3、2、1。
Welcome back. I think that was a pretty good interview. Kind of talks about the, relief as well as the joy for this team for being able to make it through, I would say. And yeah, that's exactly kind of what you want to see if you're BLG. Sure, they kind of collapsed a little bit towards the end of it, but yeah, I think that they were able to make that comeback happen, and the mental was really resilient.
Indeed. I mean, it felt like a lifetime ago that we were on Lotus, where BLG put XLG away 13-2. I mean, that was, the highs are highs and the lows are lows, and I think they went through an absolute roller coaster back and forth, right? They struggle on Summit to really understand how to kind of read XLG, despite them, technically having the better track record, but on Ascent, I mean, it was BLG through and through towards the second half, right? They were able to put up a crazy defensive round. They were able to match the rate and pace of XLG multiple times, right? Be it whether XLG were pressing the gas pedal to the metal all the way through. They were able to assemble the Avengers as quickly as possible on the respective side, or play it slow and just push out the different prods that they have, either with an operator or a drone, and then funnel XLG into what they felt was the right kill zone. So a lot of great raids from BLG, despite, yeah, like you said, not having played Ascent whatsoever so far this year.
Kind of helps as well if you think about it, because if you haven't played the map, there's not going to be any VOD footage, and I did feel like a lot of these rounds they were able to take advantage of that. And I think especially towards the end of it, the way that BLG were playing, FT of course so pivotal in these clutch situations, the mental recovery, and of course, I mean, Neff with the Odin, like I feel like he's kind of like the most the hero for the team, and I don't know if you want to call it the wrong ways, but yeah, it's just raining down fire, keeping the pressure up, and forcing XLG to kind of come into these angles where they're in disadvantages. It's been pretty difficult for them to kind of break past it, and the amount of chip damage that it does. So I mean, it was 11-5, and from there to 13-11, that's just such an insane showing. 8 rounds in a row for BLG.
Yeah, I honestly, there were just snippets of the head coach from XLG, right? After a couple of rounds where you can just feel them just absolutely losing their dang mind. It was, I think, hard to watch, to be honest, because XLG, to be fair, they tried a lot, right? They had some of their fundamentals down, but somehow just couldn't make their way from a default perspective. And now we're straight into the comms for the winning team.
我可以左边黑，左边黑。火焰，火焰，火焰。保安上头，小心线。打了，打了，电火倒了。能关门吗？我一滴血了，我要去绕后了。别，我再绕，兄弟们，别死。没事，别急，他们下包，别着急下包，他们都在回防，拖时间。A 小 A 大 A 小回 A 大2楼回防，还有烟吗？2楼有人看，没烟10秒。我在看2楼，我在2楼。跟你打 A 小吧，你们打 A 小，别急，把 A 小打穿了 ，A 小2个。 A 小人左边我有烟，马上 A 小 A 小人超级多，80 A 小2个。 A 小还有个欧门老外，王者，推出来，A 小2个，我再给你加。我点上一个，要包点一个，铁箱开大，别急，去杀他老外，开大。Let's go！ 100，别13秒。
The aura there towards the end, I love how the whole team was cheering him on. The pin drop silence, which is exactly what you want from your teammates in a clutch, and then the noise when he won, like, love that. Man, Neff gonna be the MVP for this map, and I think for me across the series as well, his impact was just indoubtable throughout the whole series, on both on the map number 1 as well as in this map. Just the beast on the ace side. You can see the amount of kills he's gotten on short and towards from heaven. He's just been raining down fury. He even got a kill towards short with his fragments, I believe. He just tossed it down and somebody got cooked. So yeah, the utility was amazing. His null command and knives were getting so much crucial information, and of course just the kills to be the icing on the cake. He did it all this map, I have to say.
And a reminder, right? Neff is IGLing, right, for the team. So it's insane. This man can do it all, basically. The one-stop shop package for everyone. Able to read the macros, call the right shots, which undoubtedly was a big deal for BLG towards the end, right? Like I said, they were able to read XLG very, very well. Before the timeout, a couple of rush pushes that XLG were pushing, BLG read that like a book. And then afterwards, they slowed things down, and it was just a chess piece that Neff was moving around Ascent. They were just able to thwart XLG in the right moments and move them towards the right space where they could be the most efficient. So again, huge kudos to someone who can shoot and think at the same time.
Yeah, shoot and think, just like the fragging IGL, that's the era that we're in these days, and Neff definitely exemplifying that this map. BLG as well continuing to thrive in the first kills department, similar to map number 1, but the rest of it was pretty close across the board. I mean, the flawless rounds as well, they really came alive on that defensive side, I gotta say. So yeah, even though they had a bit of a rough start with XLG being able to dominate with the help of that Phoenix Jet composition, towards the end they found out the answers and it showed. I mean, like I said, 8 rounds in a row is just wild, you know?
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow, right? I think XLG gonna have to hit they're probably walking back in absolute silence right now. I can feel because they were so close, right? They came back with an emotional recovery throughout, and Lysor had hit some crazy shots. I mean, we think back to the Guardian angles in that 1v3 situation on the A site of Ascent, and it was Lysor that was able to pull things back on the anti-thrifty against BLG. So kudos to some of these players who were playing out of their freaking minds, but unfortunately, that's unfortunately not enough. This is after all a team build, and BLG were able to build that team towards the end just a little quicker than XLG. So here we have it, that nice 2-1 kind of spread. It started off very one-sided, right? BLG starting off strong, lost a little steam through the second map as well as the first half of map 3, but came back swinging and euphoric. This is why I love Valorant, to be honest. It's absolute cinema.
It's always about the comebacks, and the comebacks being done in style. BLG definitely showing that Ascent is, those protocols that you were talking about, the kind of ideas that have, cemented themselves as this being one of the oldest maps. You could really see them work for BLG there. Exciting series overall. Outcome: BLG qualifies for playoffs tomorrow. The next week's game between XLG and I believe it's Wolves will decide who is the second team to make it to playoffs directly. And unfortunately for DRG, this means that they will have to go to the play-ins. They no longer have a chance of finishing second. A little bit of a heartbreaker for them since this was a 2-1 at the end of it. But yeah, BLG happy to take that extra week, get themselves ready for, to deal with the teams that make it through the playoffs, whether it's challengers teams or more VCT teams. But yeah, BLG definitely the one to make the comeback here. This is the first time that they won against XLG this year, and it looked like they weren't going to be able to do it, but towards the end, they pulled things together. Very nicely done.
Very nicely done. I think they talked about during the interviews. Is this the comeback era for BLG? Are we getting our hopes up for nothing? I mean, only time will tell. They have a week to cook and basically scrim at their own terms instead of being forced to work. Meanwhile, XLG will have to be put through the ringer once more. They've been through a lot so far. We've kind of talked about the matches that they've kind of had to do even before this stage 2 over at Paris EWC. And they're back in swinging. They've done well so far, granted, in Group Omega, just not well enough. And now it kind of cements it against this loss in BLG that they're a little lackluster, and they need to reinvent what it means to be an XLG member here moving forward.
Yeah, I think reinvention is the right word, and they still have a chance to make it to the playoffs because remember, all they have to do is be able to win out next week's game. But yeah, it's easier said than done, especially today. The fact that they had such a big disadvantage. Probably, I mean, they had the advantage. They were 11-5, and then they lost 13-11. That's definitely something that you're going to have to reset your mental to and do some analysis, especially when you consider that this is a map that they have a lot more practice on. But yeah, I mean, we talked about the reasons why. It's just a little bit sad that they couldn't exactly close it out.
Yeah, it's a tough one for XLG, but yeah, every loss is an opportunity to learn. I'm sure that they will never hear the end of it moving forward. But this is basically it, right? This is BLG versus XLG, a nice 2-1. We had a 2-0 earlier on where basically AG bested out TEC, and that'll be, I believe, the end of it towards this Group Omega. A lot more to be happening as we close out, I think, Group Alpha, as well as the last tranches of series for Group Omega. But it is really coming towards the end as we head on to the graphic here. I mean, it's been an absolute showstopper non-stop. I thoroughly enjoyed today's game because I felt like a lot of these teams had some great ideas that they were executing. Obviously, a lot to have to pick up and learn, but I think we saw a side of BLG that continues to surprise naysayers.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. I mean, it's been less than an ideal year for them. It has been a little bit rough for them.
Started right off the rip. I mean, from kickoff into stage 1, some of those maps that maybe didn't quite concern us still pushes each team towards ever so closer. You can see EDG making a lot of stride throughout the entire of 2026 to make sure they qualify themselves, and it should be in the bag. Again, I don't want to cluster curse them at any point in time, but it should be in the bag for them.
Yeah, well, if they don't make it by some reason, you know who Caster cursed them, guys.
Hey,
but,
wait, all right, calm down, chat. Calm down, chat. All right, you did not hear from me.
Yeah, we did. Everybody remember, it's multitudes. But yeah, anyway, jokes apart, thank you so much. It was really nice to have a bigger game like this to cast, but I think that's going to be it from us for the day. Of course, thank you to production and to everybody watching for, tuning in for this epic game. Be back for more VCT China action tomorrow because we'll be back at the same time at same place. Follow Project Horizon and our socials for more updates. And yeah, any last thought that you want to end the show on, multitudes, apart from jinxing EDG possibly?
No more jinxes. Super happy to be here. I mean, it's so exciting to see these teams well-deserved wins from BLG. Constellation prizes for XLG, you know, almost there. A lot more to learn though.
100%. Let's see if they can lock in playoffs next week. It is going to be them versus DRG for it, but that's going to be it from us for today. Thank you again to everyone for watching, and see you on the other side.
Sorry about that. I thought I saw Zach say, please close it out, and I thought it was from you. My bad.
It's like I'm staring at the abyss.
We're still live?
Well, the audience gets to look at us a little bit longer. All good. Sorry guys, we're just trying to end this at technical difficulties, but you are free to go. You know, I could say class dismissed. So yeah.
So about that summit.
I don't want to talk about it. Bye-bye. We're going to be ending the stream since we can't switch, guys. But we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Bye-bye.